PMSL Americas. 90 Globant. iNCO Gaming. VIOUS Esports. Influence range. Savage Esports. Alpha 7. Shoot to survive. United for Gaming. Intense Gaming. VIP Esports. VIOUS Gaming. Xforce. Team Liquid. VIOUS Esports.
Welcome in, everybody, to PMSL America's 2025 spring season. And I gotta say, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. It's time we celebrate with some PUBG Mobile. 16 of the region's greatest teams are gonna be battling it out live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to see which 3 teams are gonna be moving on to the Esports World Cup later on in July. Today, we kick off our second week in the league phase where all of the points have been reset to 0 and teams will be trying to battle it out once again to secure the highest rank possible and get those head start points as we move into the PMSL America's Grand Finals. So, I am your host, Power Bang, and I've got with me my trusty compadres. We've got the 7WG and Mustache Dave joining me on the desk today as we kick off Week 2 action. Gentlemen, welcome, Seven Worlds. What are we looking forward to in week number 2?
Forward to seeing if anybody can stop just the train, the massive train that Alpha 7 is currently on. Not only are they being able to have players like Rebel put up insane performances, but the whole team is just putting up performance as well. And I'm looking to see an NA. Come on. I think Dave ended up saying at the end of phase 1, if NA wasn't on top, he was going to shave his mustache.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. Mustache Dave, how you feeling?
Hey.
Maybe if we see an NA team on top, you lose 5 pounds by shaving that thing off. What do we think?
I don't recall saying any of that, but regardless, we'll see. North America always rooting for the boys, and talking to a couple of them, they already got a new game plan for week number 2. So I'm feeling pretty confident in the region here this week.
Can't wait to dive into that here in just a moment, but I do want to dive into the format here in just a moment. We talked a little bit about it into the intro of the show. Week 1 was all about securing points for each and every one of the teams. We had Alpha 7 finish on top after week 1. They're going to take 15 head start points into the finals. We had 9Z and Intense Game finishing second and third. So let's look at what the format looks like for this week as we enter round 2. You can see it there, June 15th through 17th. We've got another week of trying to secure those head start points. We've got 16 teams battling it out. You can see 5 from NA, 5 from LATAM, and 6 from Brazil. And so far, the Brazilians have had the upper hand in the lobby. And don't forget to put the finals on your calendar now. They're coming up June 20th through June 22nd. We've got 6 matches on the docket for today. Teams are going to be getting awarded, as I've mentioned, head start points based on their rank after this league phase concludes. You'd see in each match today, we've got our traditional match placement points, where first place will be taking home 10 points, second gets 6, third gets 5th, on down through 1 point in 8th place. Teams finishing in 9th through 16th will not receive anything. We also have 1 point per elimination today, so it pays to be aggressive. Now, the head start points are points that teams will take forward as a bonus for their consistency, and they'll be taking those into the PMSL Americas Grand Finals. So let's check in on our overall standings to see how we ended up after our first week of play. 7 Worlds. Alpha 7 was your team coming in, and they did not disappoint in week 1.
Yeah, they didn't disappoint, especially with the addition of Squash. Everybody was wondering how this team was going to be doing. They were insane. Another team, though, that kind of popped off, especially on day 3, was 9C, being able to push up all the way to second place. And the team that was able to bounce back here from the left side, Dave, before I send it over to you, was Team Liquid and iNCO Gaming. For me, Team Liquid on day 1, they slowed down massively. On day 2 and 3, we finally started seeing the likes of Team Liquid that we expect to, and iNCO Gaming putting up a good performance here, at least top 8 for NA.
Yeah, iNCO was a big one. I mean, we saw McGrellin almost with that 1v3, I believe, 2 days ago, which was pretty exciting. And yeah, PB, 9Z just really clutching it out there. And the last 2 matches really to be able to overthrow Intense Game, like you said, for those total points to be able to secure themselves those 12 advancement points. Much crucial points here as we head into the finals. But we are in week number 2, and a lot of people are saying Alpha 7, is it going to be another week for this squad in particular, or will we see some new kings at the top?
A beautiful thing about this format is every other team, well, we're now on an even playing field heading into week 2, but let's look at the head start points that were locked in last week by all 16 of our teams. And as mentioned, Alpha 7 finishing on top for the week. They'll take 15 points into the grand finals starting June 20th. We've got 9Z with 12, Intense Game with 9. And as you can see, every team getting at least 1 head start point, so no one feels left out. But the big gaps are between first and second, second and third, and then everything below third place is pretty comparable, right? 1 point separating each of those places, if that. And so this week, we turn our attention to round 2, which kicks off today. We've got a clean slate. We've got no points for any team right now, and they'll be trying to rack those up because head start points are once again on the line. So with that, 7, you mentioned 9Z had an incredible start, or I guess finish to the week. Day 3, they absolutely crushed it and jumped over Intense Game, who had been rock solid on day 1 and 2. And I'd love to take a look at their play as we kind of get ready to put them up against, the top team from NA at this point. So 7, walk us through, 9Z and what they did correctly, especially on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, let's even take it first back to day 1, because I feel like that's when we started seeing, that's when I got a little bit scared, especially for 9Z. And it was their performances when it came down to Miramar. It was 14th place average finish on those 2 Miramars on day 1. 0 eliminations, not what we're expecting out of the team. On day 2, for Miramar, they were able to bounce back. They ended up getting a 3rd place. And on top of that, 1 chicken dinner and a total of 19 eliminations between those matches. On day 3, it wasn't even just their Miramar. It was just consistency across the board when it came down to Erangel. But on Miramar as well, they were continuing to be consistent. They ended up getting 1 win, a 7th place finish, and being able to get those 14 eliminations as well. So overall for this team, I'm enjoying the improvement that we saw from day 1 to day 2 to day 3 when it came to Miramar, and overall the consistency that we were able to see in Erangel as well. And I mean, you can see there, iNCO Gaming, I got a chance to mention them earlier as well, being able to put up good performances. That team ended up with 65 eliminations.
Not too bad. All I know is, like PB said, clean slate here. So I'm looking at teams like iNCO, pretty much all the North America teams to really capitalize and bounce back here this week. You know, learn from those mistakes. And iNCO, they were like a mid-pack team, so they did fairly decent, but kind of used as like a stepping stool to continue to improve on their play styles and their strategies here in week number 2, because a lot of these players, they told me they had a lot of jitters. You know, they just got to the LAN, they're feeling out the phones, the devices, the environment, but all that should all be sorted out now. So everybody is locked in here for week number 2.
Well, we had a chance to see our best team from NA so far, which has been iNCO Gaming, the best team from LATAM, which is 9Z at this point. Pretty big gap between those two teams, but an even bigger gap between the best team from LATAM and the best team from Brazil. And the best team from Brazil has undoubtedly been Alpha 7. They've doubled up on every other team in the lobby except for 2, 3, and 4. And check out the MVP rankings here. They've been led by Revo. Absolutely incredible performance from him. This is the best individual performance I've seen at any level of play in PUBG Mobile. He's nearly doubled up the elims from the number 2 elim player in the lobby, which is also Squash, on the same team. And then you've got Mafioso in 5th place. I mean, this is an absolutely scary squad, 7.
Yeah, it is. And I think that's one of the main things for this squad that people need to be able to adjust to. And that is making sure that if you do come across Alpha 7, you try to actually get a full flush elimination on one of the players from Alpha 7. Because right now, out of the top 5 teams of the most survival time on the 18 matches that we had in phase 1, we have 4 players from Alpha 7 on those top 5. So it kind of goes back to with what I was saying on phase 1, that team has gotten so good at being there for the trade, so good at being there to being able to pick up their teammates, that somebody needs to be able to stop them. If you do, for the teams out there that want to stop Alpha 7, if you do get a knock, try to make sure you get that flush.
100%. Well, hey, we've hit the top 3 teams, obviously, from each of the regions. We've got Alpha 7. We've got 9Z from LATAM. We also mentioned iNCO from NA. But one of the other NA teams that's looking to turn things around this week, and they might have the talent to do it, is Shoot to Survive. They had a really good regional qualifier coming into this tournament for the Titan Series, but now they've got to get things going for the PMSL Americas 2025. We've got a nice little interview lined up with Bob, so let's hear what he had to say.
Guys, it's the end of day 3. Here we are with Bob from S2S. A good match. It was a tough end there. We got a bit split, I guess, and Alpha 7 just went for it. They're doing great. How do you feel about the match?
I feel like it was our best match of the tournament so far, so we did pretty good. Could have been better, but we had a good zone, got some kills, so a little bit of confidence for hopefully next week.
Yeah, 7 kills, so that's great. Going to next week, do you guys think you're going to change something? What's the game plan there?
Definitely pick up the aggression last game. Kind of felt like got a little momentum going, but definitely have to look at the way some of these teams play, because it's a lot different than we're used to.
It's the Americas. It's something else, right?
Yeah.
Bob, best of luck. See you on Sunday.
Yep.
We'll see you on Sunday as well.
Great words of wisdom from Bob. They're going to try to make things a bit more aggressive in their words, but Shoot to Survive, definitely a talented squad. So I got to ask Dave,
yes, sir,
how are these guys going to get the momentum rolling this week? What do they got to do to change things up and get back on top?
All about that momentum. Shout out to Big Bob right there, by the way. I mean, my dude's a goat in his own right. So, yeah, Shoot to Survive used to be known as Dauntless, one of the staples here in North America, and now they're at LAN. So we were talking about week 1 to week 2. This team in particular, they told me those jitters were really getting to them. So now that that's out the way, we kind of heard right there from Bob, who also told me they're going to pump up the aggression here on week number 2. They're going to try to take up a lot more space on the map here in week number 2. And most importantly, the one thing that I really enjoyed reading from them when they were kind of telling me their play style and strategies, they're going to play a lot more together as a cohesive unit, as a team, compared to week one, where they're kind of out there running and gunning, doing their own thing. You know, someone's scouting over there, another person's still looting. So I think the fact that they realize that they need to play a little closer together and have that synergy going here in week number 2 is good. It's good for North America, and high hopes for Shoot to Survive here, week number 2, PB.
Love to see it. Well, hey, all these teams are going to be competing this week in league phase, or phase 2, I guess, phase 1. Gee, many Christmas. Week 2 of league phase to go to the grand finals. I will get that out clearly one of these times. But after the grand finals, 3 teams will be moving on, and they are going to the Esports World Cup. And so with that, we'll be playing the maps today. We've got Sandhawk kicking off things first for match 19. We got 1 map in the jungle. Then we'll follow that up with 3 on Erangel and 2 on Miramar. This gives teams, in my opinion, an opportunity to change strategies and maybe execute while it's still fresh in your mind. 7 Worlds, let me know what you think about the tactics I think that some of these teams are going to take into the match today.
Yeah, I think for Sandhawk, I'm looking forward to maybe seeing a different region being able to pick up a win during that match, because right now it has been fully dominated by Brazil. The first day, it was Alpha 7. The second day, it was none other than Intense Game. And then the last day, on that final day of Phase 1, it ended up being Alpha 7 as well. So I want to see if maybe some of the other teams, whether it's from LATAM or whether it's from NA, if they might be able to just pick up one of those wins. We have seen NA being able to win already in Erangel, and we have obviously seen LATAM being able to win in Miramar. So it might be a change here in Phase 2.
100%. Miramar being my favorite map in the rotation. It was exciting yesterday. Make sure you guys stick around for the whole broadcast today to see that one coming up in just a bit. And Dave,
what up?
Some of the teams looked like a different squad on that map, on Miramar coming in yesterday. It's like you've got 3 kind of distinct personalities with Sandhawk in the jungle, getting those guns warmed up a little bit. I saw some great performances there yesterday, and Alpha 7 coming out with a nice dub in that one. But, what do these teams need to do to kick things off in a good way to get that momentum going at the very start of today?
All I know is hopefully they did some VOD review right yesterday, because talk about a momentum killer. It's getting hot dropped and losing right off the rip. You're warmed up, you're juiced up, you're ready to game it out here today. I'm talking about the hot drops we saw in Sandhawk. It was Xforce and Alpha 7, and then Shoot to Survive and IG. Remember those hot drops on Sandhawk? Both of the North America teams lost on those hot drops. So hopefully they can avoid that here, PB, not get wiped out early, and just get some good placement points on Sandhawk. That's all we need. And that will be a step in the right direction of getting that momentum going here today.
Love to hear it. One of the teams I do want to talk about and kind of maybe peek into just a bit before we jump into the jungle is the Wolves. Yesterday, kind of a hit or miss day. We had some spotty performances, some late game, I don't want to say heroics, but Coops kind of showing up towards the end in certain cases, trying to carry the team some, but then also getting eliminated early in some games as well, maybe pushing a bit recklessly at times. I'm going to come to you, Seven. What do we think the Wolves need to tighten up on today to hopefully perform as the best team in NA, which many think that they are?
Boy, I'm ready to talk about Wolves. I'm happy you threw me this one. First of all, Coops, keep being you, baby. Even if you end up overextending, you're currently carrying the team, so the team is not going to be allowed to tell you a damn thing. For some of the other players from the team, it is time to step up. Doran has been able to step up in regards to eliminations and being able to put up that Illims. There's one main player that really comes to mind, especially when it comes to Wolves esports, and it's going to be Juancho. Because Juancho, I'm not really sure based on the stats what role he's currently playing, because usually if you're not going to be fragging out, you expect somebody to be able to be high when it comes to the damage, high when it comes to the assists. But right now, Juancho has the least team eliminations, has the least assists, has the least damage, considering that he has more average survival time than Coops. So that's one player that I really want to see that step it up here when it comes to Phase 2. And I think Wolves is just one win away from just finding their stride, especially with Coops being able to get hot. We know what he can do when he gets in situations towards the end of the game if the team allows him to. And we already seen what the team could do if they actually get themselves into a top 5 situation. They ended up with more than 10 eliminations, or I think at least 10 eliminations in the Erangel match towards the South Military. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Wolves, and especially Juancho, how they're going to be improving in this phase 2.
That's a really good point. And one of the things that I've noticed with the Wolves is you've got Coops that's always scouting. He's the guy on the point, making the advances for the team. And I feel it's almost like a rubber band effect where you've got the two in the middle led by Doran, and you've got kind of Wancho in the rear almost. When they get into fights, I feel like there's two different distinct phases of the fight that's happening. You've got 1 to 3 players that are getting involved at the end, and then Wancho trying to come up with some heroic play at the end to keep this team in it. He's been close a couple of times, but it's tough to get on the board with those elims when you're going 1v3 up against another squad that's crashing on you. And while we almost got some highlight reel plays from him, and it was really close, it just wasn't meant to be for the Wolves. And so I'm hoping that today they can tighten things up a little bit and attack as a squad, 4-on-4 with another team instead of being in a 3v4 situation despite having 4 players alive. So that's kind of what I've noticed from my end. Dave, I don't know about you, if you've seen anything from the Wolves or maybe any of the other NA teams that you think might want to change things up this week.
No, I mean, totally agree with Seven. Coops keep doing the Coops thing here. It's looking good. But I just personally want to see the team play a little closer to Coops, to be able to provide that support for him to do what he wants to do. And I guess kind of going back to the whole topic of scouting and whatnot, Wancho, maybe let Wancho be the frontline scout, get the information. And if Wancho gets spotted, tagged and bagged, we can still put something together, Every player has their tournament, but with Coops always being in the front lines, doing the initial scouting, it's real risky, right? Because that's your star player. And if they get taken out early, then what? Then what are we doing over here? So yeah, it's really it's a catch-22, but hopefully moving into week number 2, starting today, we see a lot more from our Wolves team because I know a lot of people got high hopes for this squad.
Love to see it. Well, hey, I will say with the Wolves, having Coops out front, definitely risky, but part of the benefit of that is he's got like that, almost like a computer for a brain. Like he's able to make those reads. And while sometimes it is the wrong decision, most of the time it's the right decision. And that's why he's always on top with regards to elims and damage, etc. So while like we saw yesterday, mistakes were made, got a little overzealous in one push, most of the time that's not the case. So again, kind of live and die by the sword if you're the Wolves. But let's talk about Xforce a little bit. They were a bit quiet in day 3 and honestly for all of week 1. I want to see if they can switch things up this week because this is a team with a lot of potential. We did see them secure the first chicken dinner for the NA region, and I want to maybe take a peek at the the Xforce team if we can actually do that and get a little highlight for them.
Yes, so my team consists of 5 players. Myself, the IGL. Fate is our free man. 24 is our main fragger. Elim is our support. And then Free Point is our other fragger.
With this new roster, I think it could go either way, honestly. I think we can have a chance to perform if, the right pieces form together. I think we are going to have a different play style as well, especially because we have a new IGL. I wouldn't be IGLing. I would be more focused on fragging out. So we'll see what happens.
I'm happy to be in Brazil again, so I'm feeling good and we are ready.
It feels good to be playing in America again, playing with Fate.
Мне нравится моя команда, хоть и у нас есть языковой барьер. Я не очень хорошо говорю по-английски, но я думаю, мы сможем победить.
Yes, so this is my first time in Brazil, being at LAN. I'm really excited. Obviously, I've played against these teams in the past online, but to be at LAN for the first time is really exciting.
I feel pretty excited, honestly. I think it's my 3rd time coming to Brazil, and I am playing for a different organization. Different players except for 24, so it's a familiar feeling, but at the same time a new one because I am with a different roster. So yeah,
I've been playing with him a long time, so it's easy to play with him.
Both regions are so hard because in Europe we have both Team Spirit and here also we have Alpha 7 and
Team Liquid.
Love hearing from the players directly as they get ready for our first game of the day. Remember, we're jumping into Sandhawk and 7. It seems like there might be some chemistry that they've got to continue to build. Obviously, they've got 24K and Fate that are familiar playing with each other, but the rest, they're still working on gelling is what it sounds like. Guys, let's go to predictions for our first game. 7, who do you see taking home the winner chicken dinner here on Sandhawk?
I'm going to do it, and I'm just going to get it out of the way. Alpha 7.
Fair enough. Fair enough. The suspense is killing me, Dave. What about you?
Let's go Alpha 7. Great pick here to start week number 2. I'm going to go with Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid, they got that experience in the pocket. They've been here before, and they're looking for a great start right out the gate here.
I love it. I love both picks. I'm going to go with the boys over at 9Z, riding a beautiful bit of momentum. And if you guys missed the Amazon gift card, it was on the screen just a moment ago. Rewind your stream, grab that code, and take it to redeem for some nice credit at Amazon. All right, here we go. We've got day number 4 of the PUBG Mobile PMSL America's spring season kicking off, and it is Sandhawk. 7, take it away.
I'm enjoying already what Xforce is going to be doing. Remember, Xforce, you got a chance to mention it too, Dave, in regards to them ended up accidentally hot dropping with Alpha 7 on the final day. And that was because previously that team was hot dropping Influence Rage in boot camp. They won that engagement in day 1. In day 2, they lost it very, very bad. So I'm really glad that they're now being able to adjust. And it looks like hopefully nobody is going to be near them, and they're not going to be forced into a hot drop. So that is good to see for that team. For Wolves, they're going to be spread out towards the north. And one team that did surprise me a little bit last week was Row 19. This team ended up being top 6 with a lot of eliminations, with good plays here and there. So I'm hoping that momentum is also going to continue. We're talking about Shoot to Survive earlier, Dave. They're finding themselves up against IG.
Boom, there we go. Right out the gate. Going to be getting 1-2 knocks. Little lean peek action with the AKM. I hear a couple of vectors downrange from IG, so you got to be cautious of that one. But it's not looking too good here, fellas. Casper has no gun. That's no gun, hiding behind the bell right there. IG
Details,
pretty low as well. When it comes to like ammo or whatnot, we can see them kind of scrambling. But honestly, Casper could play such a crucial role, right, and win this engagement for the squad. But just stuck with nothing here, PB.
I mean, who needs a gun? I mean, I feel like those are just details. I mean, great job there by Klaus to get the angle. Unfortunately, he turned his back to the enemy and gets gunned down and eliminated. And now, Casper, those details starting to matter, as the gun would be very handy in this situation, not able to support the teammate at all. And it looks like intense game, despite having 2 down to start this game. Wow, they're in a good spot. All of them survive, and they get 3 points to boot, and Casper's got to fall away. It looked great there to start things off for Shoot to Survive, but they just kind of, didn't deliver when the pressure was on there, 7.
Yeah, and it's such a tough spot to kind of get into a hot drop. You only have 2 main buildings that you're gonna have some cover with, and then on top of that, you have I guess you have a bit of a POI there towards the middle, but that's just gonna be exposed, so you're not really gonna be able to fully push out and loot up like Casper was waiting for the longest time, looking for an opening. A team that I was talking about earlier, Royals of War, Victus, trying to stay alive. Somehow he is going to be able to find some cover here. I'm not quite sure yet who was the team that was shooting at him. And the Xforce, I was talking about, maybe they're not going to find themselves into a hot drop, but they are going to find themselves going up against iNCO Gaming as Fate gets eliminated, and the team more than likely is going to be looking to back up here or maybe continue with the fight. Xforce, for this situation, let's start phase 2 with the great moment here. Let's start phase 2 with momentum, which is what we're all about here in the English broadcast for PMSL Americas. Back away from this fight. Don't just don't do it.
All about that momentum, and they are going to be subbing in Free Point here, at least for today. We didn't see Free Point last week, if I do believe so. So Free Point trying to run away, trying to avoid the barrels of iNCO after their one elimination point to already get their day kick-started here right now. So I'm pretty happy that I know we saw, earlier S2S, but I'm pretty happy that we're not seeing any hot drops. I know as a viewer and as a caster, you love it, right? That violence. But as a player, we talk about momentum and just losing right off the rip 2 minutes into the game. That has to be such a momentum killer. But we'll have to get back to that because intense game. They're going to find themselves in another skirmish here, PB.
I like it. Intense game. I don't like that. Adrian gets destroyed. But hey, Royals of War are taking it to him. The interesting thing I was going to say is these guys got zone. This is a massive fight right now because the circle went up to that Camp Alpha northwestern island. So this is a battle for real estate right now. Royals of War getting the upper hand. IG up the hill right now getting pushed back. Intense game fresh off a victory over Shoot to Survive on the mountaintop. But as they move out, getting challenged more and more, and now Padrino's down, and that is massive for Intense Game because Padrino is the number 3 overall fragger in the entire tournament. So this is a big loss for IG, and Royals of War looking to take advantage of it, Seven.
This is perfect for Royals of War. I'm really enjoying it. This looks like a team that is currently aware of everything that's going on. They realized that they were able to eliminate some players from IG. They know where IG usually end up hot dropping. So that's why now they're making the push up this mountain towards the northwest island and trying to just get more ground, especially with the circle that we're currently working with. By the way, Valak was a player that really stood out for me in phase 1 for Xforce. It's always Fate. It's always 24K. Valak, standout performance from this player. The second most eliminations for Xforce at 14 elims. And one thing that I really enjoy out of this player is that it's not only the elims that he's being able to put up, it's the angles that he's been able to put up for his team. He's currently the most assists for the squad as well. I'm hoping that continues on because if Fate picks up some more steam, if he's able to maintain that play that we're seeing out of him, and if 24K as well, I think Xforce, we might be looking at some more chicken dinners this phase 2,
Love to
PB.
see it. Yeah.
Dave, I got to ask you a question. I feel like Xforce, they subbed in Freepoint, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
who did he come in for? Was it Aleem that he came in for?
So. I believe so. Yep.
I like the move, honestly, from them because Freepoint's a bit of a streaky player and he's on more often than he's off. I feel like he's a guy that could get some momentum going for this squad. We saw him in several of the qualifier tournaments leading up to this, really doing an excellent job for the team. And I like the move right here. And not only that, but Xforce has gotten the zone. So obviously they're going up against Royals of War right now. Valak getting to the position first in that upper spot to eliminate Padrino. That's got to tip off, Royals of War, like, hey, there's more teams here that you need to potentially worry about. So I definitely want to keep my eye on Xforce here as they get ready to defend this little bit of land.
Yeah, great call out right there. I mean, it's unfortunate that they already lost one of their squad mates here to kind of kickstart their map number 1. But Freepoint, those events leading up to this particular lobby, Freepoint has found themselves in some difficult situations. Some 1v3s, some 1v2s, and actually walked away the victor. So, that's always impressive. And Freepoint is classified as a gunner, as a fragger for the squad. So it looks like they were trying to call in some more gunpowder here moving into week number 2 to kind of go along with their game plan of being a little more aggressive and trying to get involved a lot more earlier on here. And we're seeing it right now. Game number 1, they're getting into some skirmishes, and yeah, they lost one, but hey, they're looking good. Like you guys both said, already one elimination. So an even Steven trade. But guys, VIP Esports, man, I was hoping if there was ever a team that did like some serious VOD review, it was them. They went for the boat Tate, but now they're out here swimming. They're still alive though. Listen, I'm not gonna get on it too early. Fresh week, everybody's starting from 0. VIP, I'm a big fan. Trust me. The swimming out there, though, we'll see. We'll see what happens. They got loops hot on their case, so it's going to be a challenging swim here, fellas.
I think they're going to have to wait for maybe loops or wolves, depending on where they end up going, to just get distracted with something going on actually in the island and hope that they're going to be able to move on. But yeah, I think I'm with you as well, Dave. I think it's a little bit too early with this Hawk madness too. If we were to kind of nitpick the Botate, it will be maybe Botate a little bit early. Then that's the only nitpicking I feel like that we can do here. For Alpha 7, this is just their usual play that we're going to be looking at. Scouting, taking their sweet time. That's a team that can play in the center of the circle. That's a team that's very well known for playing on the edge. And for VIP,
no.
I mean, at this point, Dave, it's not looking good. Loops is not going to be distracted anytime soon.
Shooting fish in the ocean. Brady, got him. Rafina going to be connecting on to Brady. So, yeah, it looks like their boat was spotted. They had to ditch the boat and kind of go for that swim strap. Unfortunate for them, Loops, they got their eye on the targets, and looking around Loops, there's not really a team that can third party this one, at least for the time being. So Loops, they're just going to have some easy, I mean, these are the easiest points you could ever get here in competitive PUBG Mobile.
It's like shooting fish in the ocean.
That
Freddy comes up
doing.
for a little, right? It's like Freddy comes up for a little air and immediately gets shot. It's like whack-a-mole out there. So he's going to get gunned down. VIP is not in a spot. You called it the swim strat. I don't know if it's a strategy that they want to really employ too often because it's not working out at the moment. But Loops, they'll take the points. They're going to get some free wins here before they have to focus a bit down south. The circle is going to be closing here shortly as we get into our next stage. A lot of teams getting ready to come across into the upper part of the island. Want to keep our eye on that action as well. But things are interesting right now. Take a peek at the top of the mountain here. We've got Savage Esports and Xforce potentially getting ready to square off. Both just a bit north of Camp Alpha here, and that's pretty key positioning depending on where the zone goes. If it does go to the west, you're going to see a nice little battle for position.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Xforce. Currently just being a little bit patient here, not really trying to showcase their position in Valak. I mean, having that buggy ready as well. I saw him last week being able to be the player that has the off angles. Right now, I'm not sure if maybe with the switch that they did with Freepoint, maybe he's going to have to adjust and be a bit more of a scout. Really intrigued to see what's going to happen with that player. But right now, Royals of War, you were mentioning earlier, I remember the fight that we saw with Royals of War in an intense game and all just Royals of War trying to clear out the whole north before anybody could even transition towards this northwest island. Well, that ended up paying off because right now they do have a lot of control. But with the new circle that has popped up, some of the other teams are going to start pushing up. That positioning that 9C just took could be massive for that team. So I'm wondering if Royals of War is maybe just going to continue to maintain this positioning that they currently have, close up a little bit more, or for some reason try to make a push there towards 9C because it would be a great play because it is a little bit closer towards the middle of the map, Dave.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you nailed it right there. Great spot. I would like to see somebody either Tonka support Ergod in order to get some, potential third-party pokes out there as teams like Team Liquid and United for Gaming try to rotate into the new circle. And by the way, with the new circle, talk about just the ultimate feels bad. VIP, they were swimming west. The new circle popped and it went all the way to the east. So like the strat there is like, okay, let's just double back where we came from. VIP still out there swimming. I'll keep you posted on that one because that's the storyline I'm in. And I'm just invested in at this point. But a lot of these teams, AGG, they're still going to be in the blue. They're looking for a late rotate. INF, Alpha 7, they might clash here very shortly. But really, fellas, I mean, 9Z, Loops, they're looking prime here with their power positions in the new circle.
This was a pretty heads-up play from Influence Rage as well as Alpha 7. Both teams a little bit beat up here. That's because they just did clash on the rotation. As soon as the circle popped, it was a hard shift to the north. Alpha 7 immediately backed out and tried to go south into the blue zone, wrapping all the way around to the eastern part of the zone. Brilliant play, brilliant rotation, but their rear car was a bit too slow and Influence Rage cuts them off. Alpha 7 loses 2 on rotation, and Influence Rage will beat them to the zone. So keep an eye on INF as they've got some elims on the board. And it's beautiful because it's early in the week. So every elim right now, it rockets you up that leaderboard. Just 2 elims puts them all the way up in 4th place right now. So things are starting to look pretty good for them. And Xforce creeps their way into the circle. They were looking really good in the zone. But now, depending on where it shifts, they're going to be battling from the outside in. So they're just watching their back right now, trying to get a few more free ones here against VIP, who it's a last-ditch effort for them to try to swim to circle. But so far, so good. The blue zone comes in, and the countdown starts for VIP 7.
Yeah, Xforce getting a bit unlucky there by VIP and by Loops not being able to just fully flush out all the players from VIP as they were able to catch Valak on that rotation as well. The circle closing in more. A lot of these teams are going to have to be forced to fight here. And the crazy part, too, is that with the circle that we currently have, as we have United for Gaming pushing up on AGG, is that there's still both islands at play. There's still a bridge at play as well. And on top of that, Mystic getting caught there by AGG. He's going to be cleared out. It's only Jocko left alive for United for Gaming. Those teams just hindering each other's chances. But Fran might end up getting picked up, actually, with the song that we're currently doing here. Yeah, just, Fran, you know what? Just give all your heals to Charlie so he can maybe try to make it somehow towards the circle and secure some placement points. Is that right? Am I seeing that right?
Charlie!
Alpha 7 somehow ended up making a push across the bridge, and it's now knocking players from Wolves, Dave?
Yeah, the bridge trolls right there. They're going to be able to send it across that bridge. That's one of the main focal points here. And looks like the Wolves going to be tossed out some smokes, and it does look like Mafioso was spotted. Arillo in the back of the truck. I mean, the position totally compromised here. Let's see, can we get the pickup in the smokes? We got the cover. Okay, oh, talk about just a prime crate right there, blocking the sightlines from Loop. So yeah, they're going to be able to survive just a little longer, but they have multiple teams kind of look in their direction. So to be very careful for them. Loop's over here though, from the north. They're not slowing down anytime soon. They see something that moves, they're taking the shots here, PB.
Goose has got to be upset on that one. I feel like those shots were good, but he just didn't get the significant one to land and drop the opponent, unfortunately for them. And that Alpha 7 push was impressive because they did that as a 2-man. But what I will say right now is we take a peek at the action. 9Z owns this zone. They've got the only compound. They're dead center. And they were able to spread out. Colgo had the bridge at the very start of this this circle enclosement, and they were able to retreat, grab that compound, and now it's looking like they're in a real prime position here to take this victory. But we're down to just 9 teams in this lobby, so we're going to be looking, everyone after the next elimination will be picking up rank points of some kind. Royals of Wars had a pretty strong game from the very beginning, but now they find themselves on the edge, but they do enjoy the high ground here. But the nades from the higher ground are going to send them packing, and they are out of here as we go to the top 8, Dave.
Yeah, beautiful push right there from iNCO. They recognize there's some opponents in front of them. Instead of risking it, maybe getting cut off by a snake, they just use their utility right there to flush them out. So iNCO, they still got one more snake behind them that they're not going to be aware of. It's going to be United for Gaming with their solo trying to survive. But next circle does pop 7. So iNCO, they need to get on the move.
They definitely need to get on the move. And this is why I was scratching my head a little bit earlier when I was seeing row 19 just shooting at 9C. I thought they were maybe going to go for that crush because of just the positioning that 9C was going to end up getting. But Gorelin trying to get out of here as he's now starting to get pepper. And you mentioned it, yeah, United for Gaming, that player, Jocko, could end up being a big surprise for this team. With the positioning that 9C currently has, I'm looking for them to start paying a little bit more attention towards what iNCO's going to be doing and seeing if they can maybe clear him. That way, they don't really have to worry about much and start focusing more towards the north because there's just so many teams that they're going to have to focus on. They're going to have to focus on Wolf. They're going to have to focus on VIOUS Gaming as well. VIOUS Gaming, depending on where the next zone is going to end up going, that team is now in a prime spot too. They have 3 players inside buildings, and then on top of that, they have Nunez under the bridge as well, just holding off those angles. There you go. United for Gaming, the last player is going to end up getting eliminated. Let's see what's going to happen here between iNCO and 9C, because 9C, if they even get a chance to see iNCO, I'm going to be seeing a lot of shooting, PB.
Absolutely. I mean, this right now is coming down to, it looks like 3 teams between VIOUS Gaming, Loops, and 9Z, and the only reason for that is the hardcover. But the only one of those that's fully in the circle is VIOUS Gaming, and they're across the river from everyone else. Right now, the fire raining down on 9Z as iNCO Gaming crashes on them. It's do or die time now for 9Z, and iNCO gets the upper hand. They successfully make entry, and now it's a 3v1 over here against Remix. Remix has got to clutch up. He does. Takes down one. Vitaly looking to make entry on the other side, and he gets caught by Remix. iNCO is out of here. 9Z will defend, but now the race is on because the blue zone is closed, and we have another hard shift. That's 3 in a row, Dave.
Absolutely wild. I mean, Remix, the clutch god right there. Listen, if Remix is going for a dab, you got to give my dude a dab, right? Don't leave him hanging again. So Colgo, Remix, the deadly duo, still going to be alive, and like you guys said, the Wolves right there in that shack right ahead of them. I did like the Brozen was on the high ground right there, kind of playing oversight, providing the support from above. I think the play was a good play, but Remix with the DBS just coming out on top right there here, 7.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that 9C ended up allowing iNCO Gaming to just fully crash, and it seemed like they weren't prepared, even though it looked like they were actually going to be prepared for that fight. Wolves right now just getting paper from an angles. I mean, this is just such a bad position to find yourself in. On top of that, you currently don't have Coops. The team overall has 0 eliminations so far this match. They're hoping that Loops is going to get distracted, but I don't think it's going to happen because Kustasi is currently being able to be that off-angle player, that anchor player. Let's see if Juancho not going to be connecting with any of those nades, and he doesn't really have any smokes to work with. Trying to get that revive. Alpha 7 somehow finding a miracle, getting blessed by the circle here. Those last 2 players left alive, Carrillo and Mafioso, now going to be having to go up against VIOUS Gaming, PB.
This is crazy. What I'm really looking at is Remix out there in the distance. 9Z went from the strongest position by far in the zone to the weakest, thanks to those hard shifts. So they got absolutely murked by the zone shifts. And now we got Alpha 7 dead center in the circle. They were able to revive once, but Carrillo probably not going to be able to get his teammate up, and everyone knows where he's at right now, and the zone is shrinking. So Loops on the offensive right now. They're going to head in. It's going to come down to 3 teams right now. It's Wolves, it's Loops, and it is VIOUS Gaming on the bridge, but VIOUS down a couple of members. It's a 2v3v4 right now. Loops in control, and Gusta goes down. This is getting crazy to end things off. Dave, who you got taking this one?
Absolutely wild right there. Loops kind of getting tunnel vision on Alpha 7, allowing the Wolves to push out and get a knock. They are going to be eliminated, but who am I taking? I'm taking Loops all damn day here, 7.
Yeah, I think with the zone right now, Loops should have every single angle cover. Not only is VIOUS Gaming going to have to push out as well, they had to make sure they revive the players. If VIOUS Gaming wants to be able to do anything here, they have to make sure they at least get 2 players over the other side of the bridge. There you go. This is the opening. VIOUS Gaming, this is the opening that you need to have. They're going to realize that there's nobody else left on the left side, jumping over and at least getting some cover from that bridge. And then you sell the grenades. He was within nade range. So now it goes from looking like it was going to be an easy win for Loops to VIOUS Gaming. It's not even a Loops throw, Dave. It's actually VIOUS Gaming doing the absolute best play possible in the situation that they were truly in.
Mowing down the grass. There goes one, getting the confirmation. They know where he is. VIOUS Gaming, winner, chicken dinner with 8 eliminations going their way here, PB. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely incredible stuff from VIOUS Gaming. They were a team that took a roll of the dice by taking the compound across the river. They were the only team over there to kind of hunker down, grab a compound, and it looked like, you know, hey, we're just gonna like take this spot. It's safe. Maybe we get 5th or 6th place, and then all of a sudden, zone starts shifting north. It goes over, it gets over, and they make a play for the bridge, able to secure it against a weakened Influence Rage, a weakened Alpha 7. They get that position, and like you guys, it looked like Loops was primed to win that game. They had freedom of movement. Everyone was in kind of a kill zone for VIOUS Gaming. Nades could have been their demise, but they were able to make the plays. They got it done. And VIOUS Gaming, they're starting to put together a bit of momentum. They were strong last week to close the week, 7. They were putting together those elims, and they just couldn't get the rank. They were falling off early. Now they're getting winner chicken dinners. Is this something different that we've seen from the lowest ranking Brazilian team last week? Now they're crushing it to kick off week 2.
Yeah, them being able to get that win, I mean, that's definitely the biggest difference, because we know that this team has been able to get the eliminations. I know one man that's going to be happy that's currently not here, Reflections. He was high on that VIOUS Gaming trend for the longest time, and he even got me hype on it too, because this team is able to be aggressive when they need to. I mean, they just showcased it perfectly too. The way that they were able to play that, even before that final circle, they ended up having Nunes ready in the bridge in case it was going to end up going the other way, which it ended up going that way. They were able to adjust quickly, take care of Alpha 7 with a little bit of help of Loops, jumping at least one player on the other side of the bridge. So if for some reason Loops still had players alive, that crosspath, that crossfire that VIOUS Gaming was going to have on them was going to be deadly. So overall, great plays out of VIOUS Gaming, Dave.
Yeah, the jumping off the bridge right there was a big brain play, you know, to get that reposition while it looked like Loops were focused on Nunez, right, with the prone position and the grenades on the front lines. And honestly, VIOUS did a great job too at making sure that their backs weren't overexposed for Alpha 7 right here in the replay. So, hey, listen, I was doubting VIOUS last week. I didn't really see it. But now here, 7 and PB, I can kind of see what Reflections is cooking with here with this squad.
Absolutely. Incredible performance from them. We also saw really strong performance out of Loops. They were able to secure that early ground up in Hot 10, getting those pot shots out into VIP Esports in the ocean, and then able to turn their attention south to secure a second place in this first game of week 2. Absolutely love what I saw out of Loops. Just a little bit short of getting that chicken dinner today. But game 1 is in the books. The jungle is behind us, and now it's time to head into the forests of Erengo, but not before a quick break. Make sure you guys are back here momentarily, and we'll see you then. And welcome back. Game 1 of week 2 in the books. Jungle is completed, and it is none other than our boys from VIOUS Gaming taking the victory over their countrymen in Loops Esports in Game 1. It was a lot of action in that one, starting with some hot drops early on over at the mountaintops near Camp Alpha. The zone conveniently goes that way as well. 7 Worlds, we talked about some of the NA teams in the they're leading into the show today, asking about what they needed to do. We heard from Bob over at Shoot to Survive, and it looked like Shoot to Survive was off to a rip-roaring start, going up against one of the best teams in the lobby. Intense game. Fortunately for them, they just ran out of guns. They didn't have enough firepower to actually support the fight, and they fell a little bit short in that one.
That's one thing that I was hoping Shoot to Survive wouldn't be doing. It was be going for the hot drop. I mean, we saw Xforce trying to already adjust to that. And from the first week, it ended up backfiring. They went back to that VOD review. Then ended up doing something here, and at least they didn't die and get eliminated within the first 10 minutes of the game. So that's good for Xforce, for Shoot to Survive. Going into tomorrow, I'm hoping you guys don't end up hot dropping. I'm hoping it doesn't end up happening, and I'm hoping they do extended VOD review as well on the placements and different playing paths, because they don't want to run into another situation like Xforce ended up doing, where they switch their spot, and then you end up running into one of the strongest teams in the game, the strongest team in the lobby right now, which was Alpha 7.
Absolutely. I mean, at the top of that mountaintop at the start, Klaus was able to get a couple of knocks, not able to get any finishes, swept out wide to contain on that flank, and I thought it was a good play, but I don't know what happened, but he just turned around, got shot in the back, and that was it for Shoot to Survive. They get wiped early in that one. A great job by Intense Game to rebound. And we saw also, Dave, the likes of Xforce on that island as well, making a substitution with Freepoint coming into the match. Ultimately, it didn't really amount to much. I mean, they were able to survive past the opener, get into that mid game, and ultimately fell a little bit short. But I did feel that Xforce, they played well. They just got a bit unlucky with all those hard shifting zones moving away from them, and they just kind of had to chase those zones.
Yeah, by the way, it's in the name, Shoot to Survive. Casper had no gun to shoot, so he didn't survive. But yeah, X-Force, totally agree with you. You know what? It's just a Sandhawk thing. Sometimes you just got to chuck it up to that here, PB. And I'm happy that we only have it one time a day, right? It's like, get in, warm up, see what happens. Because Royals of War, I wouldn't have predicted they walk away with 8 eliminations. They had a beautiful position, you know, that we were kind of mentioning on those hilltops. So Royals of War really doing a great job. But I like that we got Erangel and then we got Miramar, you know, pretty much throughout the rest of the day. That's the map that you can kind of predict some rotations a little better on. It's not the crazy mess that Sandhawk could force these players to compete in. But 9Z, they had a great spot. They were able to get 6 eliminations. iNCO, they were cruising and bruising that whole time. But the Wolves here, PB, I think you want to touch on the Wolves. First of all, I was impressed with their just their game knowledge right there at the end, because we saw Loops. They had them pinned down in that shack, 3 Wolf members. And once when Loops kind of turned their attention for like maybe 3 seconds to focus on Alpha 7, the Wolves pushed out immediately right there to try to survive a little longer here, PB. And that was impressive.
Absolutely. There was not a lot of room to try to sneak into that circle, and the Wolves, they were able to find a crease and shoot the gap. They made it into the shack. They were able to survive quite a bit of time, and we talked about this in the run-up to today's show, which is the Wolves. This is the team that most feel is probably the most talented and experienced from the North American region, and we thought, you know, hey, they got to put something together to get things going, get that momentum building, and they finished game 1 here of week 2 with a 3rd place finish. So you gotta like the trajectory that they're on right now, 7. But at the same time, every team in the lobby today for Sandhawk had at least 1 elimination. Every team did. Yep. So all of the teams getting an option to warm up those weapons. The Wolves in 3rd place, they only had 1 elim as well, finishing that high in the standings. You know, did they get their guns warm? Are they feeling that momentum, or did they just luck out finding somewhere in the zone?
I think they might have ended up locking out in a way, being able to find something in the zone there. And they did get also unlucky, because whenever the zone did end up coming to them, whatever utility they used to get into that little shack ended up costing them big time, because as Dave was able to mention, Loops just started noticing that they were right there. Such an easy target to see them there too. They really didn't have that many smokes. They really didn't have that much utility to work with to allow them to push out. And I'm with you, Dave. I think I really enjoy them at least trying to go for the push out, not just conceding the point, not just admitting defeat in a way, which is something that sometimes the teams tend to do. Like, okay, well, we're stuck here. Guess what? We have a team still behind us. We have loops in front of us. They keep knocking us over and over again. They were like, no, we're going to wait for the right spot. We're going to try to go out. They were at least able to secure one elimination.
You know, the final team that I don't think we haven't mentioned two of the NA teams yet. One's VIP Esports. My advice to them is just stay out of the water. Do not be the fish in the barrel that the other players can shoot. We saw them getting the short end of the stick in this one as well. But the other team is iNCO, right? iNCO finished with 6 elims in our first game. And they had an impressive push onto 9Z coming from that high ground. It was a fight that they felt we have to take this because there's no other compounds to hide within in this circle. So if we're going to be safe, we need to play the edge, and between them and that edge was 9Z. They got off to a nice start of that fight, unable to finish it, but iNCO finishing, I believe, in 6th place. Yeah, 6th place, 6 points overall as well to go for their elims. I liked what I saw from them as they started to kick off week number 2-7.
Yeah, I think for iNCO, one thing that I was surprised is that push that they made. I was even saying, I was like, okay, 9C, you're going to be ready. As soon as you see them, they're going to just start ripping apart iNCO. That was not the case. 9C was not ready whatsoever, Dave. The fact that 9C allow iNCO Gaming to get that close, that was a bit of a head scratcher for me, Dave.
Yeah, and I did like the play, though, from iNCO. They had Bruno Zinn kind of on the cliff side of the high ground, overlooking that push, right, when they made the crash with the vehicle. But I think the 3 members inside the actual compounds might have overextended just a little too much, kind of out of the sight lines of Bronison on that high ground, you know, kind of playing that guardian angel role. Not to mention, though, remix with the DBS. I mean, my dude was just popping off right there, too. So that also hurts on the push. But I really did like the iNCO crash. I just feel like they kind of lost sight of their guardian up above just a little bit. And I think that's what did them in right there. But great push regardless, though. I like it.
100%. You know, and with iNCO up on that hillside, they were the final boss up there, right? We saw Royals of War that they tangled with a bit earlier. Royals of War finished with quite a few elims as well. I believe they had 8. Yeah, 8 as they went out in 10th place. Man, it was sticky up there the entire time, starting with Shoot to Survive, ending up with iNCO. iNCO, I thought they were going to play that, you know, kind of Guardian Overwatch strategy, just kind of waiting as 9Z pushed into circle, but that was not the case. I want to get a little bit more into the head of iNCO Gaming, so I'd love to hear from them directly. So let's hear a little bit more about what they had to say.
iNCO Gaming, it's a big organization in Brazil. They have some achievements in the country. It's very old in the scene of PUBG Mobile Brazil. And for me, it's honor to play in iNCO and to start my new journey in this team.
Feliz, né? Tá de volta na iNCO, tá com os meninos, a line forte e brigar mais, tem mais chance de brigar ainda pelo título agora, que tô com a line mais forte, tô mais confortável e tô executando mais o meu jogo também. Então, tô bem feliz de estar de volta na iNCO.
É muito bom estar aqui de novo. Eu acho que a Américas precisa da iNCO. A gente está muito preparado para esse campeonato e, se Deus quiser, vai dar tudo certo.
Eu estou muito feliz com o meu time. Nós estamos muito entrosados, nós estamos muito querendo ganhar o campeonato. Então, nós vamos ver muito forte. Eu estou muito confiante com o meu time. Então, essa confiança pode trazer muito o título.
The roster of iNCO Gaming, it's very, very, very strong. I am the in-game leader. I do more free man in the game. I have 7, the support of the team, and Vitali and Magrelin in the front, doing fragger, both do the same position.
Cara, eu tô achando bem forte. Tipo, é um time muito forte que tem Brunozinho, tem Magrelinho também, que é o campeão da PMWC, tem o Vitali também, que tem muita bala, muito skill, o Gerx também, que tá sempre ali com a gente, e eu, né, também tenho um bote no meio. Tô bem confiante, não só pelo NA, mas também para garantir o título da Américas.
Dessa vez a gente conseguiu montar uma line muito forte, a gente conseguiu peças muito importantes, Magrelinho, que foi campeão mundial, o Bruno, que vem de uma PMDC muito forte, que é um grande líder. o Seven, o Vitaly, que, pô, não tem o que falar, são grandes jogadores que já vem se provando há muito tempo. E, de fato, esse é um campeonato pra gente se provar como equipe e vai dar tudo certo.
Eu vou continuar na iNCO, porque eu tô fechadão com eles, já vai fazer 4 anos que eu tô com eles. E eu tô muito feliz com a nova line que a gente montou. O Seven já era daqui, mas aí voltou. E o Magrelo que veio para reforço e o Bruno, né? Tava na final da PMGC e representou muito bem o México na VIOUS e é isso.
Eu tô muito confiante, igual eu falei. Claro que quer classificar para EWC, mas o foco principal é ser campeão. Né? Isso não sai da minha mente. Então, é treinar, ter o foco e esses dias de match point aí é de ir pra cima para conquistar o título.
Love the interview and hearing from the players directly. That was iNCO Gaming, kind of giving you a sneak peek into the minds and the approach that they have for this PMSL America's Spring 2025 tournament. And again, we're getting ready for Erangel. Just about to hop into kind of what's next, but I got one final thing I want to wrap about here for Sandhawk before we move on. Want to shout out a couple of players, one of which on the good side and one of which finally we see something a bit different. So on the good side, Rafinha from Brazil absolutely killed it that game. Loops had 10 elims, and Rafinha had 6 of those. So doing major work from up north for Loops. And then on the flip side, I think this might be the first time all tournament that I've been able to say this. Revo from Alpha 7 had 0 elims in that game. I don't know if we'll be able to say it again. The man's had, I feel like, so many elims, but finally they keep Alpha 7 off the board. Are you a bit surprised by that, 7?
I knew as soon as you said good things about Rafinha, as soon as you said I'm gonna flip it, we're not gonna be probably seeing this thing. I was like, it's gonna be Revo. It's gonna him get caught it off guard. And honestly, I'm not really surprised. It's bound to happen, right? I don't really, if that man for some reason puts up 60 eliminations again, and we were even talking about this yesterday with Maxman during the PMSL CSA watch party. It's just absurd. Like the performance that player is being able to put up. And in comparison is that you have somebody else that's in the same squad with the same situations in squash, and Revo somehow is able to put up just double the points. It's currently like Red Bull. Max Verstappen is doing good. Yuki Tsunoda is absolutely sucking. Second car's just bad. But yeah, I mean, Revo is just doing Revo things. I don't expect that we're going to be seeing this more throughout this tournament.
I love the F1 shout out. Hopefully that lands with some of the fans out there watching PUBG Mobile. But at the same time, to put that in perspective a little bit, Revo's averaging 3.27 elims per game. I mean, the guy is out of this world crazy right now. And to be averaging 3 to 4 elims per game as a player, that's like a decent amount for a team. If you can hop into a game as a team and pick up a squad wipe each and every game, you're doing all right. So, I mean, pretty insane stuff from them. We'll keep an eye on Alpha 7 this next game to see if they can rebound. But, gentlemen, before we go into Erangel for our second map here of Week 2, gotta ask the predictions. So, Dave, gonna come to you first this time. You know, we picked some teams. I don't know that any of us were picking VIOUS. I was this close. You know, I love to say that after the fact, you know, when we got hindsight 2020. But I was feeling like they might be able to bring it in. But I was like, nah, they're not gonna do nothing. They haven't done nothing the whole time. Then they win. But, Dave, what do you got here?
Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, I mean, Loops, 10 elimination points, almost getting that win right there. I know game number 1, they really had the zone, though, kind of going for them. But I feel like they're itching for that win and winner chicken dinner after being so close. So I'm gonna pencil me in for Loops. Loops, game number 2. Let's go.
I like it. And 7, what about you, my friend? What are we thinking?
I'm going to be jumping on the train you've been on, PB. I'm going to be jumping on 9Z just because of what happened. Talking about momentum, NA, LATAM, all of these other teams. I think 9Z got what it takes here going into the first Erangel of Phase 2 of PMSL America's 2025 Spring Split, because they ended up last time that we got a chance to see them play, second place, 7 elims, third place, 10 elims. So I'm hoping 9Z is going to be able to pull away here with the win. How about you?
You know, in this one, I feel like Intense Game's got to be a bit upset, and things have been slipping away from them a little bit. They've got to rebound, and I feel like this is a map they can do it on, so I'm going to select Intense Game as my pick to win map 2 here today. We'll see if that's actually accurate. A lot of teams playing pretty well right now, and 9Z being one of them, so I like that pick as well, 7. But I'm going Intense Game to start this one out. So here we are flying in. Match 20 of our PMSL America's Spring 2025 season is underway. We are in our league phase. Remember, all teams competing for that rank to try to get those head start points as we head into the grand final. So, Dave, what do you notice about the playing path and where these teams are dropping?
Playing path looking pretty good. Maybe we'll see the Zarky boys go up to Zarky. We were chatting about them last week. They had some success. Looks like Team Liquid AGG gonna be dropping down here on military based island. So still got my eyes on Loops though. I mean, they're feeling good. VIOUS Gaming probably really confident heading into game number 2. Let's see what that confidence can do though, because Savage Esports are right here. We're just going at it. We're slashing, we're punching, and we're taking them down, baby. Oh my goodness. VIOUS Gaming eliminated. What in the world?
Hey, congrats on your chicken dinner, boys. We're going to stab you right back to the lobby. So with that, our most recent match winner is punched out by Savage Esports.
No.
That is not something I thought I would say, but the good news is, 7, is we have ourselves a highlight that we're going to be watching back for the rest of this tournament.
That is for a second there, I had to like pinch myself. I was saying, are we in a custom lobby? Are we in a Simon Says moment right now where, okay, everybody just start knifing each other, because that's exactly what it felt like. And for VIOUS, I mean, for Savage as well, you're going to end up getting caught. This is exactly what you were expecting. This is what's going to happen when you try to go for that garage. And Loops wanting to continue on some momentum there. Easy 4 eliminations. One team that I was hoping would actually end up doing this, it was none other than Wolves. Wolves got a chance to see him earlier here, but look at that. All of them go through the same area because they have to. Nobody wants to back off, and everybody just starts swinging.
Was there even a gun there? I just saw one smoke grenade on the floor. Okay, there was one pistol. Honestly, though, did anybody win? Did VIOUS or SG? Did anyone win in that?
I know who
engagement?
didn't.
You know.
That was VIOUS. They got 0 points out of the engagement. At least SVG is leaving with 4 points, and maybe quite a long time to VOD review going into the next match on Erangel. Maybe they can watch yesterday's games and learn something. Who knows? But an exciting start to this one as 8 players jump into the same small room, duke it out, and then Loops, who you called out, Dave, as the team to watch here, they are able to swoop in and take advantage of the fact that I don't know if SVG didn't loot. There wasn't much to loot, right? Maybe they forgot to pick up the brass knuckles that they dropped. I don't know, but Loops able to secure 4 points and some momentum early on in this one, and that's got to be something that Brazil's really happy about, right? Loops putting up 10 points and a second place, or 10 elims in a second place last game for 16 points total. Now they're already up to 4, so they've already put 20 points up today, 7.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, for them, great awareness for that team, right? And not the first time, too, as we see Valak here in Freepoint with the hovercraft trying to make their way across, being able to just get stopped there by a team that was passing by as well. But for Loops, great awareness. Not the first time we end up seeing them being proactive when he does end up coming to Erangel. Last week, we saw a team being able to just also be trying to sneak up on them in Pochinki. I think it ended up being iNCO. Loops took care of them easily.
They got it from the air and the sea right now. My goodness, here, 7.
I'm getting flashbacks right now. Are we back in phase 1 when Xforce ended up getting the win? Because this is the exact same thing that this team ended up doing, and I'm hoping it ends up paying off. Fate ends up making the rotation with the glider. The rest of the squad end up making the rotation just via whatever vehicle they were able to find to cross the ocean. And now they're just going to focus towards the south. If for some reason, which I highly doubt, okay, yeah, it's not going to be towards the west because of the circle that we're currently working with. And if we can, let's actually take a look here at the circle that we are going to be working with within the map, because Xforce, they're going to have just free roam when it comes towards the south. You can see nobody's going to be active. If anybody does decide to challenge them, which is AGG, remember what happened last week with AGG. They couldn't make up their mind. They felt like it was me on a Friday night not being able to realize where I wanted to go eat. I couldn't make up my mind. That's exactly what AG was like last week. So Xforce, I'm hoping they're going to be able to take advantage of that.
Look at the position from Wolves there, Dave. I mean, they've got... Remember, VIOUS was just eliminated via punching.
Yeah.
So they are not the ones to camp the bridge this time around. So we might see a little bit of a mix-up, as it's not the status quo that we've seen in every other Erangel so far. Now Wolves owns the northern part of the circle. They're at the bridge. All those teams are going to be crashing on them shortly, so I definitely want to keep an eye on that, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. Now they're going to be in the proactive position to, you know, gatekeep these squads, looking to use that east bridge to maybe rotate down there. It's still a 50-50 gamble where these next circles will take us if we are going to go down there to Military Base Island. But there's already a couple teams kind of hedging their bets. You know, 9Z going to be sending it across the bridge. Royals of War also hovering in the area on that west side bridge. So looking at the Wolves, they got the hovercraft. They got a nice position right now to get a nice little crossfire on any teams that might be looking to send it across that bridge here.
7, all of these guys have level 1 vests that I've seen so far on the Wolves. So they're still out in loot mode trying to get themselves equipped to take on another squad. And it looks like Juancho has spotted one, so they're going to retreat, maybe group up and get ready for the push. And it is going to potentially happen. United for Gaming rolls up just in time to see Wolves retreat. And not quite enough time to get some shots off, but they're definitely aware of each other as Hate Gorilla peeks the corner and almost pays for it.
Good heads-up play there from Juancho, a player that I went in earlier into the day. I want to see more out of him just overall today and the whole week. Realizing that he was just way too overextended, decides to back off, and United for Gaming trying to see if they can maybe end up picking up something here with Coops. This is going to be an important fight too, and I'm wondering if they're going to decide to just make a pace treaty here at some point. And if for Wolves, where do you end up going? Do you definitely don't want to maybe end up staying in these buildings? Do you want to maybe end up doing a 2-2 split? But then it becomes dangerous if they do end up making a 2-2 split day, because there's just going to be so many teams that might try to get a little bit closer, go towards Milta, and if they see an opening, they're going to go for it. And one team that I can see that is going to be rotating, that more than likely is going to be rotating through Milta, is going to be Alpha 7, and that's a team that you don't want to be 2v2ing against.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting their vehicles ready. The circle's about to close in, and then the Wolves will make up their mind then. I love the player cams, by the way. We saw Hate right there kind of leaning out the window in game, but also leading with the gyro in real life, you know, with the player cam, just being one with the 8x scope right there. I think the player cams they're amazing. I mean, they add so much more context. I mean, we see Juancho snaking it out. Like, you can see he's down there, like, really trying to be, beneath the barriers right there, hiding. So, I mean, PB, we need some caster cams out here too, man.
100%, man. I'm looking at Carrillo. I want to take a peek at him when we get a chance, because you can see him sneaking ahead for Alpha 7, starting to scout that bridge. And the Wolves, they know that United 4 Gaming is there, as we watch S2S get into it once again with Intense Game, going for that revenge. And this time, it's Bob that gets the upper hand here, but they've got 2 players down as the rest of Intense Game arrives on scene. Adrian trying to revenge his homie that has gone down. And this is going to be a fight for the ages here at this compound. It's in the blue zone, so things are looking a bit dicey for whoever survives this fight.
Intense Game's looking for some revenge here. Again, shoots to survive. Knocks have been going their way. Adrian is going to end up getting knocked. Great confirmed there by Darklight. And Darklight just barely surviving. As you mentioned, this fight is going to end up happening out in the blue zone. And not only that, the amount of noise that these teams are going to be making is going to be attracting Royals of War. And for Royals of War, do you want to take the chance? Do you want to take the opportunity here? We've seen how aggressive you can be, especially in Sandhawk. Do you want to maybe try to go for that fight? I think they're going to just prioritize this zone. Prioritize what's going to be happening later on. As Wolves ends up making the rotation here, Dave, with nothing other than a hovercraft, and I'm actually all for it.
Hovercrafts all day. So we know Xforce have a hovercraft. The Wolves have a hovercraft. Possibly 9Z. Remember, we saw Kogo making the boat tate early on, was passing a hovercraft. So we'll see if these vehicles show up in the late game. But looks like the Wolves are going to be nice and close to at least Squash from Alpha 7 and a few other members from Alpha 7 who had to take the rotation across the channel right here in Nova right now, PB.
And they had vehicles as well to get across. The only one that's swimming is Carrillo. He's behind the squad right now, still out in the water trying to make his way across. So it's a 3v4 at the moment for A7. And Coops is got Overwatch right now, looking down into the city right now. You can see you've got Doran, Coops, and Baton looking all down into Novo right now. Revo and Squash trying to buy some time. Carrillo still out in the water, though, trying to make his way across the bay. So that's going to be a tough one for them. Mafioso getting some loot. I want to see these two squads go head-to-head because we've seen it so many times this tournament so far. And, you know, it's something that, well, hopefully we'll see again because it's always a fun fight.
Yeah, these two teams have been catching each other on rotation, especially when it came down to Erangels as well. Miramar, I think Carrillo now trying to make their way in. And earlier, PB, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to see this, but if we can, let's get a chance to look at what VIP Freddy's currently doing because you gave him a fair warning. You gave him a heads up. They're like, VIP, I want to make sure I don't see you in the water. I don't think they listen to you.
The Zarky boys.
VIP. If you're going to swim, you got to swim first. You can't be going after the likes of A7 coming up behind them. You know what I'm saying? This is a tough one for them. They're about to find out, but look at this zone.
Wow.
Dave, we got a doozy ahead of us. I think VIP goes north and just takes the northern part of this bridge.
Look at Freddy's like, I'm going. No, I'm coming back, boys. I'm coming back. So VIP dropping Zarky. They're going to be up there in the north, right there on the smidge of the new play zone. So we'll have to keep tabs on them. Looks like the Wolves looking to group up here a little bit. Alpha 7, they're going to be grouped up as well. Looks like Carrillo was able to swim across the channel. Is going to be safe and sound. They got some vehicles to work with here too. So Alpha 7, they're looking at the Wolves still here, fellas. Guess what? Behind them, remember Xforce? They're in the area as well. So we might see Alpha 7 get sandwiched here shortly.
Glad you called that out. I was just about to ask 7. Xforce is coming up from the south. We saw Alpha 7 on that ridge side controlling so much real estate, just really kind of chilling. And then they realized, you know, maybe we need to keep moving instead of just bird dogging on Wolves this whole time. We're going to see Xforce come up on the left over that ridge here shortly. 24K leading that charge. They have stopped for the moment, but just over that ridge, Xforce lies in wait. So we'll see if they end up rolling up on Alpha 7. But for now, Loops continues its momentum, putting a 5th elim of the game into their column. And momentum's looking pretty strong right now from Loops out of Brazil, Dave.
Yeah, Loops, they're going to have to really, though, be on their P's and Q's. Yeah, they're looking to get these stragglers out here, but we got the heads up. We got iNCO and INF also on the rotate, looking to utilize the West Bridge. So hopefully, Loops, they're in a prepared situation. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful right there. To take these shots, because Loops, they're trying to take out Casper and Padrino, but they also got 2 other teams on the rotate. And talking about the rotate, Casper, Casper had a gun this game, but just you know, couldn't handle the Loops heat.
6 ilims. I don't think right now anybody can handle the Loops heat. The only thing that can actually handle the heat is gonna be that blue zone, which is gonna be forcing them to start pushing towards the circle. And I don't know how Loops is gonna manage to do that. I don't know which way they're gonna be going, because from everything that we're looking at right now, it's looking like it's going to be tough. And going back to Xforce, I'm actually enjoying that they're just playing a little bit patient here. They're not pushing anything. They're not forcing anything. And they were making sure that nobody was going to be doing a wide rotation towards the south. One team that I thought maybe might end up surprising Xforce was going to be Row 19, because they were looking to do the same path as Xforce was able to do. They decided to just go into the circle a little bit sooner. Intense game. The last player here just waiting it out, trying to make sure he gets anything here from Influence Rage. It's going to be tough, as Law is going to be coming in with a buggy. Can he actually get the knock? Oh, there you go. None other than Padrino being able to just confirm that elimination and securing some more points for his squad. And Influence Rage is going to be like, you can have that. We're just going to try to make our way into the circle because we're so far out.
Best case scenario.
Did he not get the heal off?
Did he not? He got the elim, though. That's a small little baby dub.
He got the heal.
For sure. Man, tough breaks there. Padrino's not a guy you want to fight in the open. That dude's got a nice aim on him for sure. Circle starting to close. Now we're going to see some fights. 9Z waiting on loops right now, and it looks like their run might come to an end. Gusta and Vatine and Rafina all knocked out, and it comes down to Nilzada to try to keep this team alive. Loops going from super strong to super weak in a blink of an eye. That's what happens, though, when you spend so much time in the blue zone, especially when there's a southern circle. It pays for the teams to get across early, and we're seeing that kind of materialize right now. Influence Rage also down a couple of members as we speak, and here we go. Lil Boy taken down by Milos as well. Milos there taking down Lil Boy.
Park it. Where are you going? Park it. I don't know where we're going, man. We just park it somewhere and just survive. We're testing our luck. We are really testing our luck out here right now. It's going to be in a pretty centralized position. Okay, we got the smokes out. We're safe. We're good to go. Padrino, by the way, still alive, was able to steal that vehicle, but we'll get back to that because the Wolves right now on the shorelines, I think they're going up against the Zarky bros, but they're also trying to avoid the sight lines from Alpha 7 right now, PB.
Alpha 7 has just been staring at them the entire game. Wolves got across, Alpha 7 got across, and they've just been stalking them like prey. So I'm just waiting for that fight to happen. Alpha 7 locked on to Wolves, but now VIP has inserted themselves into the mix. They did not stay north on that bridge. They all decided to swim across, come up in Novo, and here we are with the push on to A7. This should be an interesting one. Frady trying to get to the flank, and we'll see if he's able to do so. Revo, down to just a couple of HP. And VIP taking it to A7, but look at the third party coming in as well. Wolves taking down the back player of VIP, and Carrillo goes down. Alpha 7 eliminated. VIP gives an assist to Wolves. They'll take it.
Let's go. With the numbers advantage there, just taking full credit of that by making sure they secure at least 3 eliminations. By the way, I do want to give some credit there to Wolves as well. They did end up eliminating Mafioso earlier on, hindering any potential that Alpha 7 was maybe going to end up crashing on them. And for VIP, you guys were able to get out of the water. Now, what are you going to be able to do here with this zone? Because it's going to be a tough one. You have none other than Wolves currently just controlling everything that has to do with the east, especially the northern eastern part of this circle. A lot of room to work with for Wolves, and I'm hoping they take full advantage of it. Depending on where the next circle is going to be closing in, they do have an airdrop as well, so they're going to be able to reset that level 3 to their advantage and just continuing on. They have the hovercraft as well if for some reason it ends up being out in the open. And right now, this is looking good for Wolves. A lot of the teams on the south are going to be forced to fight. If anything for the Wolves, they need to make sure they are careful at any team trying to maybe rotate on them, and it could end up being Xforce.
Xforce about to get into it right now with All Glory Gaming as well as VIP. Things starting to come together right now. Here's the shots raining in from the top of the mountain. Fate getting them down. VIP, though, struggling with the play zone, but VIP Poppy Sour pops out and takes down 24K. That alerts Fate to the presence of VIP behind them. Takes away a bit of their momentum, Dave, and VIP trying to play the role of spoiler.
He's scared. Listen, I'm starting to realize VIP strat, and it is just go for the rotates that nobody would even think about going for and surprise them from behind. That's what we saw from them pushing up from the swim strat with Alpha 7, and then right there with Xforce. I mean, little tiny plays like that. However it takes you to get these points on the board, I'm all for it. Remember, this team, they dropped Zarky, and they made it all the way down here in the south, and they're walking away with some elimination points to boot. So VIP Esports, take those 4 points and hold your head up high, because that's a GG. iNCO Gaming, though, over here, they got 3 elims. They got the whole team alive. Looks like they're trying to use their utility to, I believe, flush out the solo right above them, but they're going to be using this little ridge to move a little closer into the play zone, but Tonka won't let them. Tonka's like, nah, come back here, fight me. Got the grenade in hand, 3 grenades to be exact. Going to be tossing it, and iNCO, they're just all over the place right now up against the solo from Rose War.
Yeah, Tonka definitely doesn't want to let go of this fight. He keeps throwing nades. He keeps throwing that utility. He's able to connect there, but not able to knock anybody. And iNCO now returning the nades, returning whatever Tonka was able to do for them. Tonka maintaining himself alive, the last player alive for Ro as well. Not one of the best games for Ro, as they currently only have one elimination. If they were to get eliminated here, it's going to be 0 placement points as well. Can you get the... Oh, no, he didn't get the heal off in time. But for iNCO, now you have terrain to work with. Now you have some room to work with here. You're going to be able to at least move up to the zone. You're going to end up scouting on AGG. You're going to end up scouting on TL and just wait for the right moment. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to just go and loot up Tonka quickly, see if he had any extra utility that might end up helping them out. Because a lot of these teams are going to be keeping an eye on iNCO towards the back, PB.
Absolutely. One of the things I'm noticing as well is a lot of these teams on the outskirts that don't have a fortified position, they all have no meds. I mean, we're bandaging up right now. Very difficult on the first aid situation for many of these guys. And on the interior, teams like Team Liquid, they've got all the supplies in the world, plus a defensive position to fight from. They've been chilling there the whole map, so they don't have a lot of elims at the moment. Only one for Team Liquid, but they are in a good spot to potentially take this one. We've got 4 teams right now that have great positions, and the zone is about to tell us which ones of those continue to. And since it's central, you've got United Gaming up in the top left. You've got the Wolves in the top right. You've got All Glory Gaming in the bottom right, and you've got Team Liquid in the bottom left. All 4 of those teams are looking pretty good. Everyone else trying to just fight their way in and earn something here. But this is an interesting circle to say the least, and we're going to see some good PUBG Mobile here, Dave.
Yeah, the team with the hovercraft, though, wins this one easy. So we'll see what the Wolves can do up there. We're going to see them making some moves, but it's going to be a fight happening right now. Team Liquid, I believe 2 of their members are in the play zone, but they got iNCO right behind them, just itching to take this fight. Starting to see those smokes come out, create that little smoke tunnel to be able to kind of close this gap. iNCO, they're locking in, they're loading in their vehicles, and now they're making the push here in the front lines. Mythic with the DBS in hand. Ayala trying to lay down the suppression with the grenades, but Mythic on fire, forced to push out of their cover, and third party because 9Z here, 7, right behind them, overlooking this engagement.
Such a beautiful play there by iNCO as well, using those smokes, using the grenades, using all of that utility that I was hoping they were going to end up using. And as well, as you mentioned, Dave, getting blessed with 9C being close by. You gotta be careful, though. I did end up seeing one player from Influence Rage left. It's going to be none other than Diego. That's a player that you don't want to get spotted out. He will end up seeing an opportunity, and he will try to confirm you into an elimination. Coops and the squad continue to do things, though. 7, though, from iNCO Gaming, taking on the action, trying to get this even closer. And as I mentioned that, Diego did end up getting one of those confirmed eliminations. Now it's going to be getting a push here from iNCO Gaming. Looking to blast the last player, their Chief from Team Liquid. Can he actually hold off iNCO Gaming, or is it going to be too much? Cardozen more than likely is going to end up going down. This could be a perfect grenade. Time well. 7's going to go down. Chief now making it a little bit easier for him in a way that the odds might be a little bit on his favor. 9C, what are you going to be doing? Are you want to be getting involved with this fight, or is it just going to be Team Liquid? Is it just going to be Chief? The grenade's going to be coming in from McGrillen. McGrillen's not going to be able to finesse that nade into the circle. Now iNCO slowing it down a bit. The grenade comes in, bounces off the wall. Chief forcing iNCO Gaming to rethink their strategies here. This is a great Molotov. It should make sure that Chiefs get stuck in this positioning. And right now, there you go. Easy peasy. iNCO is able to just get rid of Team Liquid and still has 3 players to work with.
Wolves taking on 2 different teams right now. They've got United 4 Gaming that they're taking on, as well as 9Z. Doing good work here as they've got 9Z down to just 1 player left, and United 4 Gaming down to 1 player as well. Wolves on the offensive and taking it to the lobby right now as they secure even more real estate. They now own the entire upper half of the circle. Wolves able to hang in, and they've got all 4 players alive. Not only that, but all of them near full health as well. It's come down to 2 dominant teams in the lobby, Wolves and All Glory Gaming as far as position goes, but man, iNCO is riding a bit of a heater right now. They pushed in and they knocked out a Team Liquid squad that had that compound fortified, defended, and supplies to boot. iNCO said, we don't care. We're coming to take it. It's ours. And I gotta say, impressed with the placement of the Molotovs, impressed with the grenades, and they really gave Chief and the rest of Team Liquid no chance to defend it, simply because they were cornered into rooms, and iNCO knew exactly where they were, Dave.
Yeah, iNCO, unfortunate for them, though, they're not going to be getting the circle luck here. And also, to kind of make matters worse, Wolves, they doubled their hovercraft inventory. So now they got two, not one, but two hovercrafts here to hopefully secure the winner chicken dinner out here, as they're going to have so much real estate up there in the north. But talking about hovercrafts, Valak still rocking his, getting those sight lines, really trying to pinpoint where AGG might be. AGG going to be pretty centralized in their hard cover. AGG have been here for a hot minute. Only one elimination point right now for this squad in particular. And they also have Elzada from Loop still. Remember, homie's been just like hoping nobody finds his location behind that broken wall. But I think the next big engagement here has to be iNCO and the Wolves.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed
100%.
here looking at AGG. They've been sitting in this spot for the longest time, and the fact that they only have one elimination to put up, yeah, I know the terrain might not be on their favor, but I was expecting a little bit more as iNCO and Wolves are looking to engage. iNCO, we've seen them, what they've been able to do, especially with the utility use, the Molotovs, the grenades, the smokes as well. Coops looking to get a knock right there, and he almost ends up getting knocked, forcing McGrillen to go back. There you go. Dorne is going to be able to connect with that grenade. Vitaly's now going to be pushing in. Bruno's is going to be pushing in as well. Wolves needs to be careful here. Don't overexpose yourself. Don't overextend if you don't need to, as iNCO does have a ledge to work with. There you go. Great spot by Tone. Wolves is looking to get a win this week in day one of phase 2 in PMSL Americas, and they're doing it perfectly. It's not just Coops. It's everybody now starting to show up for the squad as they have 10 eliminations to their name.
They are crushing it right now. Beautiful plays from Wolves. You saw how close they were riding to the edge. Every player pushing that front line and proning right at the last available second in order to avoid enemy fire. Unfortunately for iNCO, one of their players jumped, and that was his demise, and they go down. Wolves putting 10 elims up, and now Xforce doing a favor for their countrymen in Wolves as they start assaulting All Glory Gaming's position. AGG, the only other squad here that can really challenge Wolves right now, was they had a full squad. They no longer do, down to 3 members, and angles are being played right now by Xforce that might give them a bit of a run for their money, but Freepoint gunned down in the street right now. It looks like AGG's going to pick that one up. I thought Wolves might be able to steal it, but this is going to be an interesting final circle. AGG has the zone. Wolves are hanging around on the outskirts right now, but they're about to put the pinch onto Xforce, Dave.
Oh, look at this. Valak going to be pretty much prioritizing the Wolves push, helping AGG in a sense, but the Wolves will be spotting him out. Wolves getting battered right there. Coops is able to find the hard cover, but AGG, they got all the utility they've been sitting on for the entirety of this match, and they're starting to let it rain down hell right now with their grenades here, 7.
Yeah, right now, 11 elims. They do end up getting one of their players eliminated, but I mean, AGG hasn't really been doing much this whole match. They've just been sitting pretty and waiting for the circle to keep coming their way. Luckily for AGG, they were able to clutch up at least 2 more eliminations, but for a team that just gave me a lot of doubt in phase 1, I'm going to be critiquing them a little bit harder, as Wolves are doing things correctly. Baton did end up getting eliminated. 4 elims for him. He's not going to be mad. The team's not going to be mad at what happened here. I am wondering, though, what ended up happening to those hovercrafts that Wolves had?
Look at the zone right now. So we're stage 9. This is the final circle. I'm looking at Nilzada in the distance. Yep. Dave picked Loops to win this. We haven't said a word about Nilzada. He's been chilling there this entire time. Everyone else duking it out. It's starting to get down to the point to where he can legitimately win this on a third party. He's got loot. He's full health. He's just big chilling. It looks like All Glory knows that there's somebody potentially behind, and he's starting to sneak up. Look at that. 4 heals, 5 grenades. If Wolves and All Glory Gaming clash here, Loops has a shot to sneak this one away from them. But Wolves, man, their guns are blazing right now. Almost 2,300 damage so far. And here comes the smoke wall from Neil Zada. Maybe went a little bit too soon there. Wancho picks him up for the elims. It's now a 3v3, Dave, for the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely could have waited for this fight to kind of erupt and come from behind, but hey, it is what it is. Third place, that's solid. So looking over here though, Doran's got the sticky bombs, got the MG3, the squad wiper, lock and loaded, got a couple grenades, and looks like Coops and the fella is trying to use the utility here to really bring a lot of damage to the board of AGG right now. So 3v3 here, fellas. The final zone, game number 2.
It's going to be a toss-up. I mean, it is 3v3 right now with the circle that we're currently working with. AGG, I'm enjoying that they're now starting to get different angles on the situation between themselves and Wolves. Wolves now finding themselves a little bit more compact. And how much utilities do you currently have if you are Wolves? Everybody typing in the chat, who is going to end up winning? Dorian connecting there with the first grenade. That's going to be the opening that Wolves needs to find. I enjoy that Dorian was trying to get the high ground, but he ended up being forced. Wancho trying to find a position. He's going to be able to connect it. Wancho finally showing up for his squad here, as Coops is going to be going against the 1v1 of the last player, and that should be easy pickings. That is the reason why that man has been MVP, not just in Americas, but in many other regions throughout the world. Wolves showing up for North America and showing why they are one of the favorite teams.
New week, new Wolves. Wolves take the game 2 of our second week on a 15 elimination wire-to-wire performance. Impressive stuff from them. They owned each and every one of these circles. They rotated at the perfect times. They held off Alpha 7, got some great pot shots in, and they pushed and took advantage of that northern zone at precisely the right moment. We'll come back to the Wolves here in just a moment, but man, gotta shout out Loops as well as an impressive solo, makes it all the way to the final circle, secures 3rd place for the squad as well. And I really liked All Glory Gaming finally getting into the mix in one of these final zones. You know they had to like that position with the cover and the compound. They weren't able to put it together to get that chicken dinner, Dave.
It was risky, though. It was risky for AGG. I saw M2M toss out like a little smoke barricade right there to get the off angle. But the AUG, we only had 17 bullets. So you got to hit all those shots right there on that off angle. So super risky, but it is late game. So everything, they're just drained, like you guys said right there. But what a crazy game. The winners from game number 1 immediately taken out within 10 seconds here of game number 2. And of course, we heard the interview. Big Bob, Shoot to Survive out here making some plays happen here, 7 with the DBS.
Yeah, they said that, what was it that said? They're going to be making sure that they play a little bit more compact, that they play a little bit more together, more aggression too. I mean, it has definitely worked out in regards to they're now starting to collect those elimination points. But for this team, though, I mean, I gotta go back to Wolves. I'm alongside what PB was saying. I'm so happy that they were able to take the 5 to Alpha 7 earlier on, to being able to get Mafioso on the off angle, and then on top of that, being aggressive here, making sure that they control the area, not really overextending. If there was a moment where I kind of questioned it a little bit, was whenever Xforce and AGG was fighting, and it looked like Wolves took a little bit long to make that push. That's when one of the players ended up getting eliminated. But overall, they were able to recover for that. Wancho, I gotta give him a big shout out. I was questioning him. I was wondering where he has been. This is the performances that this team needs to have out of him for everybody else to be able to perform as well. Him being able to get more elims with less damage than Coops. On top of that, everybody else 3 or 4 or more T's. Wolves,
right?
Keep this going, please.
How does it feel to be Coops with 3 elims in the game and to be the lowest fragger on the team, right? 3 elims, every other teammate has 4. I think Coops will take that every day of the week for sure. He puts up almost 1,000 damage, though, as Wolves has a dominant Game 2 performance. I got to shout out Wancho as well. You called him out in the pregame, wanted to see more from him. That was a critical off-angle position that he had to lock down, and he did the job taking on that fight with All Glory Gaming. He got the job done, and that's massive for the Wolves and their initial placement as we kick off week 2, because they secure 25 points from this match alone. which is a massive head start over every other one of these teams. I mean, even in second place, All Glory only picked up 9 points, so 14 points, or 16 points rather, separates them and Wolves just in this game. So Wolves gotta be happy with this one. Really, really nicely played. And one of the things, too, that I wanted to point out, after they took down Xforce in the street and made the push to the compound, I thought for sure that the nades were going to come in flying from All Glory Gaming, and you saw Coops hop into the window and realize, oh crap, they have sight lines. He hopped into that little shack where he could actually safely heal up, and I felt like that was the momentum builder that they needed to get back in, build another offensive, and take the fight to the enemies. We take a peek at the second page here. Dave, what stands out to you?
What stands out to me has to be VIOUS Gaming, you know, coming off their winner.
Not Alpha 7 with 0?
Well, hey, Power Bang. I'm getting there. All right. I'm starting at the bottom. But yeah, Alpha 7, though, this is great news, honestly, for everybody else in the lobby, right? Alpha 7 absolutely dominating in round number 1. Yes, we're only 2 games in, so, you know, I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but they've only got 1 point here out of 2 games. So for all these other squads looking to capitalize on week 2 for the advancement points, like this is the best case scenario what's happening right now.
Remember what I mentioned in regards to Alpha 7 at the beginning of the day? If teams wanted to get a chance against Alpha 7, they had to make sure that they eliminated some players early on. Don't allow Alpha 7 to end up with all those 4 players alive in a top 5, in a top 3 situation, because they would just end up overpowering everybody. So far, the last 2 matches that we have seen, Alpha 7 ends up losing players earlier on, and they're not able to confirm with any points.
That's right. You walk into the prison, you got to pinch the biggest bully right in the mouth right off the bat. That's what the Wolves did against Alpha 7. They've got loads of points so far. We'll see if it can continue and if Alpha 7 can get back on their week 1 pace. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Erangel match 3 coming up in just a moment.
All right, guys, see where our first match is done with the first victory. Every Brazilian team, you expect them to be at least in the top 5, top 6. You guys didn't have a good start, but now on the first stage, but now you get the first victory, so it's very important for you guys. How are you guys feeling from here on out? É muito importante para vocês essa primeira vitória aqui dessa segunda etapa. Na primeira etapa não foi bom e todo mundo espera muito de vocês. Então, como vocês estão sentindo daqui para frente?
A gente usou também essas 2 fases, né? A gente está usando como preparação para a final, então a gente está testando muita coisa diferente, jogando uns estilos diferentes também, para ver se algum encaixa melhor, sabe? Mas é isso, de pouco a pouco a gente está melhorando.
Yeah, we're using these first 2 stages as a test. We're seeing what works, what doesn't work. We're testing different things, but in general, we feel that we are improving. E esse estilo que vai jogar agora foi que vai ficar ou vai continuar testando? Are you going to continue testing or are you going to stay playing like this?
Continuando testando, sempre testando coisa diferente para a gente ter o máximo de repertório na final.
Yeah, we're going to try and keep testing. We want to have as much options as we can for the finals. Sir, thank you very much. Congratulations on the victory.
Thanks.
Let's go.
And welcome back to PUBG Mobile's PMSL America Spring 2025 League Play, and we are in the thick of it. Week 2 action has kicked off. We've got 2 games in the books, and right now it's looking like the Wolves from North America have come roaring back with something to prove as they take Game 2 of our Week 2 action. My name's Powerbang, and I'll host this event as hard as I can all day long, and I want to tell you about the EWC. That's the Esports World Cup. It's coming up at the end of July. That's where 3 teams from this tournament will progress to play the finest teams in all the land. That's right, the Global Championships will happen over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia towards the end of July. So bookmark that and make sure you set your calendars because it's sure to be some amazing action. So with that, we'll bring back in our casters, the 7WG and Mustache Dave. We'll chat about Erangel and what went down last map and what we can expect next. So we saw some intense action starting out with a fatal stabbing of VIOUS Gaming. Do you think they're going to be able to rebound first and foremost, Seven? Because very, very strong game 1. Very, what do we call it? Suboptimal game number 2.
From the interview, they ended up saying we're just testing out different stuff. So I'm gonna give them the mulligan. All right, they're testing out different stuff. If I see them land again there, though. Then I'll
strategy
start,
back in the bag.
Yeah, I'll start questioning things if that happens again.
For sure. And Dave, we turn our attention now to game 3 as once again we have Erangel coming up, and we've seen some really extreme circles, right? Where plane path is all the way on one side of the map, circle pops up on the other, leaving it basically wide open for teams. Do you expect to see more early rotations from some of these teams, or kind of how it has been where everybody just kind of like gradually works their way over and maybe one team kind of rotates hard early?
Yeah, I mean, it's the luck of the draw, right? And I think one team really feeling it is Alpha 7. We saw game number 1, Sandhawk. They were down there in the southwest, and the circles went up north, and they were forced to rotate in the blue all the way to the top through multiple teams. And they lost 2 of their squad mates in that rotate. And then come this game, we saw them swimming early on. They had Novo, but they were locked down from the Wolves, right? So they really couldn't move all that much. Then you also had Xforce on the high ground. So honestly, these zones have been really giving it to Alpha 7 here. So if there was a team that deserves, I guess you could say, the zone punishment, Alpha 7 can handle it with their overall points in general. But they're a team that, without a doubt, they're looking to kind of get back and build that momentum here in round number 2 after only getting 1 point in 2 games here, fellas. So Alpha 7, they're hoping the zones could kind of be a little nicer to them. But games 1 and games 2, these zones are like, nah, Alpha 7, we got your number. All right.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked a little bit about Alpha 7 only securing 1 elimination point. I believe they had 4 rank points as well so far today, but not quite the performance that we saw in week 1, where they were miles and miles and kilometers ahead of the competition. Absolutely crazy performance from them in week 1. But I talked a little bit about it before the break. I was kind of joking, but kind of not, where the teams that, are kind of coming into week 2, they got to find the biggest, baddest team in this lobby and punch them early on, kick them while they're down. And that is what the Wolves have done so far. But Alpha 7 has left the door open a crack, right? Let's take a peek at the overall standings to see exactly where they sit right now, because the maps or the points have reset this week. We have zeros to start the day, and after 2 games, the Wolves are in a commanding lead right now, with Loops shortly behind. You can see Alpha 7 on second page there. And remember, 7, they scored 15 head start points in week 1. That 15 is up for grabs for another squad. Maybe it's Loops, maybe it's Wolves that can secure that 15 points after this week's done.
I mean, I'm looking at Wolves. If you're taking advantage of Alpha 7 currently not being able to perform like the way we saw them perform in phase 1, it's going to start happening at some point. That team's going to start popping off. And I mean, after 2 matches, they still ended up putting up good points in regards to placement points when we went to Sandhawk. So Wolves, keep on doing what you're doing. Hopefully we end up getting more chicken dinners. And what I'm looking at, Dave, right now so far, that mustache is safe. There is an NA team at the top.
Yeah, I got Mustache Coops out here representing the Mustache Gang. All right, so we're good to go. The Wolves, yeah, like you guys said, that winner chicken dinner, definitely feeling good here, PB.
Well, Dave, I got bad news for you, my friend.
Oh,
if the Wolves if they don't hold that position, right? Like if they fall a bit short, you're going to be looking a little different next week. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have just Dave that we're going to have to call you. No mustache Dave.
Man.
What a different look, my friend. What a different look.
That's
no
a scary looking
Dave.
guy, man. I would not want to run into that guy outside, man. The mustache really does add to my overall aesthetics. I don't know, man. No mustache Dave. That's scary here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Come on, mustache Coops. Don't let it happen, man. Don't let it happen.
Oh man, a lot of weight riding on the Wolves' shoulders right now. They've got first place for the moment, but it's a long week 7, Worlds. I don't know if they can hold on to it. Again, it's only been 2 games. We've got 16 more to go this week for our second week of the league phase of play. Again, the top teams will receive head start points as we move into the finals play. Everyone competing for those today and all week long. So excited to see who actually ends up with them. Any other team standing out to you, 7, is ones to watch? Obviously Wolves and Loops so far, but any of the mid-league teams so far, have they caught your eye?
I'm actually going to be looking at the teams towards the bottom. I'm going to be looking at Team Liquid. That's a team that, once again, phase 1, day 1, they were absolutely non-existent. It appeared like a completely different team. They've been trying for Team Liquid, even looking back at the map feed, they've been trying to position themselves a little bit closer towards that center circle. They've been trying to get lucky with the circle. And I think it's just a matter of time when they're able to just get that down right. I want to see what this team can actually do in regards to the fragging power that they're going to be showcasing. If they do end up being put towards the middle of the circle, especially later into the game, 4 players alive, I want to see if they can frag out, because they have gotten a win already last week, but it was only with 2 eliminations. It's just not the Team Liquid that I expect to see.
It's a great call out. Team Liquid, this was one of the teams I thought for sure was going to be top 3, at this point in this tournament, and it hasn't been the case so far. They have the experience and the players to be able to secure that. They just got to start putting some things together. I think they can do it, but another team that I thought also was going to be a bit stronger today so far, and we haven't seen them build that momentum, is Intense Game. I called them out to win last game, and once again, they go up to shoot to survive for a second game in a row, lose some players, and ultimately lose the fight. And that's something that I did not think was going to happen. So, Dave, gonna come to you for predictions for our third game of the day. We got Aaron Gell. Who do you think is going to take the cake?
I'm sticking with Loops, man. Loops, they are hungry. We saw them trying to get that bridge camp going on that west side. It didn't go their way, but somehow walked away with a couple more elimination points. And then, of course, their insurance policy to secure that 3rd place. So I think Loops are prime for a winner chicken dinner here today.
Solid pick, my friend. 7 Wolves, coming to you for your pick for game 3.
Yeah, I ended up changing my mind. I was going to go with Alpha 7, but I want to see something that I haven't seen quite in a long time, and that is going to be, I want Wolves. I want NA to be able to get that back-to-back chicken dinner. I want to make sure that it wasn't just a one-off thing. I want to see everybody currently popping off, which they were in that game. Everybody was playing together. Everybody was making sure that they didn't end up overextending like we saw Juancho early into the match. So I'm hoping Wolves ends up surprising us and getting that back-to-back win.
Another Amazon gift card on the screen right now. Make sure you get your screenshot, fingers ready, write that sucker down, go redeem for a nice little Amazon bounty there. Enjoy that if you're watching the PMSL America Spring Season 2025. And my pick for this particular match, 7, you and me sound like we were on the same page. I was thinking, Wolves, but I actually was like, you know what? I don't think Alpha 7 is going to let things slip much longer as we see a central plane path on this one. I'm going to go with Alpha 7 for this one. It's the first time I picked them all tournament long, and I feel like picking them when they're at their lowest is the least fanboy way to go about it. So that's what I'm going to do, 7.
Yeah, I mean, I could end up picking them every single match just because I'm such a big fan of that team and I'm such a big fan of what they were able to do in phase 1. But I do want to start seeing NA stepping it up and just being consistent, right? You don't want to see just a one-off. I felt like we got that last week whenever Xforce was able to get a win. It seemed a bit more like a one-off thing. For Wolves, now they have been improving. They have been tweaking certain things here and there. They just have to make sure they maintain their main player alive, which was Coops. But I mean, the main surprise out of that win, Dave, for me, for Wolves Esports, was that it wasn't just the Coops win. It wasn't just Coops top frag heavy. Everybody getting the, obviously he got the most damage, but he didn't end up getting the most kills. It was just a whole collective teamwork between everybody at Wolves.
Yes, sir. Team game without a doubt. And VIOUS Gaming going to be going up there to Severny, avoiding the early skirmish here. You love to see it. Wolves going farm. One team that I'm really liking, VIP Esports. I mean, we were talking about North America representing Puerto Rico. I love their Zarky pick, you know, that's why I call them the Zarky boys. But I do like their rotation style. I know it hasn't really been working out, but I think they're finding their groove. But one thing that really stands out to me when it comes to just looking at VIP as a whole and their rotations is they're so unorthodox that they're a team that it's a wild card, you know, that all these other squads need to kind of take into consideration, because you might be on the edge, you might be feeling like you're safe, you're good to go. And Alpha 7, they kind of found out last game, we got a squad, you know, late rotating from the blue, popping up from behind, surprising you, you know. And then not only that, you would think after that engagement with Alpha 7, the Wolves, that they would just take the easiest path forward, but they stayed in the blue and they tried to wrap around Xforce, and Xforce lost one of their squad mates because of that. So VIP, their unorthodox rotations, I'm slowly becoming a fan here, fellas.
You know, I will say, Dave, if PUBG Mobile puts flippers into the game, then I think VIP Esports, I would be a fan of those rotations. That's what I'm going to say. So if they, PUBG, if you're listening, put flippers into the game, and you're going to see some really fast zone rotations in the water. I think that would actually be kind of funny if they did that. But swimming this game, we've got Xforce and Freepoint. Little interesting strategy here as they're down by Ferry Pier in Primorsk, looking to come ashore, maybe get some loot. How do you end up in the water swimming at this point in the game, given the plane path where it was at? I don't know what's going on with this strategy, but maybe going to secure a boat here. I don't know, but Xforce has got the big brain plays going on so far, Seven.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I don't know how they ended up in the water as well. If they maybe misjudged their drop, or how far away they were from Primorsk, or whatever the case might have been. But for that team, I mean, we have one thing that we have seen, especially when it goes to circles, that we're currently being able to see as well on this match, is that they tend to rotate early on towards the south. They tend to rotate early on towards military. With how much there is of the northern island, I don't think that team is going to be rotating towards the south. I don't think they're going to be going towards that military island, wide south rotation, putting Fate in a glider, doing all of that. So I'm intrigued to see how this team is going to be reacting to this circle. Are they just going to be full sending it? Are they going to be a little bit more tactical and play it slow, get all of the intel that they can? Because that's something that they were doing in the last match, and it ended up working out for them in regards to them being able to collect points overall. They're currently sitting at 6 after 2 matches. Not the pop-off performances that we're seeing out of Wolves, but it is at least something.
Absolutely. Teams starting to rotate right now. Again, the southeastern circle in this one. Everybody going to be trying to secure their position in zone, but we got a little interview lined up from Baton from last game's winner. We'll go ahead and go to that now.
Chicken dinner for Wolves Sports. Congratulations, Baton. We're starting this week as we expected for it to be. Last week wasn't that good. What have you guys changed for this one and the next one?
A little bit of our game style. I will not tell exactly what we changed, but like we were trying to fix our mistakes. It was like a lot of personal mistakes, and I think we will fix it. We're trying to be just more confident to the finals and just try to fix everything that we can.
I mean, a win like this is a confidence booster. You had like 3 teams in front of you that you had to eliminate to get to the center. It was a tough ending that you had to fight, and you took the fights and you guys won them. How are you feeling about it?
Just feeling good. Like
this is the confidence you needed.
Yeah, we have a good gun skills. We have a good like teamwork, and we're just trying to show it.
You guys showed it there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go back.
I like it. They really didn't say much about big changes. You didn't know what big strategic changes they made, but just kind of took accountability for the fact that all of the team really could have played better last week, and so they all took it upon themselves to make personal improvements and play with more confidence, and ultimately it's really shown. I mean, they're taking fights when they should, pushing the action when they should, playing passive when they should, and so far it's been a different Wolves team in week number 2-7.
Yeah, and it is right now. I mean, I'm looking at them. I know we're currently looking at iNCO Gaming, but for Wolves, they're making some early rotations. They're making sure that they loot up and then find those vehicles and start setting up for what the circle is going to be giving them. If it is at this point, try to go towards the center. And one thing that I do enjoy that he said as well was that they know they have the fragging power. They know that they have really good players in this squad. They just need to be able to adjust. They just need to be able to make sure that they are actually putting up that performance to get results like we were just able to see. So with this team, I'm hoping that it's, and this is why I picked them, I'm hoping it's just not a one-off thing. With the improvements that they have shown me so far from week 1 and now for coming into week 2 and also putting up good performances, getting that win finally out of the way, putting some pressure off your shoulders in a way, showing that you can actually win in this lobby. It's exactly what you want to see out of a team from NA.
Got an interesting development happening too with Team Liquid, 9Z, Wolves, and Intense Game all kind of circling the farm right now. Action could be breaking out at any moment. Wolves have just grouped up. They're in a 2-2 split right now. Dorn and Baton, Juancho and Coops, and Cardozan coming to scout the front line as well. So at any moment, things could get a bit touch and go. You see in the distance there, Team Liquid zooming around. 9Z, Rez just came a moment ago up to the compound where Coops was at. He got himself a little, feel for what's going on. Maybe heard some footsteps and backed off. So teams playing a bit tentative right now, but a lot of the top teams in this lobby a stone's throw away from one another, 7.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Influence Rage, this is the team that I want to see what they can do. They have 4 points. This is Dave. This is not the Influence Rage that we're expected to see. Same along the lines of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid, Team Influence Rage. We definitely saw them picking up the heat last week. We had that one day off, had the opportunity to do a lot of VOD reviews, self-reflecting like we heard in the interview right there, and just trying to constantly improve. So Influence in their vehicles, they were ready to go here. Next circle does pop. We are going to be sending this one a little bit to the east side right now. Milk the Power. You already know Savage Esports feeling a little dumbfounded because they dropped Milk the Power. They moved out of Milk the Power, and it looks like Alpha 7 ended up backfilling them. But popping on over here to Shoot to Survive, another team who they told us they're changing up their play style just a little bit. They're looking to be more aggressive here today. Really haven't found their stride yet here in the first 2 games. And well, talk about finding the stride here. VIOUS with the winner chicken dinner they already had here today. They are going to be currently sitting on 1 elimination point. Looks like they were trying to keep Coops at bay, who might have been doing some scouting over here for the Wolves here at PB.
So impressed with the rotations of Alpha 7. They landed one of the farthest teams away from this circle, which was hard shifted all the way to the eastern side of the island. Alpha 7 landed in North Georgia Pole, looted up there, and they are the ones that are already in position, waiting on the zone shift, and it does come to them. They have one of the better spots in the zone, and you mentioned them kind of backfilling that position that a team had already moved out from in Milk to Power, and now Alpha 7 has a dominant position in this zone. They're going to be waiting on loops to roll up on them any moment, but now we've got Shoot to Survive in early action again against ROW19, and they get the early jump right now. Bob down, but it is a trade early on as they try to eliminate Royals of War. So
and for a team that wants to be aggressive, right now is the time to be aggressive. You don't want to allow anybody else to get too close and end up third partying. And talking about that, 9T is going to be showing up. Remix has been putting up great performances. Cold Gold, a previous MVP of PMSL America, is just picking people apart. And they do know that Casper... do they know? Or do they not know? Okay, now they definitely know that Casper is going to still be alive. Going to be able to find Cold Gold. Trying to see if he can pick him up. He's not going to be able to. Shoot to Survive, get eliminated. And on top of that, 9C Global, 5 eliminations. They're going to be able to pick up Cold Gold right here. I mean, Remix, I got to give props to Remix. Remix is currently putting up an insane performance for only being with this team for such a short time and for the amount of caliber of players, too. The veteran players that are currently within that team, to be a standout fragger and to be a standout player, it's impressive to see, PB.
100%. Remix has been standing out all tournament long. He's been clutch game after game for them. And I want to say, like, you know, Shoot to Survive, they've gotten into this early action. They've been picking up, you know, frags here and there. That was a little bit unfortunate for me, as I thought, you know, the last player alive went for the elim. They went for the finish instead of just going for Remix. And had they gotten Remix down, they would have gotten 2 points for the price of 1 there. And that was an interesting decision for sure. But Remix takes advantage, gets it done for his squad. And 9G, they're looking good, man. They're you know, it's not perfect by any means, but they're aggressive when they should be. Colgoat's doing tricks in cars, jumping over the, you know, the cliff sides when there's fights going on. You love to see it. Little style points in line there for 9Z as well, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Remix was definitely dead to rights right there, and going for the flush just wasn't the play, and well, they found out the hard way. And another thing, while that was erupting, Rose of War, remember, they were the team that actually took the fight initially to Shoot to Survive, and David saw 9Z kind of rotating around the prey, and David's like, I'm out of here, and was able to kind of yeet it to shelter. Unfortunate for him, though, next circle does pop, and we will be getting another Eastern shift, so David will need to move just a little bit and hopefully avoid Xforce, who we saw moments ago kind of rotating in the general area near prison that INF have been holding down for a good amount of time right now. So INF, they're going to be trying to keep Xforce at bay and also United for Gaming, and it looks like United for Gaming looking to try to avoid this fight. They're actually be doubling back just a little bit north and possibly going towards the shorelines over there. So INF, Influence Rage, they're going to be up here still. They're chilling in the north, just defending their territory.
I thought maybe somebody was going to be there for Influence Rage. Currently 1 elimination to their name. And as I'm looking at the map, I don't know if we can maybe pull up the map, but one thing I do want to point out for Xforce is sometimes they just tend to spread out in weird situations, especially if they are currently outside of the circle, especially if they are currently in a situation where they don't need to be spread out this much. You can see there towards the north west of your screen, top left, if you want to go straight in the map, just being a little bit too spread out. If for some reason 9C would have decided to crash that, I don't think they would have been able to react just in time. Right now, for Valak, see if you can maybe get a knock. See if maybe you can get one of those tires for that vehicle. Luckily for him, I think they were able, there you go. They were able to pick up Reyes on that trade. But sometimes they just tend to stretch out too much and it ends up hindering. Right here, I do enjoy how much quickly they're starting to get closer to each other. In the past, it took a little bit longer. There was that hesitation. So I think PB, it might be that just that team chemistry is starting to come to fruition in a way for Xforce. Finally starting to get things dialed in.
Yeah, you heard him at the start of the broadcast. Maybe not quite as comfortable with one another just yet. New players on the roster. A couple of them had played together before, but still feeling things out. And that's to be expected, I think, for newer squads coming into this tournament. But they've got not a lot of time to prove themselves, because at the end of these 3 days, that is going to close league phase. And at that point, they'll be taking a bunch of head start points into those finals, and they want to secure as many as humanly possible. And right now, they are looking up the leaderboard at 8 other teams, so surely they want to try to perform better. They've got plenty of opportunities to do so as 9Z gets caught out again. Good shots from the vehicle here by Diego. He is absolutely lacing these opponents, but they got to be careful before they drive into Savage Esports. It seems like they realize it, maybe pump the brakes a bit, Dave.
Yeah, a lot of drive-bys happening right now in the north as teams are just fighting for the terrain in Lumber Mill. Little boy still leaning out the window, trying to take some shots on the second story of United for Gaming. SVG done and dusted. It looks like the call is coming in to finally push this building, and they are going to be able to secure it for the time being. Alpha 7, though, Revo, he's been overlooking this the whole time. Alpha 7 with a little 2-2 split, pre-center in the new circle, so they're going to be sitting pretty comfortable for the time being. Already here, 7 sitting on 3 elimination points in a prime spot right now at the new circle.
That's right. I'm impressed at the way that they were able to rotate. A team that actually ended up going George because of the playing path that they had. They ended up rotating northeast just to Lipovka, usually where they end up going east to prison. all the way down to Milta Power when there was nobody there. And it seems VIP decided to follow that strategy too, because VIP as well ended up being in Milta Power. I'm intrigued to see how those teams will end up fighting and where the circle will end up going. And just opposite, I know we currently have iNCO Gaming and IG on the screen, but just opposite of what I was saying for Xforce, this is what I'm used to seeing from Alpha 7, just that 2-2 split. Now, going back towards this fight, iNCO Gaming versus IG, we got 7 pulling out the shotgun. He knows that some of the other teams, some of the other players might end up getting different angles. You need to be careful though. VIOUS Gaming is going to be getting different angles on them. Grenades are going to be coming in from iNCO, connecting there with Intense Game. Intense Game, nothing seems to be going their way at the moment, as they are able to at least find McCrellan. More than likely trying to confirm it. There you go. Rafa is going to be able to confirm that elimination. They need to be careful though. VIOUS Gaming PB is looking to third party this fight.
I hope they do. VIOUS is fun to watch, man. I felt like they were the agent of chaos last week, and so far this week, they're off to a pretty good start, sitting in 4th overall right now in week 2, winning the first game of the day, but getting stabbed to death in game number 2. So happily, they'll take 4 players alive, kind of moving towards mid to late game here in this one. Shots are being fired by VIOUS for sure, and this is a team that's been very enjoyable to watch so far during this PMSL Americas 2025, Dave.
Oh, here they come. VIOUS now looking to take the fight as iNCO popping in vehicles, looking to rotate. 7 right there, taking out their vehicle, but Brozen still alive. M4 shotgun trying to carry the flag into the zone here. 2 slugs, let's see, playing a ring around the rosy, missing the first one, and VIOUS Gaming, 3 eliminations right there to the
beautiful third party
pocket. But here comes the Wolves here, 7. The Wolves, they heard the action. They're going to be looking to gatekeep potentially VIOUS Gaming, but they also need to avoid Xforce, who are also in the area.
I like this from Wolves. I like it. Not even really having to worry about that. They know that that fight is going to end up being pretty soon outside of the circle and starting to focus more in their positioning. That has been one of the biggest question marks for this team. Sometimes getting distracted. That's a great adjustment. I mean, that just goes to show that this team has definitely adjusted a lot of stuff that they were able to do phase 1 and why they were able to get that win earlier in that previous match as well. Coops now going for that off angle. Risky area to drive too. Let me tell you, boys, whenever I end up driving here, I'm for sure crashing into at least 7 trees.
Well, Coops just connects with 1 for a moment, not too long, which is good for him. But Juancho actually chucked a nade through the window, did 62 damage, and he didn't know that, but nearly connected with Nunez there as Nunez goes down to a car explosion, and VIOUS is out of the lobby. So not what they were hoping for, but Wolves, you gotta give a tip of the cap to them for their timing on the third party. They were able to capitalize, pick up a few elims on that fight with VIOUS and iNCO, ultimately helping both teams leave the lobby early. They still have full strength right now in a decent position in the northern part of this zone, and they've got potentially Xforce to deal with now as well. Freepoint loses a couple of team members. It's just him and Valak trying to make things work here towards the end. Getting a nice little position in this valley, but Loops is right on top of him, Dave.
Yeah, let's see what Loops can do here in the north. And yeah, going back to the Wolves, I mean, their discipline tonight has just been on point. Some teams, they might see the potential points out there and they might push it. They might look to get into the fight, but Wolves really have been using these circles to their advantage and letting the points come to them here tonight. And it's been working. But Xforce Valak, popping up Loops, pulling up into the bull and taking them out here, 7.
Valak not able to connect with those shots right there. Loops coming in, making sure they clear everybody from Xforce that was remaining within that spot. By the way, Coops has ended up getting eliminated from Wolves Esports, but now Wolves Esports were able to clear some players. I believe that was IG that they were able to clear. Baton stepping up, 2 eliminations for his name. Right now, the main team that they have to worry about is that Loops right there. They are going to have a numbers disadvantage, but I think they realize that Loops is in a bad position. Sad part for Doran that I'm currently looking at, he only has 1 grenade. So even if he did get within nade range, you're not going to be able to do much. You usually have to follow it up with a lot more. Using that smoke, he has a Molotov as well in case they do end up getting closer. Stopping any push would help them out. This is a fight that you just kind of want to back off. You don't want to end up fighting right here. You want to start thinking about what the next circle is going to be doing. That's what Doran's going to start realizing. Way too close. You don't want to be within that nade range, PB.
You really don't, man. Good job to get out of there. He was kind of in a tough spot because it's hard to see, but All Glory Gaming on the far left-hand side of this shot is looking up at the Wolves. It was actually Fran from down in the compound that took Coops out already, so they know they've got third-party fire coming in from down the hillside right now. It's not just Loops who's right in front of them. It's not just Influence Rage over the hill. They've got to deal with quite a few angles right now, so a really nice heads-up play from Doran and Wolves to stay alive. And this one, Loops, now they know they have to rotate. They're not going to stick around for the fight right now. Incoming fire from multiple squads. They hit the rotation, but they got to get south to that zone as it has Pop Stage 6's live, and there's minimal time to try to secure a new position, Dave.
VIP, this is VIP's moment to shine. They got Loops coming right towards them. VIP were in a nice position to take some shots at Loops, but VIP are actually on the outside of the warehouses, not in the warehouses. So Loops are able to really make it to cover here. Rafina should be able to get picked up, but you see the crash from Loops. That's the moment that you want to see VIP just chuck in the utility, tossing the Molotovs, tossing the grenades, hit them while they're hurt. But it looks like VIP all kind of hovering behind that phone pool, that tower right there, using it for cover, compared to taking the aggression of Loops. And they're smoking their position too.
They're being careful as well because Alpha 7 did end up shooting them too. They're being careful because the Alpha 7 was looking to third party. Meanwhile, Wolves being forced to push in as they just really didn't have any cover. Now VIP making that push, being a little bit aggressive like Dave wanted to see them, wanting to take the fight here to Loops Esports. Gonna be able to get one. Only 2 players left standing here from VIP. They're gonna be switching around. Can they actually wipe Loops Esports? And they are. There's no water nearby. And that is when VIP ends up excelling, PB.
Let's go.
No flippers needed for this engagement. VIP getting it done against Loops, and I like the fact that Loops was even able to get here. They probably shouldn't have been here. They were far north out of the zone, up by Wolves right now, but the decisiveness, the urgency to act immediately gets them into the circle, and they're able to make it just a bit longer, pick up a few more elims. Another decent performance from Loops as they inch up that leaderboard. We've got Baton, though, still alive from Wolves up north right now. He's the solo player left for the Wolves. Not for long, though. He's gone. Everybody knew he was up there. We had an AGG looking at him, Influence Rage looking at him. Even Alpha 7 was looking up there a little bit. But I got to point out Alpha 7's position in zone yet again. They're dead center. I mean, just the fact that they were the furthest team away from this circle but continue to be in prime position right now, you got to look at them as one of the favorites to win this round as they still have a full squad. Already up to 5 eliminations here too, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, they win this game without a doubt. It really depends on the Team Liquid fight. Team Liquid have been in the south playing this one nice and slow, nice and calm. They got 1 elimination point. So depending on if Team Liquid can get like an opening knock within that building with a grenade or whatnot, if Alpha 7 come out on top, they're winning this without a doubt. So they let everybody kind of have 2 games of hey, you guys do what you want. But now we're getting to the halfway mark of today. They're like, okay, we're clocking in. We're looking to take back our spot in the overall. We'll see. I'm pretty confident, though. Alpha 7 with their 5 elimination points here so far. Let's see where the next circle takes us. We got the Zarky Bros right over there to the north as well. So yeah, Alpha 7, yeah, they're going to be able to take out Team Liquid. No problem here. And this is, not to get too far ahead of myself here, 7 Worlds, but this is Alpha 7's game all damn day.
No, I'm with you. I think this game, I mean, this is why PB picked them. This is why I was even thinking about picking them, but I just wanted to see something crazy out of NA because there's no way that team that was able to perform the way that they were able to was going to have 3 mulligans back to back to back. That just wasn't going to be the case. And they readjusted to it. I mean, even with the early rotation from that team, they realized what was going on. They realized what had happened in the previous games. And which one was it? That they kept losing players earlier on. What is this now? Top 5 situation or 4 players are alive for Alpha 7. That is just an absolute nightmare for everybody else. And for Team Liquid, I mean, I don't even know how Team Liquid is going to be making any type of push for Alpha 7 because maybe if they wait for the circle a little bit longer, Influence Rage won't try to shoot at them. Alpha 7 will then end up seeing them. Team Liquid reminds me right now of what happened to Wolves just in a lose-lose situation. And Team Liquid also had to use a lot of utility earlier on. So I'm not sure what's going to be happening here with this team. And on top of that, you can see they're just being a little bit more aggressive here. They're looking to see if maybe they can catch somebody off Influence Rage, because if they can, then it will open up the door to try to make a push there to Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 trying to surprise Alpha 7, trying to take him out from a compound. It's something that we don't see quite often, PB.
Poor Influence Rage. Everyone in the lobby's looking at them right now, and even All Glory Gaming's across the street pushing up on them right now, trying to get those points. Melgar able to do so, successfully taking down Lil Boy. It's all up to Lorenzen right now on that left flank, trying to hold the line, and he's not able to. And now Law's the only one left up for Influence Rage. Can he get it done? Connects with the shotgun, and Melgar picks up 3 for All Glory Gaming. Huge points right now. You mentioned NA teams. They're not out of it just yet. We've got VIP Esports still with 3 members alive in the compound right now. Only Alpha 7 has a compound in the circle. The garage of VIP's house looks to be in play as well. Everyone else needs to be on the move. This is going to be a challenge for All Glory Gaming as they've got to find a new spot, work themselves in, and still Team Liquid on the outskirts right now, trying to assault Alpha 7's compound to get them flushed out. Dave, are they going to be able to do it? Looks like Mafioso connects with Ayala here.
Yeah, it looks like A7 might be running out of utility. At least Revo was no grenades, no Molotovs. Team Liquid might have a little more in the pocket. We're going to be tucking out our last grenades here to really flush them out behind this little ridge, while also keeping sight lines on AGG, looking to get that rotate right now. So honestly, Alpha 7 with the hard cover, if they can take out Team Liquid right now, who they're not dying. I mean, they keep getting knocked, but they keep getting revived because of this little ridge here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that grenade was beautiful from Legend, from VIP with the third party.
That was absolutely insane. You got Squash Boo right now on the outside flank from Alpha 7. He's the only player looking this direction for A7, holding off Team Liquid. You got VIP across the street helping with the third party. Cardozan just doing everything he can to keep Team Liquid in this one. As inevitable as it was, Team Liquid finally goes out of the lobby. VIP trying to stir things up with 2 members left as well, but it's going to come down to Alpha 7 and All Glory Gaming here. AGG did a great job pushing up on this house when Alpha 7 was distracted with Team Liquid, and now 3 members of the squad are all looking over at AGG. You've got Mafioso, Revo, and Carrillo all looking at AGG. Legend is going to be squaring off with Squash here shortly, but Squash did such a fantastic job holding that flank for Alpha 7. He was able to single-handedly hold back Team Liquid.
I'm glad you pointed out there what happened with AGG, because AGG made that great heads-up play. No hesitation out of them so far today. Alpha 7 now looking to finish off the last players there from VIP Esports. If they're able to do this, the main worry for Alpha 7 is going to be right there. It's actually Melgar, because Melgar does have an off angle on all of this fighting going on. And on top of that, he's going to have the high ground as well, and he has it backed up by cover. Now, for AGG, I'm hoping that not everybody goes towards the top of that mountain. I'm hoping they do have at least one player that's going to be getting an off angle, waiting for Alpha 7 to get out of the house, because that will give them the opening to get a win. Now, Melgar, the rest of the squad from AGG, causing a lot of trouble for Alpha 7 here. What looked like to be like he could possibly be an easy win for Alpha 7 is becoming a little bit harder because of just how many teams were focused with Alpha 7, causing distractions. Mafioso's gonna be finding Melgar. Melgar, for some reason, decides to push up, trying to prioritize the center of the circle, and All Glory Gaming just pushing up closer and closer, and it seems like they're just throwing an opportunity for a win and giving it to Alpha 7.
That was an absolutely insane play. Saw what they were trying to do, but not able to work it out on the front lines. Comes down to M2M in the background right now. The only player up for All Glory Gaming, trying to regroup. It's Carrillo up, leading the Alpha 7 charge. He's going to pick up some points really quickly here before going for the revive. In come the nades, though, and it is not on target to take down Squash, and I believe that might have been his last utility. Now the push comes in. It's a 3v1. Not able to connect, and Alpha 7 takes home the winner chicken dinner. Holy cow, what an end to that one. It looked like All Glory Gaming was going to be able to challenge, but just a bit out of sorts on that final push, 7.
Yeah, for AGG, I think they definitely had to push out because of the circle was going to be going to them. But in one of those situations, you kind of have to sacrifice a player. Sacrifice a player, leave him up there, leave him getting the off angle, leave him just trying to keep distracting Alpha 7 that's currently on the low ground, and see if you can get one of those players just getting that off angle on the back of Alpha 7. They would have been perfectly lined up for you right there on the street. Yeah, it would have been smokes, there would have been all that, but if you have nades, if you have utility, it would have been honestly an easy win for AGG. Great plan, but just poor execution. And for Alpha 7, this is what we're expecting.
Hey, you know, I gotta say, props to AGG for making it to yet another final circle. This is the second game in a row where they've been there at the last, and so they've got to be feeling good coming out of this one. So we take a peek at our game one action, but man, oh man, I gotta say, you know, I felt like it was the right time for AGG to push, but they only sent Melgar. I felt like they should have sent 2 there and had one person hold down that back line. Instead, they send 2 back. But, yeah, you know, it seemed like the moment, Dave, 2 Alpha 7 members were down on their knees at the moment, and they only had 2 to defend, and the push was too little too late from AGG.
Yeah, so close right there for Alpha 7, but they just kept their composure, really, and just focused on getting those resets when they had the moment to do so. So, Alpha 7, 14 eliminations, but VIP, let's go. 7 eliminations heading over to the Zarky Bros with a 3rd place finish. This was a nice little position that they were holding down to, as still, listen, Team Liquid, they only walk away with 1 elimination point, but the fact that they were able to get so many resets behind that little ridge right there, extremely impressive, because you gotta have the cleanest team comms ever, right? You got grenades getting tossed at you left and right. You got people shooting at you from behind boulders, but somehow you're still able to call out the call to pick me up, I'm safe. And they got the full squad reset at the end. So Team Liquid going to be walking away with the 4th place. But guys, the winner chicken dinner here of this match, Alpha 7. They were nowhere to be found the first 2 games, and they're showing up here, making up for lost ground right now in this game.
Man, they are. Mafioso doing the heavy lifting in this one. Over 1,000 damage, 6 elims, 6 knockouts for his performance there. But honestly, I thought it was his play at the very end to push up that hill, not wait around for AGG to mount that offensive. He pushed up the hill and took down Melgar to secure that victory, I feel, for Alpha 7. As we take a peek at our match standings here, Alpha 7 putting up 24 points at this one, and the Wolves only pick up 6 here. So the gap between first place is definitely closing right here. But, you know, like I mentioned before, All Glory Gaming out of Mexico, a second top 3 here in 2 matches. So, 7, you got to like All Glory Gaming's momentum going in here to Game 4.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the adjustments that this team has made from phase 1 to now phase 2. Little things here and there. I mean, execution there would have been perfect. They would have ended up with the chicken dinner. One thing I got to give props to, I mean, VIP Esports. Let's go, baby. 12 points. The Sarky Bros, as much as Dave called them, I'm going to be calling them for this last match Alpha 7's a little twin, because they were literally mimicking all the spots that Alpha 7 was doing. They did the exact same rotation. They waited for the right amount of time, and they were aggressive. That was the main difference for that team. Aggressiveness, it ends up working out. And going into the overall ranking, look at that. No surprise there. Alpha 7 pushing all the way up to top 3.
Absolutely. Just a step slower than Alpha 7, that VIP Esports squad. But hey, VIP finding themselves now on the first page there, the left column there, number 8 overall, and quite a few NA teams on that left side, which is what we want to see. VIP in 8th, we've got iNCO in 7th, and we've got Wolves currently topping the charts in first place right now after 3 games of play. We're halfway through day 1, and over on the right column, Shoot to Survive, still trying to get things going. I don't know, Dave, I feel like they've been into battles early on off the drop in every game so far, and maybe they could just chill out and loot and actually take a level 3 helmet to battle for once, and it might pan out better for them. What do you think?
I definitely agree. It's hard to argue that one, you know, being able to drop, get some decent loot, and really have like a straight up team fight, you know, when you're not just rocking a pistol or a shotgun with like 4 bullets in it. So,
or fisticuffs.
Fisticuffs. I mean, it's been wild out here tonight for Shoot to Survive, as now we are officially over the halfway mark of today. So still 3 more games to go here to get a good start here for round number 2. There's still potential here, fellas.
Absolutely. Again, I really like the play that I saw from Wolves in that game. The zone did not favor them, and once the zone comes down from the hillside, you got nowhere to go. I mean, they had to run down the hill. Wasn't happening for them. They got mowed down, but I really like the play that I saw from Wolves. They continue to look like a threat, and they continue to hold our number 1 spot after 3 games of play. Game number 4 is coming up next. We've got Erangel once again. We're going to take a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back, everybody, to the PMSL America's Spring 2025 League season here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name's Powerbang, and I'll be your host for today. We got ourselves an amazing Amazon gift card to give away, so let's throw it up. Make sure you guys get your pencils out, get your screenshot fingers ready, go enter that code in for some Amazon bucks. So with that, We have been through 3 games of play now. Let's bring back in the 7WG and Mustache Dave to talk about it. It's been VIOUS Gaming, Wolves, and now Alpha 7 to take the 3 winner chicken dinners so far. Each team has looked pretty dominant in each game thus far, but another team that hasn't been able to secure a chicken dinner just yet that's looked pretty dang good today, they're topping the charts in elims, has been Loops. And so curious to know if you guys think that Loops can finally make their way to the top of the charts here in Game 4. I'll throw it to you, Dave.
Particular, like they start strong every single game, but these circles continue to like go opposite direction that they are holding down, right? And well, this last game in particular, I believe they had to fight the Wolves, and they got into a nice little skirmish. That's pretty much where they took out majority of that squad, and then also had to deal with Xforce. And you can kind of see the frustration in the playstyle from Loops here this game, specifically when it comes to the zones. Like, okay, zones just hate us. Let's just pop in our vehicles, and they all just crash on top of it was Valak and that little dip right there. And even after taking that dip, the circle's like, nah, I'm gonna go further down south here, Loops. So Loops, I think they've been doing pretty decent when it comes to their play style and like playing the edge, that is. But these circles just haven't been in their favor at all, at least when it comes to the late game here, in my opinion, fellas.
Makes a lot of sense, and Loops has been standing out all day long to me. And another team that has been not as on the radar as they were last week, but still doing pretty decent today is 9Z Globant. And one of the players that we're really familiar with in this region is Remix. And Seven Worlds, you shouted him out last game as, you know, being a really clutch player coming through on short time. You know, hasn't been with the team for a super long amount of time. He's been delivering in the clutch, and to that point, so far this week, Remix is leading all players in the lobby right now with 8 eliminations so far this week. He also has 3 assists up there as well, so he is your #1 player of the week thus far. What do you got to say about Remix over there in 9Z7?
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving the action that man has been able to put up. And I mean, I even talked about it during the game too, in regards to just the fact that he has been able to do this in such a short amount of time, and with the caliber of players that are in that squad. Usually whenever you end up seeing a transfer of like this, especially if you go into a team that has MVP calibers like Cold Goat, Milos as well, he's just a veteran, maybe they get a little bit shy, maybe they get a little bit just their gameplay just completely changes. That's not the case for Remix. He's actually using all of that aura from everybody else to just improve his gameplay, and it's currently showcasing. I mean, you mentioned it, 8 eliminations, average damage 253, the average survival time, we would like to see that a little bit higher, but as you mentioned too, I mean, this team just hasn't been able to really make themselves last long in regards to just the placement points. But even with that, for him to be leading everything in regards to damage, everything in regards to eliminations, this is what you want to see, especially if you're 9Z Globant. If you're 9Z Globant fans as well in the chat, you're going to be happy that the new player is currently showing up and is currently the main fragger for Phase 2.
Yeah, you heard the difficulties from Xforce, right? With a couple of new players to the roster. It's like, yeah, it takes a minute to gel. We don't necessarily have the chemistry. It's like, yeah, I've played with one of these guys for a while, but maybe not with the others. It seems like 9Z is not suffering from the most common, problem that new players face when coming into a new team. It's that chemistry, and that's being used to each other. And Remix right now leading the squad, and this is not a squad where, he immediately came in as the best player. We got, the reigning MVP and Cold Goat over on that squad as well, who is actually having himself quite a tournament as well. So again, Remix just doing a tremendous job right now over with 9Z, and it shows on the leaderboards. They finished in 2nd place after our first week, but as of now, 9Z not having made any noise yet in week 2, but they've been around, they've been mixing it up. But Dave, got to come to you for, VIP Esports, man. Do you think they got what it takes to run it back here, get to that final circle again, and maybe even sneak away a victory?
Victory is a tough one. That's a tough one.
They did it yesterday in Game 4.
All right, maybe it's a Game 4 thing. I mean, the Zarky bros, they got what it takes, man. That rotate from Zarky, they went all the way around, and we ended up seeing them at Milta Power, kind of just playing it nice and slow, inching their way into those final zones towards the end. Neighbors, for the most part, with Alpha 7. So all it takes is, those big brain rotates that we're seeing from VIP. And the thing is with the rotates, they need to make sure not to get stuck swimming. We can see their success when they don't, right? I mean, game 1, they were just out there swimming on that rotate and just getting shot, pieced up, and creased up. But this time, I think what they adjusted here, fellas, is they dropped Sarky and get the loop, but immediately go for those rotates, immediately go for those wide rotates, and they adjust their timing. And with that in mind, now the play style is working with their edge strat here.
We'll see if they're able to actually catch Alpha 7 on a rotation, because they do run the same path as we see the head-to-head here. Kind of a mirror image, but Alpha 7 getting the better of late game so far. 7 Worlds, what do you see from this graphic?
Yeah, I mean, I see that they're being able to get those eliminations. The average survival time goes to show that along the lines of what Dave was saying, yeah, they are rotating fast, but I don't think they're rotating fast enough at the moment. I think Alpha 7 is still being able to edge them out in regards to getting the faster rotation out of the north, especially if the circle doesn't end up going their way. That's why Alpha 7 allowed themselves to just get such a good position. They went to Melted Power, from then they went into the compound that ultimately ended up being blessed. And then meanwhile, VIP was still following the same trend, but it was just a tad bit slow. So yeah, they have improved the rotations. It needs to be a little bit faster if the circle does hard shift far away from them. But the fact that this team is currently being able to put up eliminations, that's what I'm excited about. That's what I'm currently happy about. They need to be able to win these fights. That way they can put themselves in situations where they can actually third-party fights at the end of the match.
No, that makes a ton of sense. And, one of the teams I'm watching here that's been quite a different story so far in week 2 compared to week 1. Week 1, they were in the cellar or bottom 2 the entire time, and that's All Glory Gaming. This week has been a different story. They finished in the top 3 2 games in a row now. Erangel has looked pretty dominant for them, and there's only been 8 players in the entire lobby that have put up more than 1,000 damage so far. 2 of those are on All Glory Gaming. You've seen Melgar do some great damage on the point out front, scouting for the team and being kind of the tip of the spear. He's got over 1,000 damage, but leading all players right now is M2M19A. He's got 1,384 damage right now, leading everyone in the lobby. That is quite a flip of the script from week 1 for All Glory Gaming. So that's the team that I have my eye on going into this game. And heck, you know what? If we're doing predictions, I'm going to go with AGG to take home a victory here in game number 4 today. So that's my pick coming into the map. But 7 Worlds, I'll come to you for your pick. Who do you think's going to take it home here for our last game of Erangel of the day?
Brother, my smile can't get bigger. I'm so glad you picked AGG right there, because that team, I mean, they could have gotten that win in the last one. It was just a tiny macro change for that squad. And for me, I kind of want to see it. I'm going to continue on the NA trend. Last one, I ended up picking Wolves. It didn't happen because of the circle. I'm jumping on the Sarky Bros. I'm going with VIP Esports.
I love it. I love it. Dave, we've got some rando picks right now. We got AGG and VIP. I believe those are the 2 bottom teams for week 1. Who are we picking for our third prediction here on game 4?
I feel like you want me to pick one of those teams, but I'm sticking with Loops, right? Loops, I can feel it. They want this winner chicken dinner. They had 4 eliminations here this last game, and the struggles of being gatekept with these circles, it was just too much for them to handle. So if they can get Papa blessed by the zones here, Loops, winner chicken dinner, I see it coming still. I see it coming still. Loops, let's go.
I like it. So we got a Loops pick. I feel like that was kind of what I did on the end of week 1. Was I felt like 9Z was, carrying some momentum, playing pretty good. I just kept picking them. We got right once in a while, so I think maybe that might be your Loops for today. But I guess we've got like a center plane path last game. It was the first time I've seen like a dead center, like, hey, let's see how this goes for all the teams. Everyone can go wherever they want on the map pretty much. It's all open. My gut tells me that we're going to see some weird plane path again, Southern Military Island or something. If we see that, I gotta think that it's going to be Alpha 7 with the advantage, because no one in the lobby has been rotating and making moves like that Squad 7. Last game we saw them land in North Georgia Pole, and they were the team that was best positioned when the zone went just in circle 2 all the way over to the East Coast. How you make that rotation and how you get position without finding yourself into a skirmish on the way is incredible. And for me, Alpha 7, I think, has the advantage. What about you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think in regards to the scouting that Alpha 7 has been able to do, it's what's so impressive out of that squad. That's why maybe they were caught off guard with what happened in the first Sandhawk. I mean, what was it? Team Liquid was just able to catch them off guard, ended up getting 2 of their players, and then you end up going towards the first Erangel. Once again, losing players very early on, maybe overextending a little bit too much. But for this team, it just comes down, and I feel like a broken record saying this over and over again, but it's just such an easy pattern to pick up for this team. If they maintain all their 4 players alive, they have become so good at the trade there that they just become scary, especially if you allow them, if you give them the time to actually end up scouting, end up looting, and end up rotating. That's not a team that you want to see in the top 5 situation with 4 players alive. So I'm hoping that some of the other teams continue. Okay, if you see Alpha 7 rotating, obviously they don't know it's Alpha 7, but as soon as they get a player knocked, they kind of keep the pressure going. They kind of keep it going against it. And talking about another NA team, PB, I want to see Xforce, man. I want to see Xforce being able to bring up the heat here, because today they have started off so slow, and I was hoping that it was going to be the complete opposite for this squad.
I think they just send it. Just send it. Get some early momentum. I don't know. All bets are off at this point for Xforce. I'm kind of looking at iNCO as well. I feel like they've had a day also. We take a peek at the upcoming maps. We've got Miramar coming up after this one, but not before we see a third Erangel in a row. Last game, it was Alpha 7. Previously, the Wolves. Both of those 2 teams look pretty dominant in winning those affairs. Let's see if we get a repeat today for the first time. I don't know that we saw a repeat winner on day 3 of week 1 either, so it's been a while since we saw a team really pop off on a day, and I think today might be that day. A couple of teams starting to get that momentum going, but looking at iNCO to hopefully do some damage here on this game as well. All Glory Gaming, though, riding the wave. Erangel's coming up next. We're just about to head to the playing path, Dave. Where do you want to see this zone go?
I want to see it go to the west side, because last 2 games it went over there to the east.
You're getting your wish.
So let's see, playing going west side. I want to see Circle 1 also go to the west side here, because I'm looking for some West Coast love out here. But looks like we're going to start to see the players continue to drop in here for game number 3. After this, 2 Miramars back-to-back. You love to see it. AGG, Team Liquid going to be dropping out. Xforce, everybody looks like, at least for now, going for their tried and true drop locations. Nothing too crazy. You know, it'd be wild. I'll get to that later, but my other point being is the thing that I'm starting to get worried about, right, when we're looking at these other squads. Alpha 7 now with a win in the pocket. Alpha 7, they're a team that once when they get going, there's no stopping them, right? We saw that last week, and obviously I like Alpha 7, but for these other squads, I hope that's not the case. If somebody could try to pick out Alpha 7 early on, maybe take out 1 or 2 on their rotates here early on, and really stop that momentum, that'd be great for everybody else, because Alpha 7 feeling good. They're back in their comfort zone, I gotta say, and well, if nothing slows them down, then I don't know what's going to happen with the overall leaderboards.
Yes.
But look at the circle.
That's what I'm talking about, 7. Military zone. This is my favorite, and it is not only a military zone, but it's kind of shifted to the east a bit. So all these teams need to kind of take a quick rotate. They know that no one has dropped all the way to like Novo, for example. So I'm curious to see if Wolves choose to loot up north, then travel, or if they prioritize zone position and just head south now. I want to keep my eyes on them as this map develops. But an interesting zone and another story to tell. We'll see if those gliders get into action, 7.
I'm hoping that the gliders are going to be in there. I think one team that's going to be using those gliders, it's going to be none other than Xforce. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing Fate, especially with this type of circle that we're currently working with. They always end up wanting to go at least south of that military island. For Wolves, you were wondering where they're going to be going. I think they might be making that early rotation. I think they might be making that quick rotation. They know that AGG ends up going towards Novo. They know that they're more than likely going to end up getting some fighting over there if they do end up getting even close enough. But for Wolves, try to go a different way. Try to maybe hold a compound that's a little bit farther away from AGG. And the big question mark for me, especially with this circle, is Alpha 7, how are they going to be rotating in? Last time they ended up going Primors, and then they do that West rotation. And also, as we're seeing, 9C Globant, Colgo just picking up VTEX there from row 19. And more than likely, he's going to be seeing other players coming through as well. Is this a fight you want to take? Are you going to commit to a 9C? It's just one player. You're going to realize it too. You're going to end up seeing there's more vehicles. So yeah, there you go. They're backing off. But I was going to say, with this rotation right here, and I'm going to throw it to you, Dave, VIP, this could be a make it or break it situation in my mind in regards to, okay, have they just been getting lucky in a way, or have the strategy that they have planned out on that day off, has the VAR review that they have done, is it actually going to come to fruition, especially with the circle since they're so far away?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, you talk about VIP, this is their bread and butter, right? So it really comes down to timing though, and I think today, their drop, their loot, all that has been on point. So hopefully they can continue that here to continue to get some consistent points, you know, much needed points here to kickstart round number 1. So we'll see though. We'll see. I'm confident. I believe, man. I believe in VIP.
Do you think they'll maybe end up doing not a boatate necessarily all the way from Sarkir, right? But do you think they'll
we've
maybe
seen that
end up
last week
going
from them.
on
They actually did that last week, one time.
West or east though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. West or east?
They went all the way east, I'm pretty sure, and we were like laughing about it. But look at this, PB, your squad, AGG, looking at those consistent points up against Wancho, catching a slug to the dome. But the Wolves, they're the pack right now. And well, looks like they're going to be able to save their squad mate from getting thirsted. Wancho should be getting picked up here very shortly right now, PB.
Clutch play from Coops right there. I mean, M2M wins the fight in the 1v1 against Wancho, and, you know, he's like looking like they're going to just continue to build on that momentum for All Glory Gaming, but Coops just hanging around just far enough onto the flank to support his teammate as they go for the flush, able to get that trade and ultimately keep all of the Wolves in the fight. It's what you want to see for them as the top team in the lobby right now. Now, on the flip side of things, I'm looking at the bottom team in the lobby right now. Shoot to Survive. I was hopeful they could turn things around. They had a decent qualifier in the Titan series to get here, but it's just been slow going for them. And I'm looking at Klaus right now because this is a player that has been an absolute stud standout now for many seasons. And he currently today has 147 damage and no elims. And that's a performance you know he's trying to turn around, but through 3 games to only have 100 damage. That's crazy right now for them. So Shoot to Survive, that's a team I'm looking for Klaus to pick it up a bit and for the team to be picking it up a bit as well, because I know they're better than 16th. 7?
Yeah, they're definitely better than 16, and that's one team that I don't know. Like, I think I have to kind of bite my tongue for that team because nothing is working right now, right? Last week, whenever we went to the overall, they ended up being 13th place. Right now, after 3 matches, now going into the 4th match here, they're currently in 16th place, only 5 points. And all of those 5 points for that squad is coming in from just elimination. So maybe try to find a way to get into a situation where you can start securing some placement points, and then you can start fragging out. But it's easier said than done, especially because I don't really know what's currently happening within that team. I don't know what's the thing that they're currently trying to work with. One team that I would like to see a little bit more of, as Fate ends up that's going to be big for Xforce. Fate ends up getting eliminated from 9C. I think, oh my goodness, is that right? If we can, let's take a look at 9C a little bit, because 9C recognized the pattern from the previous matches, and they have taken over where Xforce usually loves going to. So I think a bit of a surprise there for Xforce, and one of the reasons why Fate ended up getting eliminated. So great awareness from 9C, knowing that usually there's a team that tends to go here, tries to get there first, and it ends up working out for that team.
Tonka's overwatching them right now, as well as Reyes and Colgoat loot up. If Reyes just peeks his head up a little bit, there's the shots. They come in. I was waiting for them to happen. Tonka from Royals of War getting those shots down, and it's a completely different team than they were just dealing with. So multiple squads on the far southern tip of Military Island. Colgoat now on Overwatch, as Royals of War will fall back and regroup a bit. Team starting to kind of stake their claims to real estate on this southern island, because it's very clearly going to be a southern zone. And Xforce, as you mentioned, getting surprised a bit on that rotation. They have to fall back get all the way to that western side of the circle as well. But teams that moved early being rewarded. Wolves did move early, and they are now also down on the southern part of this island. They're near 9Z, but also trying to find a spot to call home just for the moment, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Baton was able to do some scouting, found a spot on that east coast, and now we see the Wolves all grouping up. So Worlds of War losing VicTech real early on here. Worlds of War, another team just trying to find their foothold here tonight. And last week they were on the come up. They slowly started to get their start going, and towards the day number 3. They were firing on all cylinders. So Worlds of War, they're actually going to luck out with this new circle shift. Xforce not going to be too disappointed, even though they did lose one of their squad mates. But this zone now going to that west side. So Alpha 7, we see them on the boat. Tate, I, and F going to be gatekeeping on the bridge. VIOUS, and we were talking about Shoot to Survive. So Shoot to Survive, they've been in the blender all night long, man. They have not been getting any luck, honestly, going their way. So it's going to be a big challenge here, 7, for a lot of these teams on this East Coast now with the new circle shift.
Especially like you were saying, Alpha 7. I don't know what that team is going to be doing with that Eastern rotation. One team that is looking to secure some eliminations before they are forced over towards the military island. It's going to be Influence Rage, and that's a team that needs even more points. They're currently not where they want to be when it comes down to the overall. You can see it right there on your right-hand side, and being proactive, making sure that they take shots on anybody that comes close by. Shoot to Survive is going to be one of those teams. Shoot to Survive is a team that we were looking and hoping that they start securing some points. They're almost catching that player from Influence Rage, but not being able to. Little boy. This is going to be a standoff between these two teams for quite a while, and it's going to allow some more openings for some of the other squads as well. Are you going to maybe want to just back off from this Eastern Bridge and go to the Western Bridge? And I'm posting that question to Loops Esports because that is the team that's rotating. But meanwhile, Shoot to Survive, Claus, you were asking for him. He's starting to show up right here, at least securing an elimination on Law if he's able to confirm it, PB.
He might be able to get the whole squad here if he's lucky. Blue zone starting to play a factor, though. Klaus has got nades lined up, and this is going to be a tough one for him. He's got to be really careful. He's going to see if he can catch Diego here with a pump shotgun. He gets over the wall, able to secure the kill now with Law going down. Can the team provide him some support? Finally, the third party comes in. Vatine takes down Diego from behind, and now Shoot to Survive knows Loops is looking on as well, and it's not just Loops, it's VIOUS Gaming as well. So it's getting absolutely crazy here north of the bridge. Shoot to Survive trying to do exactly that. Can they shoot enough to survive as they approach Demonar here, Dave?
Look at this, Dark Light cooking it, gonna be tossing it with the fadeaway. Is it good? Missing the mark here. So the pressure in the blue is on. You were talking about Loops with the potential third party. We also got VIP rolling in from Zarky as well. So the pressure is gonna be on because we can see the health bar is just slowly getting ticked away. And talk about a team on just the latest rotation ever. iNCO finally leaving, yes, Naya in their vehicle convoy. They're going to be sending it down this general location. But the next circle tonight has been just a wild night with these zones. I mean, for the most part.
Look at intense game.
I know, intense game, big chillin'. They might actually have a nice little clash with iNCO, who are going to be possibly opting to go that way. But for the most part, these circles just have not been on any of these players' side here tonight.
Intense game needs to just stop doing that bridge camp or whatever it is that they're trying to do there and just cross that bridge, because if there was ever a time for them to do it, it would be now. By the way, when we're looking at the circles and all of the teams right there, it was a perfect example of what I've been talking about in regards to VIP. Always doing the exact same rotation as Alpha 7, but always doing it just a tad bit delayed. Alpha 7 already in military base. Where's VIP? They're still within Milta. So they need, if they're going to be changing anything, that's one thing that team definitely needs to change. Meanwhile, Claus looking to get another player here for Influence Rage. It's going to be none other than Little Boy. It's not going to be easy, as he's now going to be having the blue zone taken, and it's going to make it even harder, forcing him to slow down. Little Boy, I don't know if he's currently out of heals. He might be, because this is a crazy push out of him, and I think he might end up getting knocked. There you go. He didn't have any more heals. Claus playing it right forcing him to push up, and Influence Rage gets eliminated, and now we're switching over to Xforce versus Team Liquid. And remember, Xforce was playing a man down because Fate got eliminated earlier on, and Team Liquid making quick work of them.
This is a battle for the center of the zone right now. Team Liquid wins the fight, but across the street is All Glory Gaming. The 3-man that still exists for their squad is posted up. They both are in dead center circle, and in comes, it looks like Savage Esports making their way onto the scene with hovercrafts. Those are such huge advantages later on in the circle. Massive hit points and huge structures to absorb a lot of those shots and provide some mobile cover. But north of the bridge, still S2S trying to get free of all of these other squads. You can see Klaus up north, but Bob's still down south, but Bob's still up north, trying to get away from all of these different engagements. Poppy Sour gets taken down by Casper, but Casper gets returned on by Legend. So it's time for Bob to get the heck out of here and get to circle. This is a good game so far from Shoot to Survive. Yes, they've lost 1, but they've been able to pick up 5 elims and are now making their way to zone. It does look like Intense Game finally left their bridge camp and secured the upper part of the circle. Man, oh man, this has been an absolutely crazy game so far with some crazy zones, and I expect it to continue.
It's a bloodbath over here on this east side. Looks like Loop's going to be able to get the upper hand. Nunez behind the vehicle. Yep, going to be taken out right there. So Loop's going to be the victors of the East Bridge, I'm going to call it, with their 4 elimination points. iNCO on their very late rotation from Yesnaya, losing 3 of their squad mates actually out of that whole skirmish, leaving just McGrellin, the last one alive. So imagine just looting the whole game and trying to send it to the zone and just getting wiped out just like that. I mean, that's what happened to iNCO here this match. But popping over here, Alpha 7, they were able to get a nice little spot over here on the southern west side. They're going to be defending their building right now. 7 up against 9Z.
Mafioso just got so lucky being able to just get off 9C's radar, of 9C's line of sight, and barely surviving. That truck is going to be smoking. I don't know if he's going to want to use that anymore, but the fact that Alpha 7 somehow was able to rotate super late and have actually still all 4 players alive, this is going to be an interesting fight here. 4 versus 3. Alpha 7 does have the numbers. They also have Rebel on top of the roof, so he's going to be able to spot players a little bit easier, but he needs to be careful because now 9C being aware of that and expecting it, trying to get the off angle, and they're starting to wrap around. They're making sure that they're not just having one player fight against everybody else. And the last player from 9C pulls up as well, and this is the aggressiveness that we've been wanting to see out of this team. Somebody take the fight to Alpha 7. Don't allow them to actually regroup each other, revive each other, and that's exactly what 9C is doing. Is it gonna buy fire? Time is gonna tell. Reyes is gonna end up getting knocked. Holgo, Milos, and Remix are still alive, and it's only Squash, the new player for Alpha 7. He's gonna be trying to hunt down the last 3 players of 9C. He's gonna be able to connect right there with Milos. He's gonna make sure he confirms this elimination. He's gonna be able to spot the other one. Can Squash clutch this up? Having to reload his shotgun. Gonna push out, slowing it down, playing it patient. The grenade is gonna be coming in for Squash. He knows that 9C Remix is going to be close by. Remix, this is your moment to shine. This is your moment to just establish yourself even more, making sure that you win this fight against Alpha 7. Both of them forcing to slow it down, and both of them forcing other teams to maybe hear this fight and possibly third party it. They're just playing it patient, trying to get the angle. Squash is going to be able to find an angle right there. He's going to be able to connect a little bit. Not full enough to actually eliminate him. A smart play there with the Molotovs, though, allowing him to back off, and the grenade is going to be coming in. Remix now pushing into the building. Both of them trying to just grenade each other. Squash is going to be able to connect a little bit. It's going to be a 1v1 here, boys. Squash trying to push out. Remix trying to push out. The grenades keep coming in. It's pretty much a mouse and cat play here, PB.
This has been the craziest 1v1, and the best part is it's new player for A7 versus new player for 9Z. Is it going to be Squash, or is it going to be Remix? All of the rest of the team hoping to get revived, but they're all dying off. It's down to just these two for supremacy at the compound, and it's Remix coming away with the victory. He clutches up yet again for 9C, and Alpha 7 has been eliminated, Dave.
Wild. I mean, both players just running out of ammo, running out of everything right there. We'll definitely have to catch that replay because that was the fight, the team fight of the tournament so far. Wolves out here, though, circling their prey up here in the north up against IG. I see Silence over here trying to take some shots. Coops trying to get the initial run over. We are going to spot Silence over there making that quick little U-turn, but the Wolves not opting to pop out their vehicles quite yet. Wancho trying to hit the heel, now hitting the dirt here, trying to lower his sight lines right now. IG on the other side of the hill. Looks like Silence was knocked out, bleeding out. Padrino, though, DBS. Adrian, DBS, but Wancho able to connect onto that one, 7.
That's right. Wolves looking to put up another good performance and looking to put up another good performance against Intense Game, a team that really hasn't been able to pop off so far. Oh, Baton gets caught off guard. And that is it for Wolves. Wolves not going to be able to win that fight against IG, and IG should be able to recover at least 2 of those players if they don't end up getting third party. Team Liquid, though, being proactive. Team Liquid currently 11th place on the overall, not where they expect them to be, making sure that they just group up around this last player from IG, and that is all she wrote. Mythic does end up getting knocked, but he will end up getting picked up, PB.
Down to 9 teams now, and this has been by far the most frenetic game of the lobby today so far. Now, massive opportunity for Loops as they are the only top team still left in. 3 players up, 6 elims already under their belt. Another massive elim game for Loops, and if they can get a few more, that'll be enough to put them on top of the table. They need 3 to equal Wolves, and Wolves out of the lobby so far. Team Liquid getting mixy now with All Glory Gaming, and things have gotten absolutely crazy, and this is why I like Southern Circles so much. They're absolutely chaotic, and you see so many great fights, and it looks like we're about to see another one here with AGG. It's kicking off with Team Liquid, Dave.
Charlie tossing out some smokes, trying to block those sight lines. 1 Molotov in the pocket. Charlie, yeah. We're dipping back now that Team Liquid are starting to fight back here. And there goes Charlie, knocked out to the hands of Chiefs M4. But Fran, a little spray down right there. But Mythic not able to get touched right there. And Team Liquid looking to be proactive over here on the northern side of the play zone. Do they have time to get the reset? Do they have time to heal up? Because that's going to be what Savage Esports right over that ridge, trying to toss their own grenades, trying to get involved in this skirmish here, 7.
I think Savage Esports might be allowing them to have that time. They decided to back off a little bit. They decided to not fully engage with Team Liquid, and it's going to allow Team Liquid to get that revive, to get all of the loot from all the eliminations that they were able to get earlier. And that's not something, Savage, that's not something you want to do. You don't want to let this team get comfortable because you can see what they're currently doing. They're up to 7 eliminations. And Dave, you talk about momentum all the time. This is one team that can definitely carry that momentum. This is one team that you don't want to give that extra time to. And look at this, Team Liquid, even with the man disadvantage, now taking the fight to them. They say, you want to start something you can't finish? Don't worry, we'll try to finish it for you, and we'll actually force this fight, Dave.
Yeah, look at this. Cardozo trying to open this one up with a couple grenades, 2 more grenades, 1 more Molotov, and Savage Esports, they are scared. You can tell they are hiding behind the trees. They are prone. They're hoping that Team Liquid make a mistake. Cardozo popping in the vehicle, will be getting sprayed down. Here comes Chief with the shotgun. Oh, Chief taken down and out as well. There goes Mythic. So we were questioning Savage Esports and their passive play right there, but honestly, that's what won them that team fight here, PB.
Octi again with another clutch. That's a second one in as many days. He has gone off for Savage Esports, a standout player for them as they start to build momentum going into these final circles. And gentlemen, this has been a game for the ages right now. I have no idea which way it's going to go, but I gotta shout out our boys from Shoot to Survive. They just went out, but they topped the lobby in damage, and they finished with 7 elims. So props to them on turning things around. They're no longer in the cellar, up to 12th. but now it's Loops' opportunity. Here is the clutch by Octi, takes down Cardozan in the car. Then Chief on the push, gets him with the deke, hits him with the shotgun, and immediately goes on the push, connects with a headshot with Mythic, and follows with another one to get the 1v3. Clutch again. 1v3ing for the second time in 2 days. This man is feeling himself, and now that might be just what Savage Esports needs to get their first chicken dinner. But man, I'm looking at Loops right now. 40 points on the scorecard. They need one more elim to equal Wolves, and they're going to get at least one more point, 2 more points rather, from rank. So look for Loops to be your new leader, but just how far up the tables will they be able to push, Seven?
This might be the game for that team. By the way, VIP at least were able to get into a top 6 situation. By the way, and on top of that, Loops, I mean, they have 4 players in life. As long as they don't end up doing any mistakes, which I'm so glad you called it out as well, Dave, when you were casting that. Savage Esports was just waiting for Team Liquid to make a mistake. As soon as that player decided to hop onto the vehicle, that was the opening, and I love that Octi didn't waste any time. He didn't think about it twice. He just went for it and make sure he got that elimination. Now, for Savage Esports, with them having to make up this push towards this wall, towards this fence, it is going to be exposing them to row 19. Yeah, row 19 is currently getting punished by United for Gaming.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, they were so passive on the Team Liquid push, and it was beautiful. But then right here, they just decided to just crash right here a little too early, in my opinion. And row 19 kind of backfilling where Savage were holding down, and now Savage, they're pretty much stuck. You know, you don't have no sight lines, and you got the zone, sure, but you lost a couple members in the process, so they're just looking for some points right now. And, well, a team that is being proactive, Loops on that east side, they did lose a squad mate, but they got 8 elimination points going their way. The only team with the complete roster still active is going to be United for Gaming here, PB.
Yeah, they've had an interesting position with a 1-2-1 split, and it's worked out for them thus far, but it all comes down to this shift of the zone to see who really has the advantage, and it looks like Savage Esports in the compound there might be in the best position. I don't know if they're over the wall or not. They've got good sight lines there on some teams. ROW19 on the outskirts looking in, and iNCO short-handed probably aren't going to play a factor, but Loops also on the interior of this circle are probably going to be better off than United 4, as they will have to move to try to secure a spot deeper into this circle, and ROW just doing whatever they can to try to get into circle, but I don't know how much longer they've got left in them, Seven.
Yeah, it's going to take almost a miracle here. You're going to have to crash. I mean, the only way to do it, you would just have to fully crash on it and then hope that the last player that you left up there from row is going to be getting some off angles, but it's going to be a tough one.
Gosh.
Or hope that Loops Esports is just going to end up helping you out as United for Gaming, getting surprised there by Loops Esports. David making the push up, and somehow
are they going to get
still
in?
Alive.
This is crazy.
But he's still alive.
First, it was a beautiful shot from the back line with the AUG to take down the first United Gaming player, and then on the flank, Loops comes in from the back and takes down another United 4 player. So some help coming in with the third party, but Royals of War somehow still in this, and they've taken down a Savage Esports player in front of them. They may be able to backfill the position and actually take control of the northern part of this circle. This is a miracle play right now for Royals of War, although Tonka has gone down on that backside. He's drawing some unwanted attention now from United 4 trying to get revenge.
Yeah, Tonka had no helmet either, so it was just a sitting duck. So it's up to David. And one of the players that really caught me off guard, we can see out there in the distance, iNCO. They still got McGrellin showing up in the late game. There you go. But McGrellin, he was on his team. They were looting Yasnaya, and they moved out very late into the game, and well, they lost 3 of their squad mates on the rotate when we did have that East Bridge in play. But we've seen last week McGrellin with the 1v3, so I am not going to be discounting iNCO when it comes to trying to get some more points, trying to get some more eliminations on the board. But honestly, Loops right now, nothing but zone control here, PB.
Absolutely. You mentioned McGrellin. He was north of Milta when we were in stage 5. So everyone was down in this particular location, and there's still McGrellin on the northern island just doing whatever McGrellin does, trying to get away from the action, but it paid off as he's still alive. Top 5 now. Couple of solos still in play. We got McGrellin for iNCO. We've got Octi for Savage Esports, and then you've got 2 of the Fuller squads in United 4 Gaming and Loops. This is going to be an interesting showdown now. McGrellin has been discovered. No. He's under fire, and Loops will eliminate him right after we mentioned him. So a little bit of a caster curse there. But what can you expect as a solo in the final circles? Royals of War has David, and we've got Octi from Savage. Those are the only 2 solos left, and then it should come down to Loops versus United 4-7.
Yeah, United 4 Gaming has to hope that Vitin overextends and they end up getting that fall angle. If they are able to knock Vitin, that will be the opening that this squad needs. I'm glad that Loops Esports was able to get rid of McGrellin. That way they didn't end up getting surprised. And now you can see United 4 Gaming starting to make a push up. I wonder how the situation here between the solos from Ro and the solos from Savage is going to be affecting them. Loops, in a way, helping them out as Vitin's able to spot one. But Loops, I mean, you might get your wish here. You might get the prediction right if everything goes according to plan, because Loops is looking to take this win, Dave.
Hey, man, if I keep predicting them, they're bound to get a win eventually here. But let's see, 10 elimination points. We still got United 4 Gaming with the numbers advantage, of course, but we are in stage 8 here, so I'm really looking into the zone, and I feel like Loops David's a wild card, but he's got like barely any ammo last time we checked with him. So United 4 Gaming with the numbers advantage, the center is right there, right smack in the middle. We see a couple smokes, but there's not a lot of cover. The thing is, United, they got some vehicles to work with, but we're missing some tires, so it's really going to come down to making sure David is taken out now. That way they can look inward towards the zone, because it's going to start to close here, PB.
Here it comes. The key player in all of this is Vitin. He's on the flank for Loops right now, holding this angle. This circle, we're in stage 9, so if he can get these picks, he's got the high ground and sight lines. If he can just stay farther enough back so he doesn't take grenade damage, he's going to be in the best position. He gets a second knock here, and it is coming down to Loops versus United 4 Gaming. It's a 2v2, and this is interesting as Rafinha on the other flank is down. Will the grenade be far enough? It is. He picks up another knock. We've got 2v1. It's all up now to Piscu and Nilzada on one flank. We've got Vitin on the other. Beautiful play from Loops right now, and they get the finish. Interesting. I thought they were going to have to close some ground, but they get the rifle play in at range. And Loops Esports gives Dave a correct prediction 7.
Hey, that's right. I mean, if they for some reason wouldn't have ended up getting that win, I would have ended up pulling some of my hair out, because it was theirs to win. It pretty much had to be like the opening play for United 4 Gaming would have been to just try to knock Vitin. That would have been the only possible play. And then on top of that, for United 4 Gaming, they've been fighting for so long that all their heals were just pretty much non-existent. You saw one of the players too trying to just scroll up with maybe 5 HP. He had nothing to work with, PB.
Tough to play that one for sure. Loops definitely had the better position, and at stage 9 with no more circles to shrink, the Loop squad had the majority of the play zone at their disposal. They were all on the edge, but Loops had more freedom of movement, and with a fence in front of the United 4 Gaming squad, it was absolutely Loops' game to win there, and they did so. But action off the rip in this one. We see cars going at each other. See some great support play here from Coops, but I remember the middle of this game was one of the best team fights we've seen in quite some time. Surely we'll see it here shortly, but it was none other than Alpha 7 up against 9Z that came down to a 1v1. I got to give a tip of the cap, though, to Milos here. Milos, he had the opening grenade through a doorway, through the smoke that knocked 2 of Alpha 7's players, that gave them the opportunity for this 1v1, and it was Remix that walks away from it, Dave, winning the battle of the new players.
Yeah, and there was also a moment during that fight where Milos heard the reload of Squash's DBS and didn't push around that corner right then and there. I feel like that would have been the deciding factor, but Octi from Savage Esports springing the trap. I was like, both you and me, Savage, were like, oh, what are they doing? You know, Team Liquid, they're just pushing up for free. And well, guess what? Octi's like, sit down, you dudes, you know, sit down. I got this. But and then right after that, though, they just YOLO'd it right to that little wall right there and getting backfilled from Rose of War. So maybe feeling it a little too much. But guys, I'm sticking with Loops still, all right, for my prediction. I feel like we got 2 more games to go. I feel like they can still get one more winner chicken dinner, because out of all the teams tonight, they've been on it. Like, they have been on it all night. They're coming to game. They're coming to get as many points as possible here tonight. I just feel it. I feel it coming again.
They were just a few points behind Wolves coming into the game, but with a 14 elimination chicken dinner, you know they've got to be rocketing past them on the leaderboard, and that will put the Loops squad in the driver's seat. We're in a familiar spot now. Loops is always a standout squad from Brazil, and here we are, 24 points in the 4th game of the day. No one else able to muster double digits. And this is a really big game for them, because all of the other top squads in the lobby right now, none of them are on the first page. They all finished on the second page. So this is a great opportunity for Loops to put a bit of a gap between them and the other 7.
That's right, PB. If you ever wanted a chance to just show off, pop off, and put up a good performance, why not do it when all the teams that you were hunting down, or all the teams that were hunting you down, were already eliminated? Make sure you make it count, and they definitely made it count with those 24 points. As we end up going here towards the second page, I'm actually, even though Alpha 7 ends up with just 3 points, and those 3 points coming in from elimination, that's better than what I expected them to do, because of how they were working with that circle, because of what they were having to do here. So congratulations, Alpha 7. Congratulations, 9C2 as well, with Remix putting up those numbers. And we do have a new first place, PB. Loops Esports moves up with a 50-point lead.
Not only is it first place, but a 15-point margin. I mean, that's a pretty significant margin for one game. So Loops really coming to play here today, and they secure another distinct chicken dinner. 4 different squads now winning a match today. We still have yet to see a repeat winner in week number 2. A lot of familiar faces taking their chicken dinners home, though we see the Alpha 7 squad once again taking home another chicken dinner. But will it be a 5th squad to win another chicken dinner today? I'm not sure. Dave thinks it's going to be Loops yet again.
Yes,
but man, I got to say that game 4, that 3rd Erangel of today, that for me was probably one of the better games of PUBG Mobile I've seen in a while. It was action-packed from start to finish, Dave.
That was good. Yeah, and Loops definitely coming in with another win here today. I mean, there's nothing stopping them. And when it comes to the overalls, yes, Alpha 7's still up there because they had, what was it, 14 elimination win. That's great news for everybody else in the lobby that they only get those 3 elimination points, because that's a team that I'm sure we can all agree on. Once when they get going, it's hard to stop them. You know, there's nothing stopping them, which we saw last week. So the fact that they got taken out early this game, it's going to kind of put a halt to that momentum when you do get that winner chicken dinner. So that is great news for teams like Xforce, VIOUS, 9Z, everybody else for the most part in the lobby.
Absolutely. Well, hey, we have seen an amazing first 4 games of week 2 of our league phase of the PMSL 2025 spring season. Boy, oh boy, guys, we are now looking forward to Miramar. So Miramar is going to be coming up next. Game 5 action is going to be starting soon. Don't go anywhere. We've got a quick break, and we'll see you guys back in just a moment. And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile PMSL America's Spring 2025 League Play action. Week 2 has kicked off. We're 4 games in, and boy, oh boy, these 4 games have been absolutely stellar so far. We've had amazing play from a variety of teams so far, but none looking more consistent than Loops Esports at the moment out of Brazil as they come off a Game 4 chicken dinner. We welcome back in the 7WG and Mustache Dave. Gentlemen, Miramar, it's coming up next. So excited to see who is going to crush it here in the desert. But I'm looking at VIP Esports after a strong Game 3. They came in and absolutely crushed, finishing top 3. And then we go to Game 4. They finished number 6. So, Seven, talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing from VIP and how things might have changed from Week 1.
I'm glad you're talking about VIP because Freddy actually, I thought it was going to be just pretty much like a toss-up for that team. I thought it was just going to be a bit of a scratch game. They were rotating so late. I mean, I keep comparing them on the rotation, especially for Erangel, between them and Alpha 7. Alpha 7 just rotates a lot faster. Somehow, Magician Freddy was able to sneak his way into the circle and secure at least 2 placement points for his squad, and being able to just back it up with some eliminations as well with when the whole squad was still alive. So good performance there out of VIP. Coming into tomorrow, coming into the next days, I won't be here, but I do want to see VIP being able to just rotate a little bit faster. Now, jumping into Miramar, I'm not sure what VIP is going to be able to do. I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams.
No Zarky,
I'm going to be
man.
looking at 9C.
For sure. I honestly think that's the difference right now between VIP Esports and some of the upper caliber teams like Alpha 7. It's honestly just how fast can they loot and how fast can they get out of their initial drop zone onto the rotation and into the safe circle. I want to know if they're aware of these improvements that they need to be made. So let's hear from Poppy Sour. We interviewed him after Game 3.
3 with Poppy Sour. Poppy Sour, a good match. Tough fights. You were able to eliminate some teams there, but at the end, it was a tough place to fight.
Tomamos la decisión de ejecutar ahí en Loops, pues no teníamos otra opción, ya que ellos llegaron primero y tomamos esa decisión y fuimos vencedores. La zona no tocó 2 veces ahí, pero ya era hora de pelear y al final terminamos top 3 con 7 kills, ya que a 7 tenía la cancha de enfrente y allí ya arriba, so tocó hacer lo que se pudo.
Yeah, we decided to take the fight to Loops. They took the house before we did, the compound, so we decided that we had to go for it. We had the zone twice, but after that we had to move. AGG was on one side, Alpha 7 was on the other, and it was what it was. But a good match either way. How you guys feeling?
En verdad nos sentimos bien porque ya estamos cogiendo la confianza de pelear juntos. Estábamos peleando muy separados y ya creo que de ahora en adelante vamos a seguir topeando. Hicimos un pequeño error en la primera partida de Erangel. Hicimos un pequeño error ahí que el puente estaba solo, que esa también podría ser un top muy bueno y no pegamos la información bien que digamos, solamente vimos los carros y con eso ya seducimos como que había gente, pero no. Pero ya de ahora en adelante vamos, como yo siempre te digo, vamos a meter mano.
Okay, let me translate all of that. Remember back from the first Erangel, he's saying that they made a bad decision. They should have taken the bridge, but they saw some cars. They decided, hey, maybe not. It's not a good idea. But it was alone. They could have gone there, but it's fine, bro. You guys are doing better. The improvement is palpable. So let's go. Let's get a win. Let's get a win today.
Vamos a ganar. Hoy vamos a ganar de nuevo. Vamos a ganar.
He says, let's go. We're going to win. Dude, I'm excited. Honestly, listening to Poppy Sour talk there, they sound like a different team than Week 1. They're feeling confident. He says that they're playing together. And Seven, obviously, you understand Spanish as a native language. So talk to us a little bit about Poppy Sour and how he's feeling and how he came across there.
Yeah, especially at the end when he just decided to go off. I kind of felt bad for Sour Patch right there, having to translate all of that information. I was like, okay, come on, bro. Just give my boy a break. He's going to have to translate that. One thing that was missed, though, that you just mentioned it, was that he did say they're getting more comfortable playing all of them together. Previously, they have just been playing too far apart. They're starting to feel confident, too. And I'm glad that he that he mentioned in regards to Loops taking over that compound, and they just went for it. It wasn't really like a game plan thing. They just went for it, and it kind of shows their confidence, PB. This is when you need to have that confidence because you do have the fragging power for it. Sometimes, even though we might be against it, even though the viewers might be against it, you just got to risk it and go for it.
Absolutely. So props to VIP. Jugamos juntos, he said, playing together. And I love what I'm hearing from Poppy Sour there. Like, honestly, the confidence that you hear from them after spending the majority of week 1 in the cellar, that is not a cellar dwelling team that we just heard from. So it shows on the battlefield today. They finished in the top 5 or near the top 5 a couple of times now. And let's see how they do in this game. But Dave, coming to you, we got a Southern Plane path. Our first Miramar kicks off. The teams are dropping, and first out of the plane again is Shoot to Survive. Are they going to survive this time, or are they going to grenade themselves out of the lobby like they did last game?
That's what I was going to say. Are they going to survive each other, right? After their friendly grenades going off last game. So it looks like they're going to have INF near them and VIOUS Gaming not too far towards the south. But like both of you guys are talking about, like VIP Esports, and I think that's one beautiful thing about this tournament structure is we got the 2 weeks and then we got the finals. Yes, you get those advancement points, but every week is kind of like a fresh slate, a fresh start, right? So you don't have to look at the leaderboards and just how much ground you need to cover, you know? So VIP already coming into week number 2, doing a lot better. They got a new game plan, and now they are a mid-pack team right now, sitting on their 21 points. So definitely huge fan. Talking about the zone, though, El Pozo, it went all the way up to the north. I think we got like 4 teams currently residing in circle number 1. Alpha 7 actually still dropping in their parachutes, but in the elimination feed, Ergod with the UMP. See a little action here, PB, up against United 4 Gaming.
Let's see it. They have not been shy about getting into the mix today. Royals of War has been active, but it hasn't really panned out for them on the overall leaderboard. They're sitting down in 10th right now, 18 points so far. But are off to a decent start here on Miramar, and I feel like, Seven, when we get to Miramar and just really any map in general, once we hit esports competition mode, I feel like they just set the zones to wacky mode, because every single game it's just wacky, man. Like hard shifted off the map, like it's crazy. There's like 2 teams that were even partially in circle here for this first one, and that's on Miramar. So that's something to be said. We'll keep an eye on it, but already on the rotation early is Alpha 7, Carrillo, and Squash are heading north.
I feel like we have gotten a chance to see everything when it comes down to Miramar so far this PMSL. We've gotten a chance to see Minas del Sur. We've gotten a chance to see El Pozo, La Cobreria last time. We just haven't gotten a chance to see Campo Militar. So we'll see if we get a chance to see it at some point in one of these matches, whether it happens today or whether it happens in the next couple of days of Phase 2 or maybe the Grand Finals. One thing I am going to be looking at here with the circle and with the rotations and everything going on is a team that did end up performing well during Miramar in Phase 1, Day 1 was Intense Game. And so far, Intense Game, they just haven't played of the likes what we expect them to. So I'm hoping that this is going to be their bounce back, PB. I'm hoping that we start seeing a good performance out of that team, especially here in Miramar.
I think they got the potential to do it for sure. As some fights starting to break out here between Ayala and iNCO. McGrellin taking a little pass by. Doubt he's going to stop, but you know, they'll get some shots off at least. We'll drive by shooting in the desert to kick things off here. iNCO circles back around Vitali and McGrellin nearby. I think they're going to clear out, but very interesting indeed. One of the other teams I'm keeping my eye on here who is in the circle right now is Loops. Starting to loot up, starting to, you know, get busy, secure that position, and they are newly on top of the standings right now. 56 points, coming off a huge win last game. And we do have Neil Zada from Loops on standby here for an interview. We caught him after Game 4. Let's go to that now.
Here we are after match 4 with Neil Sada from Loops Esports. They just got the winner chicken dinner. Neil Sada, you are not on the top. How are you guys feeling? Last week you did good. Now you're starting the week even better. Tell me about it. Parabéns pela vitória. Vocês na primeira etapa foi boa para vocês. Agora vocês estão startando de um jeito ainda melhor. Como vocês estão sentindo?
Cara, acho que a gente se preparou bem para essa segunda etapa, revemos tudo que aconteceu de erro na primeira e viemos mais forte para essa e pode esperar a gente aí novo time nessa segundo round.
He says that yes, they feel better this time. They saw their mistakes that they did on the first half, and you can expect them to be an even better team on this part. Niel, parabéns, mano.
Great stuff here from Neil Zada. One of the team, he's a tricky player, man. We've seen Neil Zada survive to the end a couple of times, securing some extra placement points for Loops. And again, Loops coming off a Game 4 victory. They'll try to do it again and be the first team to secure a second chicken dinner in Week 2. But remember, today, points have reset. Everyone starting from scratch. And that pays off for teams looking to close the gap on Alpha 7. Currently sitting in third place, but Loops and Wolves so far doing a great job to kind of get this second week off to a great start, Dave.
Oh, my goodness. M2M just out here by themselves. My dude, listen, Team Liquid were rotating past this, by the way. He took shots with his UMP. And, oh, no, I take it back. Too late, buddy. Too late, buddy. They are here. Okay, one knock. Trying to get the confirm. Looks like we're able to get Ayala into the building. So all Glory Gaming, M2M, his teammates, they are trying to pull up. They are trying to show up to get that support here. M2M was
so
able
slow,
to
Dave.
get the... They are slow. I mean, we're still across the street. Meanwhile, he's still on the front lines. Did get the reload on the UMP. Did get the reload on the shotgun here. And I believe, yep, Team Liquid, they got the revive here. But the thing is, Seven... M2M, he took those shots, man. He laid out the first disrespect. Team Liquid, they were just going on by, man. So what do you expect here, Seven?
What do you, I'm scratching my head, Seven.
What do you expect?
Come on, AGG. At least tell your player to back off if you're not going to be there for the trade. If you're not going to be able to back him up. You guys had the numbers advantage. Fran decides to keep on holding the off angle. And on top of that, you guys are just still... I know you guys were far away. But that's when... this is what I'm saying. Like, little things for AGG that they just need to fix. Last week, it was decision making. Not figuring out what they wanted to do. This week, it just comes down to execution. They put themselves in winning positions when it comes to fights. They put themselves in winning positions when it comes to games. But when it comes down to the execution, it's just not there.
That was crazy. He wasn't even inside the building. Like, he was standing outside firing at, I mean, I don't know.
A whole squad rotating past them.
Yeah.
With the UMP.
By himself. I was like, brother, what are you doing? After a brilliant game 2 and 3 from AGG, we let this one slip in game 5. And, man, I thought, maybe the team would come support him, but maybe they're going to roll up, in game 6 a little bit later on. I don't know. It took a while for the rotation, but that just shows you how goofy of a move it was to take on Team Liquid on the rotation with your squad that far away. So lesson learned, we hope. First circle coming to an end here as we see the rotation. Who is going to get blessed here? It is S2S on the north at La Cobreria. And we got Influence Rage up there as well. So this will be an interesting one, Seven, as all these teams trying to secure that position.
Wolves, please, do what you did last time in this circle. Just go to La Cobreria. Just trust. You got to risk it. I think you can maybe go for that second chicken dinner today, Wolves. All four players are going to be alive. On top of that, I mean, from what we saw earlier from their win, everybody was currently hot in regards to their guns and their aim and everything going on. So if that team can actually... And they're doing exactly that. Let's go, Wolves. They're actually going into La Cobreria. They didn't take long enough, dude. Like, this is quick decision-making from Wolves. This is what I like, Dave.
Yeah, on the quick right here. It looks like Loops down in the south trying to do the same thing. 9Z. INF, and also another squad, Shoot to Survive. So there's just a lot of teams looking to take up this terrain for the time being. Diego trying to get that perfect parking spot. Not able to do so, popping out the vehicle because guess what? The call is coming on in. Little boy spots out Loops with the crash. LaRosen in the front lines, jumping out the window, getting 1 point, trying to group back up with his teammates. Gonna be tossing out smokes. I mean, look at the health right now. Then you got Shoot to Survive downrange as well. Might be the perfect window for LaRosen to group back up with Little Boy with the support from the second story. But the crash from Loops catching LaRosen off guard for a second right there, Seven.
That's right. Influence Rage, though. Meanwhile, waiting for the right time here. They already have one elimination to their name. Loop's currently working with just 3. And this team's, I mean, with how close everything is, I think they're going to end up making a bit of a peace treaty here, PB, because they're just going to be surrounded. You got VIOUS Gaming, you got 9C as well, too. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you're going to be maybe forced to overextend and go out of your building. You know what? Let the other team fight. And one team that's currently fighting and losing players is going to be 9C, PB.
You know, Milo did a good job there getting a couple of early elims. He was able to take down a couple from VIOUS Gaming, but he then spends a little too long there, and they're able to return fire, take him out, and 9Z will be left with 3 players. I really like their early rotation into this circle. It was occupied by Influence Rage and S2S up north, and we saw 9Z and Wolves make a quick dash into the circle. And another team that's riding some serious momentum is Loops. Like, they came from a long way out and just sent it into the zone. Zero regard for anything going on, and unfortunately for them, they did catch Lorenzen off guard, and he was able to get a knock on Rafinha, and also the finish, which was a super heads-up play for him before he hopped back over the wall. So I like the play from Influence Rage. All 4 players still alive. They do have 1 knocked at the moment, but things pretty dicey right now in this northern part of the zone.
Oh, yeah, there's like, what, 13 out of the 16 teams opting to go into the city right now. We got Xforce kind of playing the outskirts, IG down there in the south on the hilltop overlooking the entirety of the city. So they might have a good position to maybe pick some stragglers off here. But I believe everybody making the right call, because the next circle pretty much centers up here right now, 7. So all these teams that were able to survive on the push into the city, they're going to have a moment to kind of take a step back, breathe a little bit, and really map out their next moves here.
Yeah, play it smart, play it slow. Don't do anything crazy if you don't have to do it. And VIP, a bit of a late rotation there. Hopefully they're not going to end up losing any players, because so far I'm on the Sarky Bros train, okay? Bros. They're going to have to do a blind rotation here. They're going to have to do a blind crash. Can Freddy connect? He's not going to be able to, but his teammate was there on the trade. Legend is going to be getting on the off angle, trying to confirm that elimination. Not going to be able to, but there you go. That's what happens when you are forced to late rotate. That's what happens when you are forced to do a blind crash. You just don't know what to expect. You just don't know what's going to be happening. United for Gaming being able to eliminate VIP Esports, and now 9C Globant looking to see if they can just finish off those 2 players from United for Gaming, PB.
Absolutely crazy action, and that's what happens when you get that nice little highlight and interview. You know, you're usually that first team out next game, so unfortunately on that. But one thing that's happening right now, while the entire lobby is engaged in this city right now, Xforce made a rotation up to the north. They're north of Cobreria, all by themselves right now, and I want to see if this pans out for them and if the zone actually favors them if it shifts here in just a minute. We've got about a minute before the circle comes in next, but Xforce is the only team that decided, hey, let's do something a bit different right now, and we'll see if it pans out. But I like the idea, because literally no one in the zone is up there and everyone is in the city, so pretty crazy action on the map at the moment.
They waited too. They played it really, really smart. They didn't wait all the way to the point that the blue zone was touching them, but they waited long enough to see if there was going to be any teams over there, and they did a little bit of scouting before making that push. So yeah, Xforce, I'm with you, PB. I'm enjoying that rotation that they did, and hopefully the circle gods of Miramar end up favoring them here, because Xforce right now, Dave, in last place with only 7 points.
Yeah, so playing nice and slow, especially with the city being the main focal point of the current circle, is definitely the play too. I like it. Xforce, they got a little 2-2 split going on right here, but if these circles go their way, they're gonna have a lot of nice sight lines on potential points here. So okay, it's gonna circle up one more time. IG, I mean, the same story for them, essentially down in the south. They got the nice high ground vantage point, but really not this circle, but the next one will be the deciding factor on if our edge teams, if that bet here, PB, really pays off.
Yeah, I feel like with how compact and condensed it is, we saw the map just a moment ago, all those teams in the city, there's no other choice if you're not one of the first ones in, right? You're not going to try to make that crash and, you know, do a breach here. So it's really like Xforce, intense game, as you can see them in the upper side of the hills. They've got some cover, but also another team that has done an early rotation just to secure some major real estate is Alpha 7. The zone control that Alpha 7 and Xforce have on that northern side is absolutely crazy right now. So I'm really interested to see what happens here. Is Xforce makes their way into the city, and they're for sure going to be safe if they can secure these compounds. So nice play from them. They abandon the northern side, but there's no one coming in, at least for the moment, behind them.
Risky push there from Xforce. A lot of players. I mean, Valley currently knocked. A lot of players with low HP trying to recover. And they're trying to see if Valak is going to end up being able to be picked up. They had Alpha 7. On top of that, I think it was Team Liquid shooting at them as well, that they were able to get at least an angle on the Xforce push. This is going to be a full reset here for Xforce. So yeah, risky play, but it ends up working out. They were able to time it just right and have enough utility to the point that now they're going to be holding a building here. Fate. Okay, Fate. Okay. What a nice teammate. You see that play right there? They was like, I'll throw you all smoke as well, my boy. I got your back, Valak.
Got you. I got you. Yeah, and that's going to really open this one up, like you were saying, PB, to Alpha 7 in the north. And they're going to be pretty much spreading their wings, taking a lot of control right now. And, well, talking about control, Team Liquid trying to keep just that. Looks like Thick Tech from Rose of War was looking to push up this hill, immediately spotting a member from Team Liquid, and the vice versa effect happens. So it looks like he is trying to back off, toss a little Molotov, going to be hitting the dirt right here. Chief, though, not done yet, though. Chief out here still on the potential hut. So you got Team Liquid right here. You got Rose of War a little east right over this hill. And then to the south of this little triangle, you got iNCO. So 3 squads very close to each other right now, but the terrain allowing them to survive for the time being.
I just realized, because the game was ready when we got out of our interviews and whatnot, we never did predictions for this round. I know it's a little late, but based on what you see now, who do you guys see taking this game? Go 7.
I'm debating. I don't want to go with the obvious one just because of the circle and the positioning and the hold that Alpha 7's currently doing.
Yeah,
like it's you know what? I'll go with Alpha 7.
Alpha 7.
Yes.
Yeah, I like.
Who do you got, Dave?
Yeah, I like Mafioso's position too, because he's over there on the edge of the west to make sure that no team can kind of backfill his 3 squad mates. You know, so that off angle is crucial for information and the safety of his team. But I'm going with Loops, man. I think Loops are going to get another winner chicken dinner here, PB.
Oh, amazing! I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer. Let that next circle pop.
Wait,
but yeah,
3 more circles.
Hey, you're the one that talked that long and gave me more info. But I like the pick from 7 as well. I mean, look at Alpha 7 and that northern compound up there. They're the only ones up there right now, and they'll also be the first to take over that open area on the northern part of the circle. If it goes there, everyone else has to deal with each other, and I don't expect them to make a ton of mistakes. So I'm liking Alpha 7 for this one as well. But at the same time, there are still 15 teams left alive right now. We're going into stage 6 here shortly, and basically the whole lobby, aside from the team we gassed up in the break, is still here. So really dicey for everyone with all of these compounds in play, and I believe the hillsides are about to get crazy with intense game starting to make the push on top of iNCO.
Intense game already connecting earlier with 1 nade. Getting Vitali knocked. And 7's going to be able to spot that silence player from Intense Game, and he's going to just capitalize on it. The grenade's going to come out. Can he connect with it? Can he confirm that elimination? And everything was so quiet that I was going to be like, all right, if we were to have like a backup, like a second option, right? Because Alpha 7, it's just, I mean, they just have so much to work with. If we were to just throw a dart and pick a team that's in that whole mess, by the way, shout out to you, Dave, because when you picked Loops, I couldn't even see their name. That's how surrounded they currently are. So I'll go with you, Dave. If you had to go with a backup for Loops, who would you go with? Who would be your other team that could probably win?
I'm going for a backup. I'm going with Savage Esports. Why not? Ooh. Savage Esports still got the entirety of the squad alive. They're going to be on that west side. So we'll stay tuned, as right now looks like Intense Game. We're able to get the pickup after 7-8 got a nice little knock right there. Tried to get the flushes with the grenades, but running out of utility. Almost out of meds too here, interestingly enough. And
Nice
7-8,
nade.
yep, going to be circled right there. Going to be taken out. So probably going to be
For the
thirsted.
record, my backup's Team Liquid, just in before
Team
the
Liquid?
action happens
Who's
here.
your backup, PB? Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. I like their position on the eastern part of the circle in the hills. What about you, Seven? Backup.
Brother, we're thinking the same right now, PB. What is this? I know it's Father's Day, but come on now. I was gonna go with Team Liquid as well, but you know what? I'll switch it up. I'll go with Wolves. I picked them earlier. I wanted them to see a back-to-back win. It didn't happen. I kind of want to see them get a second win here. And with they're not really having to fight anybody, so I'm going with Wolves as my backup.
They did get that position pretty early. Coops likes to get to that rooftop inside of La Cobreria, and it's paid off for them so far. They've been able to maintain control. It's always super, I don't know, it feels sketchy to me, but I guess it's not when you have this many teams covering so many other angles for you. Like, to be up there seems to be okay. But yeah, man, this has been a crazy game so far as like the amount of teams all in the same general area, but not quite, you know, close enough to finish off the squads. We still have 15 alive, and many of these teams are full strength. So 48 players left up in the lobby right now, Dave. As this next circle is going to shift and tell us a lot about what's going to go down in the next coming minutes.
Oh, this is Alpha 7's game all day. So, listen, yeah, we need backups to the backups to the backups. But looking over here, Savage Esports, that was one of my squads. So it looks like Snacks is going to be thirsted. There goes United Game finally taken out the 15th place here. So we only lost 2 complete teams here so far, about 22 minutes into this game. And well, guys, the city's still one of the major focal points right now. So it's going to continue to favor the city. It's going to be some urban combat to wrap things up here on the first Miramar of tonight.
I need a backup to my backup. So I ended up asking chat. Everybody currently watching all over the place, please let us know in the comments, who are you guys picking? And you guys don't get a backup because you guys are going to end up picking so late. Well, what were you going to ask me, PB?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, earlier in the match, we thought it might have been a little bit reckless for Xforce to dive into the zone like they did, but now they're sitting dead center in the circle. Will they be able to hold is the question, but now I'm thinking maybe that was a big brain play. Who knows, Seven? What do you think?
It's a risky play. I mean, we talk about it in the past too. Sometimes even when I'm against it, when the viewers are against it, you just gotta be able to make the risky play and hope that it pays off. Especially how early on they made it too. I mean, they had no idea the circle was gonna be going there. They were just hoping for some cover because out from the north, they knew that they were gonna get pushed out. But Team Liquid, a team that you ended up picking, Ayala's gonna end up getting picked apart by Row in Mythic. Now trying to see if he can maybe get a little bit of revenge here on row 19. Erigod's going to be holding him down. Mythic getting shot from the side and all the angles. Mythic's going to be going down. He's not looking good here for Team Liquid, PB.
You guys should see the look on my face. Thank you, Chief, for doing something and firing your weapon. Like, ROW just came driving casually up the hill, and they just watched him drive by, get out of the vehicle, and then shoot him. I was like, guys, what are we doing here? Just letting an entry happen like that. But Team Liquid loses a couple, looks like, and, you know, ROW continuing to put down the pressure, but not before. They're third-partied and eliminated, so that'll be the end of their road here in Game 4. 9Z goes out as well in 13th, and now it's starting to get a little bit active. We're going to see VIOUS Gaming land on top of Savage as well right now. Things are getting mixy, Dave.
Little dicey. Savage over here in the building. VIOUS Nunez cooking a grenade, trying to get that bounce. Looks like, that bounce is money. Second one, not able to get the confirmation, but they're still going to be playing the outskirts right now, not opting to send it even after that grenade. And for good reason, because we saw earlier on, Octi with the 1v3 up against Liquid. This player knows how to frag out. Has the UMP once again, lock and loaded, anticipating the push from VIOUS Gaming here, 7. The last one alive, too, for Savage Esports.
I want to believe. Come on, Octi.
I believe.
You were able to do it earlier. You waited for a mistake. It ended up being the right play. He was waiting for that mistake right there. But ultimately it stands. And somebody that's going to be capitalizing on that mistake is going to be none other than Wolves. Wolves, with that circle that we're currently working with, they need to make sure they make their way up. And for a team that we thought it was going to be really easy, a really easy pick and win, Alpha 7. no
They're gonna
longer
crash.
in the zone. They're gonna have to crash either east or on Xforce, and they need to do it quick because Team Liquid is making the push up now.
They're coming. Alpha 7's in the vehicles. You can see them revving their engines. They're getting ready to crash, but who is the target going to be? Here they come. They're headed across the road. Guns are ready. Mafioso covering the rear, and it looks like they spread, and they are crashing in. And it looks like they're going to be on top of All Glory Gaming, but they have quite a spread right now. They have not committed to a location just yet. This is crazy. With how concentrated the population is in the city, Alpha 7 is splitting wide. They get the nade opener onto Valak, and Xforce is weak. Will we see Alpha 7 concentrate? We do, and that is the opener they were looking for. Here comes Revo, and they are going to be crashing directly into the NA squad of Xforce. Dave, this is a pretty impressive push.
Yeah, this is beautiful. They got the ridge to work with from the road. They got the broken wall as well, and they know for a fact that their backside is free and clear because that's where they just came from. So Revo making sure that nobody can wrap around this current position right now. Looking underneath the vehicle, there's going to be a duo from Team Liquid that he will need to fend off in order to allow his squad mates Carrillo and Squash to continue to pop off over there on that west side, doing the same thing up against the Wolves here. So Revo was able to crawl up. We're cooking it. We are cooking it. We hear the footsteps. We're tossing. It looks like Chief was able to pull back here just a little bit, but that's that eviction notice right there, 7. Oh,
That's right.
Dude, whoa.
This Nate's
Here's the follow-up.
I'm speechless, boys. I'm absolutely speechless.
Cardozan,
we were
move,
doubting this
run,
man after 2 matches. He keeps sending them to the same spot. Cardozan wanting to go there. Don't do it, Cardozan. Just don't. Absolutely don't do it. By the way, I thought Wolves was going to maybe get a chance to third party or just to get an angle on Alpha 7 pushing up, but I didn't realize that Alpha 7 just had all of that already calculated. They were like, okay, we're not even going to push up to a building. We're just going to push up to this wall and use it to our advantage and just wait it out a little bit longer. Allow everybody else to push in because now at this point, Wolves does have to push in. They're currently outside of the zone. If Alpha 7 would have waited this long to actually make that push, it would have been too late. Let's see how they're going to be holding off Wolves because Wolves is looking to get those angles on Alpha 7, PB.
Don't come here, Revo.
Man, the discipline from Revo there was just incredible. I mean, he threw the grenade. He saw the arm of one of the Team Liquid players, and he was like, you know what? I know where they're sitting. They're trying to hold that angle on me. Well, I got a surprise for them. As a matter of fact, I've got 4. And he chucks some nades, gets some elims. He knew the second he got the knock where those players were, and he was able to do it. See, me, on the other hand, I would have saw the monster truck propped up like that. My intrusive thoughts would have won, and I would have just called it a victory to crawl underneath the truck on the way over there. So, Revo, much better player than me, for sure. He's crushing it right now for A7, and they're eyeing the top of that leaderboard, trying to get momentum going. 7, what do you think, man? You still think Alpha 7 got it? They're kind of outside the circle, but good position, kind of closing in.
I hate that my main pick and my backup pick are currently fighting. It's like, come on, guys. Can't you guys just focus on somebody else? There you go. Coops is going to be able to find Revo. If he can confirm on that, oh my goodness. Mafioso's there for the trade, though. This is what I'm talking about with Alpha 7. They are always there for the trade. They're always there to back up. And more than likely, that's going to allow Alpha 7 to hopefully pick up Revo. And that's not something you want to see. Now, over to Shoot to Survive. We've been wanting to see him in a good situation. This team with 4 players alive. Now taking the fight not only to influence Rage, to Loops as well, Dave.
Yeah, Klaus right here with the 4x M4, sees 24K, just waiting for the perfect moment to take them shots. Missing the mark when it comes to the headshot. Oh, but not missing that one. My dude from above putting down a lot of pressure right now, a lot of damage onto multiple teams. But fellas, it doesn't even matter where we are because the circle is closing in. We're in stage number 9 right now, heading into it, and it is going to be an all-out bloodbath. But guess who's dead center for the most part? It's going to be Loops, but we'll get back to that because the Wolves trying to avoid the grenades from not only Alpha 7, but also Xforce here right now, PB.
It's starting to pop off. The final circle's creeping in. We're stage 9 at this moment. 6 teams still alive in stage 9. That is bananas. And Loops is still in. the top 3 teams are still in. Loops, Wolves, Alpha 7, all still in it. And it's Xforce taking it to Alpha 7 right now, finding it very difficult to move in. 3-point pushes out with the pump shotty, but no one is there. They wrap around, take down Valak, and the sneaky rotation now finds Xforce on the outside looking in, but does Alpha 7 know he's there? They do not. 3-point sneaks up and takes down Mafioso.
3-point now having to push out here. I don't think he realizes there is that one player left from Alpha 7. He's going to be able to confirm that elimination. Mafioso ends up getting eliminated. Squash, what can you do?
How is he alive?
Once again, put in a situation where you are the last player for Alpha 7. Very low HP. 24K is going to be jumping down. There goes Squash. And 24K has the NG3. Now, Loops being forced to push out. 24K might end up hindering the chances of Loops Esports winning right here, Dave.
There goes Bob, done. INF gonna be making the push over here. Nazalda with the shotgun, lean peek, Law swapping to his shotgun as well. It's an all-out bloodbath, and there goes Loops. There goes Influence Rage with a winner-winner, city finish, chicken dinner, and 10 eliminations.
Man, crazy finish. And that one, I was about to say, nice pick, Dave, on Loops. Couldn't even see him inside of the city. But holy goodness, they made it all the way to the end, and it just came down to the luck of the draw with the zone there, closing the final stage, making all of those teams smash together in the middle, and it just ended up being a little more cover for a few more seconds for Influence Rage. They're able to take advantage of it to get that winner chicken dinner 7. That was the longest city fight that I think I've seen in the North at any point in time. Crazy stuff, awesome scenes here in Game 5.
9 circle. What was it? 20 people alive at one point. Yeah,
6
I was
teams.
I kind of feel bad for production having to just pick which fight do you want to see, which one are we gonna have to focus on, because they did absolutely amazing. I was just going cross-eyed with all the fighting going on, and I mean, let's take it back a little bit too. Team Liquid, they looked like they were in such a great position to PB until the circle didn't end up going their way, and they were forced to push close to where Alpha 7 was.
Absolutely. I thought they had a nice little position here. Great shots from iNCO. Just a fun game all the way around. We had a lot of little good engagements. Chief getting one here. Ultimately intense game. Controlled the southern part of the circle in the cliff sides for quite a long time. But the action really was down in the city. I thought Octi might have a chance to pull off another crazy clutch, but unfortunately, just really well played from VIOUS Gaming there on the push. But this spot right here, I mean, just really incredible nades from Revo. Hits both of the players to get them weak, and then ultimately connects to finish the job. Alpha 7, really nice job on the rotations there. But ultimately, it's Influence Rage getting it done, picking up their first chicken dinner of the week. And that's a 5th team today to get their first chicken dinner. So, Dave, we have yet to see a repeat chicken dinner winner.
Not yet. One more game, though. One more game. Maybe we will. And, well, GG's honestly such a challenging end zone right there. Wolves walked away with a couple eliminations. Intense game, a couple eliminations. And, yeah, like you said, PB, the timing right there at the end, just going towards Influence Rage and Law with that shotgun able to kind of seal that deal. But look at this. Brazil's starting to climb up the top, but also we got some North America showing up here as well. 7. America.
That's right. The one that we wanted to see, the one that I've been wanting to see because they were in last place. Xforce with those 13 points. By the way, I think I went back thinking about it. I didn't have Influence Rage. PB, even with the backup points, you didn't. And Dave, you didn't either. So you know what? Shout out to Joshi will return and Little Flex. You guys were able to pick him. I'm kidding. Nobody ended up picking Influence Rage. Nobody was
even
suspecting them to win. Not even Joshi, man.
Come on, Joshi.
Everybody, when they saw the circle, everybody thought the same thing PB and I were thinking. Okay, this is going to be an Alpha 7 win. It didn't end up working out, but the way for intense game, a great bounce back game here, with them being able to get at least 8 eliminations, and they were working with a tough circle too, because they were towards the south, having to push everybody.
Interestingly enough, as we take a peek at our overall standings, our top 3 stay the same. In that game, Loops had 10 points, and there was 9 and 8 between Alpha 7 and Wolves. So really, just a delta of 2 points for the top 3 teams, so not a lot of movement there. Loop stays in front by 16 points, extends their lead by 1 over the Wolves, so commanding, considering 5 games have been played at the moment, but still so much time left to go. We've got 2 days left and 1 more match to wrap up our first day. And like to see that American flag there in number 2, though. Still at this stage of the game, Wolves have been kicking some butt. Decisive play today, early rotations, and ultimately some good gunplay have left the Wolves in a really, really strong position, Seven.
That's right. I'm over here like a bubblehead. Yes, sir. Decisive play. That's what I want to keep seeing out of this team. Not really questioning anything, just making the decision, going for it, and sticking with it. And I think if they can continue to do this, there will be a top 3 team at the end of this phase 2.
Well, they're in a good spot. They've got 16 points over the 4th place team right now, so I think they're in a good position to get that top 3. We'll have to wait and see. We've got Miramar coming up next for our 6th and final game of our Week 2 Day 1 action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It is the PMSL Spring 2025 season. We got league play, week 2 action kicking off today, and we're through 5 out of 6 games for our first day of action. The points have reset, and Loops have staked their claim as the best team of week 2 so far. But not far behind are the Wolves from North America and Alpha 7 from Brazil. We'll see if they're able to finish strong here on day 1. Let's bring back in the 7WG and Mustache Dave to talk about Game 6 and who we see as being that team that's going to sneak away with a winner-winner chicken dinner here in our final game. I'll come to you, 7. We've seen 5 different teams take away a chicken dinner. Loops almost had a back-to-back. It didn't quite materialize. Do you think Loops might have an opportunity to get that second win today?
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna take this man's pick. I know he's sticking with Loops, so I'm not gonna do it. I got you, Dave. I got you. I'm gonna be going with Alpha 7. I think they're due for another win. I mean, chat's typing it too. They're saying that Alpha 7 needs one. I agree with Barik. So you know what? Alpha 7.
I like it. I like the pick. Dave, is it true? Will you be selecting Loops in our last game here? It doesn't have to be a back-to-back chicken dinner winner. I'm just noting the fact that there have been 5 different teams win a game today. Will there be a 6th, or will somebody get that second win of the day?
Yeah, going with Loops without a doubt. Listen, I feel like they are primed for another winner chicken dinner. Yes, they got one. I've been picking Loops all day, all right? So it shouldn't be a surprise here, PB. They've just been firing on all cylinders compared to everybody else. Yeah, we saw some consistent play from AGG, but then they kind of fell off, right? We saw some consistent placements from like 9Z here and there, but I feel like if we look at today as a whole, Loops have been the most consistent. So with that in mind, I think it's pretty easy to all of us just already see what's going to happen this game. And that's Loops getting another chicken here, strengthening their lead on the overall leaderboard.
No, I like the pick, Mustache Dave. You might be no Stash Dave here shortly because Loops is taking over from the Wolves. I'm just saying, just pointing it out where we stand right now in our challenge. It's no Stash Dave.
Hey,
this
that's
is
a
the
Loops
man
Dave
that we're
right
hoping
there.
to see.
Loops
That's
Dave,
what I'm
Loops
talking
Dave.
Lost
Loops
like
Dave.
10 years just
So-
shaving that thing off. That's crazy.
Looking good. Look at that guy.
16
looking
again.
Good. 16 again. Looking good, guy. Let me see your ID.
Let's go. So, hey, good pick though on Loops because Loops currently they own the top 3 spots right now in the Elim charts for week 2. You've got Vitin, Rafina, and Nilzada all in number 1, 2, and 3. So pretty dominant, I will say, and it's nice to see that from a team other than Alpha 7. But my pick for today, they've been kind of quiet today, but loud at times, and that's 9Z. I really like the fact that they've been rotating quickly, trying to secure their spot in zone. It just hasn't worked out for them yet today, but even when you throw them in a squad fight, head-to-head with the best team in the lobby, Remix was able to come out with the head-to-head dub today against Alpha 7, so I really like 9Z and their performance thus far in this tournament. They're currently sitting 5th, so we'll see if they're able to get their first chicken dinner of the day. That would be 6 different chicken dinners for 6 different teams, and I like it. Let's spread the love around. So that's my pick for today. But Miramar, coming up next, we've got our last and final map of the day. Again, the points have reset, so we've got some new faces towards the top of this table. As we wrap out the day, assuming it's Loops and Wolves, what do you think their mentality has to be kind of looking to the couple of days ahead as we wrap up the league phase? Go ahead, 7.
For Wolves, don't change what you have done today. All right. I mean, if you're gonna be changing, just change like little macro things. And at this point, I can't even think of one to go ahead and nitpick. Because this team has been playing lights out, like PB, like your old clan used to be. But this team has been great. Like the step up, everybody else now starting to frag out, not just only dependent on Coops. That was always the big question mark for that team. Can Coops perform? Can you keep Coops alive? Now, another player that's been able to put up numbers has been Doran. He has been popping off today. Juancho, remember, during the win, Juancho was able to put up a bunch of eliminations as well. So just quick decision, stick to the decision, and don't get distracted with everything else going on, because that's sometimes what ends up happening to some of these teams. They get distracted outside of the zone, something that they were doing in phase 1, phase 2, they're not doing that anymore.
I love it. So good call out on Doran as well. It's a different squad. You know, a team like Alpha 7, we see them punish teams all the time for getting out of position. In that last game, when we saw Octi kind of trying to hold off VIOUS Gaming on their push, I thought, oh, maybe he's going to be able to do the thing. Doran sneaking some shots from across the way, getting the third party through the window. I was like, dang, Wolves are really on one right now. They're paying attention. Heads are on a swivel. And right now, the team from North America sitting in second place, moving into the final game of day 1. We'll see if they can get it done here, but Miramar, our final map, is queued up. The lobby is loaded. The plane has taken off. And Dave, we are going to have ourselves some action. I'm hoping for an Eastern Island finish. I don't know if you can make the request of the PUBG Mobile guns, but that's what I'm hoping to see.
Set the circle 7. I heard you got the settings, man. Let's make it happen. My only critique for the Wolves Esports, though, honestly, I think the whole squad needs to have mustaches like Coops. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta bring out the mustaches. All right, let's go, Wolves. The final game of the evening. Wolves looking to close out day number 1, round 2, week 2 on a high note here, fellas.
I'm trying to think if even Juancho can grow one. I mean, I hanged out with that man in Malaysia, and I can't even think if he can grow one. So he might need to put one of those fake ones on his face. You know what? If I end up seeing them in the grand finals, I'll try to get that done for you.
Yeah, man. We need an interview with you on there, you know. That'd be great, actually.
If not Sharpie, baby, why not? Just grab a pen and draw just a mustache on their face.
They'll be there for a week. Yeah, make it happen, though. Make it happen, 7.
Essential supplies.
We're sending you to Brazil, all right, to make it happen. How about that?
All right, with the Sharpie. All right, here is the plane path.
Great plane path, by the way.
Right through the middle, yeah, for sure. Go ahead and tell us any notable drop spots that you see, 7.
I'm gonna be looking at VIP, Minas del Valle. I mean, I'm on that VIP train. I'm enjoying, like, even on the interview that we got out of them with Papi Sour, they were confident. They're just being more proactive. They're willing to take fights. They're not really scared of anything. And if anything, they should have a pretty good rotation here. Depending on how quickly they are for it, they should be able to rotate all the way north. I would want to see VIP go all the way up to La Cobreria.
I like it. I see Alpha 7 chasing S2S up there too in the northeast. So we'll see if that breaks out early. But again, another northern zone here in Miramar. Not going to see the Eastern Island finished, unfortunately. It's always my favorite, but definitely have La Cobreria still in play. El Pozo still in play. You never know, but water treatment's always a fun end zone as well. But VIP getting the shout out from 7 Worlds. Hopefully they don't exit 16th like last game. I want to see more like, game 2 through 4 VIP Esports. That's what I'm hoping for. Rooting for Papi Sour over there for sure.
Yeah, VIP, they definitely passed the vibe check, and I think when we're looking at teams that improved the most, right, from last week, it has to be VIP because they were just constantly underperforming all of last week. But today we're starting to see some corrections, and we heard in the interview a little bit of self-reflecting and kind of tightening it up, trying to play a little closer together as a team and correct on those personal mistakes. That way the whole squad can excel, and move forward and push forward. And not only that, just the positive mindset. I mean, having such a positive mindset is so important because if you were a team, dead last, you got to assume like the vibes are going to be a little down and out, right? Because you just got an impossible task in order to try to reach the top 3 after the end of next week. But the fact that we're hearing from them, they're feeling good, they're looking to correct their mistakes, and they recognize that week 2 is the week to do that. And they're also showing us that they have the capacity to do that. Totally agree with you, 7. Like VIP Esports, definitely a contender within this lobby that we should all keep our eyes on.
That's right. And the next couple of days, just keeping an eye on if they do make those quick rotations, if they fix that. Because if they fix that, I mean, with the confidence Papi Sour showed on that interview, with the confidence that they've been willing to showcase just throughout all the matches, even whenever things don't end up going their way, just don't end up losing that confidence, PB. That's my main thing for VIP.
Interestingly enough, gentlemen, we look at the overall table of teams on the right. We haven't really pointed this out just yet, but after 5 games of play, things are really, really close. I mean, the difference between 16th and 6th is 7 points. That is nothing. That can happen in the blink of an eye in this game. And so every one of these teams is very, very squarely still in this competition, trying to catch those bonus points. But while we loot up, while we get position in that northern circle, we got an interview with Valak. So let's go to Valak, and we'll hear from Sour Patch as well.
We are with Valak after match 4, 3rd place. You saw me and you said we threw the game. Explain to me about the match.
Yeah, so when Alpha 7 pushed us, Freepoint had one on him, and then he called another one on him. Obviously, his English isn't good, because he's Russian, so his comms are simple. So he said that the other guy was on him too, but he wasn't. He was on the outside, and so I pre-fired. I came downstairs and pre-fired where on me would be, or where he would have been, and I got shot in my back. So.
Yeah, he came from your right, from the outside of the building. You were looking inside of the building.
On stream, you could see that I ran down the staircase and was pre-firing because, Freepoint said that, the other guy was right on him. So, you got to trust your teammates. Obviously sometimes comms just are miscommunicated, but, it is what it is. I'm just glad we're having a good game at least.
So we didn't start well. We were on the bottom of the table. Now we just went up five places. Forget the past matches and just reset the mindset?
Of course. We knew that the previous 4 matches, the Sanhok and the 3 Erangels, we had very good positions, just one little mistake that costed us big. So that's what that's the game. You mess up you have a small mistake in a lobby like this with all the Brazilians, they're going to punish you. So.
Well, next matches, we will keep improving. Let's go, Nate.
Well, there you hear it. Valak waiting for the bus and throwing Freepoint squarely underneath it. Not only once, but twice. Man, what a difference between the interview with VIP and Poppy Sour and the overall confidence in what you hear versus what we just heard from Xforce. Man, black and white as far as the contrast there. That was absolutely crazy. But you feel for Valak in some regards, but at the same time, they're the ones choosing the team members, right? And if language is an issue, that is part of PUBG Mobile, and communicating with the team is obviously critical. So it's a factor, and we'll see if it continues to play 1-7.
Yeah, I actually don't mind him throwing a Freepoint under the bus and saying, okay, this was the mistake. I enjoy when teams and players hold each other accountable if somebody does make a mistake, because then they'll actually end up learning from it. And now for Freepoint, it's something for him to keep in mind for the future as well, right? And talking about in regards to teams being able to communicate there's a barrier language. We had a team that performed really well in PMGC 2024, and they had a player from Japan, and the rest of the team was from Turkey, and they ended up in 2nd place. So it is possible. They just need to narrow down the communication, even if it's a little bit more simple within the game, whatever the case might be. Yeah, I don't think it's more of a blame game. I think it's just maybe holding each other accountable to when they do make mistakes.
I certainly hope so. You're absolutely right. The Japanese player from last year was crushing. So there's definitely a world where that can happen. And Dave, I hope it does for Xforce. I hope they can pull it off.
Let's go, Xforce. Subbing in Freepoint here tonight, giving it a go, and some miscommunication, but it's not over yet. They still got this Miramar, and I'm curious to see if they'll continue to implement him moving forward. And talking about Xforce, it does look like they are going to be in a skirmish, or at least Fate was spotted by one of the Wolf members and knocked out. Not confirmed yet, but Wancho, you already know, pulling up, trying to get this point over here, as it does look like unfortunate for Fate, kind of by themselves, possibly doing some scouting here as the next circle does pop. So shots are going to be received, but I think the damage is already done here, 7, as Xforce is going to be losing a squad mate very early on.
Yeah, not what you want to see, right? Hopefully it's not Valak. Hopefully it's not Freepoint. Hopefully it's not. We'll see what happens. AGG though, want to see how AGG is going to be taking this fight. The execution sometimes is not there. They have the right thing, the right idea. You can see Little Boy just continuing to hold that angle. He's going to be able to knock one. On top of that, Influence Rage has a player just going all the way around, trying to find different angles. Can AGG find an opening here against Influence Rage as they're now trying to make that push? They're going to be going towards the top. And on top of that, we have another team close by. Shoot to Survive wanted to third party this fight, PB.
I'm liking it. Shoot to Survive rolls up strong. The nades are about to come flying. Influence Rage finishes off AGG. They'll take command of this position. I was going to mention AGG a moment ago when you said one of the most improved teams this week has been VIP Esports. AGG putting their name on it as well as they move into 9th place in the lobby. Definitely a huge improvement, but not able to get the better of Influence Rage in this fight. And now Shoot to Survive trying to put their name in that column as one of the most improved teams of the week. Didn't go their way early on, but they've had a strong couple of last game and a half or so, and now they're losing a player. It looks like Bob, once again, mistakes were made.
Oh no, that vehicle just flipped on its side here. Bob, I don't think Bob's going to be able to cross this dangerous terrain here. Going to be tossing 2 smokes, no more smokes, going for that last minute heal.
Let's see the wiggle.
Yeah, going for that last minute heal and then possibly the deadly crossover here as both Casper and Darklight looking to provide the cover support, but the Wolves, they got this one just on lockdown right now. Ooh, Darklight though, beautiful trade. Here comes Wancho pulling up to the compound with that free fire UMP going back and forth. Darklight has the DBS lock and loaded to go for that jump shot. Oh, but catching a couple UMP bullets to the dome, leaving Casper back against the wall with the grenade. It's no match for the Wolves on their crash here. Meanwhile, 7, Bob, big chillin' out here. Got stuck on the rotate.
Bob saying, I'm sorry, boys. I'm not going to be able to be there. Okay, I'm just going to hold back and see if maybe I can end up securing some placement points. Juancho clutching up for the squad there, even though Dorian was close by, being able to win that fight. That's what I want to see more out of Juancho. They're trying to see if they could end up picking up Coops, because I believe there you go. Coops ends up getting eliminated, so they're not going to be able to get a full reset there. They need to be careful. Rebel, oh my goodness. Give me the glasses that you have on. Give me those eyes, because I can tell you, I would have seen that play. I would have just scouted that area 100 times, and it would have taken me 1 time to actually find it. So the chances of me being able to spot that player like Rebel just did, PB, slim to none.
He's got those eagle eyes. You need him on Miramar sometimes, but the things are starting to get hot here. The desert pushes him all the way over the mountain and not able to capitalize as Xforce. Rebel's back was completely exposed as United 4 Gaming rolls on by. This is a nice little pass by them to ignore the action, get to the circle, because every second counts right now as the northern hills are wide open, but VIP has established position up there in the hills, and now United 4 Gaming is going up to join them. Wolves has got their spot locked in, and Xforce has gotten separated, unfortunately. Freepoint stuck out in the desert, and Valak just left him behind. So communication issues still seem to be an issue for Xforce.
Yeah, and VIP legit rotated north of Oasis to find themselves that safe hold that they're currently holding down right now. So VIP's rotations need to be studied when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. My goodness. But we'll see if these circles continue to favor their newfound home. But going back to Alpha 7, we're zooming on in. We got the 4x M4. We're prone right now, and we're taking shots down range here, 7, but we'll get back to that because Tonka pulling up for Royals of War. Team Liquid, they are just stacked up, backs against the wall, trying to put a stop to the Royals of War push. A nice Molotov will be blocking their doorway. That smoke will be concealing it, and I believe David catching getting caught off guard essentially right there, allowing Team Liquid the much needed time to get the heals off right now, 7.
And allowing other teams like Savage Esports to just pull up and start third party in this fight. Team Liquid getting extremely lucky in a way that now Savage Esports is getting involved in this fight from far away. And you mentioned it perfectly. I mean, Royals of War allowed Team Liquid just enough time for that reset, just enough time to stop any type of push, and great awareness too from Team Liquid, not only with the Molotovs, not only with the grenades, stopping whatever push they were trying to do here. Cardozo being able to spot a player there from Bro. Eric God's gonna be eliminated, and now Team Liquid, they still think that push is happening. They still think that they have to be on the defense, but I think it's going to be turning around here shortly as they're going to realize that Royal War is pretty much stuck below them, and they might go on the offense, whether it's with nades, whether it's with Molotovs, if they still have it left. Team Liquid looking to see if they can maybe end up clutching up some more points via eliminations or just waiting. They might end up coexisting here, Dave. I'm not sure which one they're going to go with because these two teams are just wanting to fight.
Yeah, VicTech's trying to get those shots to the window with the DBS. Does have just a couple smokes to work with, but Rose of War, listen, we could call a truce. We could call a truce for the time being, but Rose of War, they want that smoke right now. Now, y'all are going to be peeking his head out the window. We'll finally catch VicTech, and here comes Ayala from above with the shotguns, leaving just David to take the last slug, and there goes Team Liquid. Flushing them out here, PB.
1, 2, 3, jump. That was the command that Team Liquid gave. They jump down, take down Royals of War, and they will secure one of the more important strategic locations in this circle. Another team I'm looking at right now, we haven't seen them much, but it's 9Z. They rotated all the way to the north and secured the compound just north of VIP. So I want to keep an eye on them. I did pick them to win after all this game, so I'm a little biased there. But at the end of the day, this circle is going to be out in the wide open, and teams will have to take advantage of the hills of Miramar. They're trying to conceal them as Snacks gets gunned down. I thought he was going to be able to get to safety there, but a little confused as to where the shots were coming from as iNCO lobs some in, and so does Loops. And they're able to pick one off here from Savage Esports 7.
That's right. Savage Esports still having Octi alive. Such a dangerous player, honestly, after the 1v3 that he was able to clutch up earlier against Team Liquid. I'm just looking at that player from that squad. I'm looking to see how he's going to be performing. And for Savage Esports, I hope you guys end up doing something to make sure that you secure that player. I hope he has a very tight contract because a lot of people are going to be looking to make sure that he ends up in their team, especially with the performances that he's been putting out. Vitin now spotting iNCO Gaming, taking on some shots there. Vitali just barely being able to get away with it. Two teams that have been just on a pretty much peace treaty, it feels like. It's none other than Alpha 7 and Wolves. Those two teams are currently towards the northwest, and they're not really having to fight anybody. But now, you mentioned it earlier, PB. You mentioned 9C, how they were able to hold a compound or just move towards the north of VIP. They do have one player that's split open, and that is a little bit farther away from everybody else, and it's Reyes, and he's looking to see if he can maybe spot anybody from Wolves or anybody from Alpha 7 and just catch him off guard.
I think that's perfect as far as like the play here. It's a 3-1 split, but they are on opposite sides of essentially a canyon here. And you can see Reyes' vantage point. This player can secure the next circle. They've got basically the upper left and upper right portions of the zone covered. And in just a few seconds, we got 15 seconds till the next zone shift. We're going to see if this was a big brain play or if all of a sudden 9Z is scrambling to regroup in the circle. You can see that split right there. Pretty drastic. But Reyes got sight lines and cover onto squads like Wolves and Alpha 7. But here comes the shift on that circle, and we'll see if they are rewarded. They are, and it does go quite a bit to the north. So I'm guessing that they're going to group up here, but we'll see what happens and if Reyes plays it split or if he groups up with the rest of his squad. Alpha 7, though, is on the move, 7.
That's right. They're looking to see which way they're going to be going. You can see them getting ready, kind of the likes of what we saw in the last match, Dave. They were getting in the vehicles, waiting for the right moment. They were able to do a play that I was not expecting them, and they ended up working out. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be happening here for this team as well. You ended up choosing Loops last time. I think you ended up choosing Loops again, right?
Yeah, I've been choosing Loops all day, 7, and Loops are still going to be right here on the edge of the east up against iNCO. But yeah, I want to see what's happening with Alpha 7. Alpha 7, they got the Wolves in the compound that they're going to be in the next circle. They also have I and F a little towards the south. So honestly here, Alpha 7 trying to make a game plan, trying to figure out what their next maneuver might be. So it does look like this warehouse is going to be right there on the edge of the play zone. It does provide some hard cover, and they might be able to utilize it to protect their vehicles, but really they're just stuck in a very challenging situation. So it does look like they're going to be pulling up here right on the other side of the ledge, the ridge, that the Wolves are holding down. But PB, you were talking about Reyes. Reyes took some shots, and now it looks like Reyes is going to be doubling back towards his squad mates.
Oh, they're going to crash.
Kind of thought that might be the case with Reyes. I mean, it's an interesting play to be split out wide, but there's no real opportunity here. One of the things, though, I really like about Alpha 7 is their speed. How quickly they choose to make a decision here. They're not waiting for the next circle. They're trying to figure out where can they go to capitalize. They eyeballed this compound, and they realized where Reyes was at, and they saw him fall back, and now they're able to secure this compound here. They've got hard cover. It's in the circle. And now they've got a little bit of a beachhead that they can use to fight up against the Wolves, fight against 9Z, and we'll see if they're going to be able to get blessed by this circle. We've got another minute or so before it collapses, but they're not waiting around for that circle to shift where everybody knows where it's going. They're making their plays now ahead of time, and I really, really respect that, Dave.
Let's see what they can accomplish. The timing right there, 7, was just impeccable from Alpha 7, and well, looks like now 9Z going to be trying to group up, but Alpha 7 taking advantage of the retreat right now here, 7.
That's right. I mean, Alpha 7, that was just a nasty rotation and nasty setup as well. They threw the smokes close to the building, making Wolves think that they were going to go for the full crash. Wolves proactively got their grenades out, and then Alpha 7 said, psych, we're just going to go around. We're going to go to the other building on the other side of the road. I don't think they even got shot at once, boys, at least from what I was able to see. That was just a great heads-up play there by Alpha 7 and showing why they were just the first-place team by an insane amount of points in the first phase. So far today, though, they're now in 4th place, 42 points, even after they had some horrible first 2 matches. The new circle is going to be popping up. 9C, PB, I'm enjoying right now how much terrain they have to work with there towards the top, towards the northeast. I'm hoping that they start closing in because Alpha 7, more than likely, they're going to end up making a decision, and they'll make it quickly.
I think you're right. And VIP Esports, they got a chance to earn it right now. So they're going to be on the defensive here real shortly. Things are going to shake out between Loops and iNCO. It's a 2-2 split for Loops right now. It looks like Nilzada is going to be grouping up along with his teammate with the rest of the squad to go 4v4 versus iNCO. Here comes the crash, and now iNCO is split 2v2. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of the numbers right now. Brunosen still looking north. This is trouble right now for iNCO. It looks like Loops is going to have the upper hand in this fight. And McGrellin sends it out the window. Love that, Dave.
Sends it out the window and back to the lobby here. So Loops really trying to close out this fight as quickly as possible because right before that 2-2 split, they were also holding out the duo from Team Liquid. And I believe we saw Cardozen back down below trying to close the gap and possibly backstab Loops. But Loops coming in, getting the job done. Yes, sure, iNCO, they still got one of their squad mates alive, but regardless, Loops really destroyed any potential for that team, catching them off guard from behind. So Loops going to be grouping up and going towards the play zone to gatekeep the solo from iNCO.
It's 9Z versus Alpha 7 right now. 9Z has just dropped off the mountain, crashed onto Alpha 7's position, and Wolves joining the fight as well from the south. This is getting dicey for sure. Mafioso down right now, traded with Colgoat and 9Z. Squashboo is down so far. 9Z has the upper hand. Both alive members of A7 are below 50% health. And Wolves crashes from the backside. This is looking dire right now for Alpha 7. Beautiful third party, though, from the Wolves.
That's right. Wolves, great timing, as you mentioned, PB, making sure that they take care of Alpha 7. And for 9Z, now you're wanting to clear Wolves. If you're able to clear Wolves, you're just going to have so much room to work with towards the north. You just have to make sure you figure out the angles. Valek on the elimination feed for Xforce ends up getting eliminated. VIP as well, I gotta give them props. Right now, they don't really have to do much, but they're still keeping an eye on everything going on there towards the northwest of them. Keeping an eye on to see if they can maybe spot anybody overextending, to see if they can maybe spot anybody just... Oh, wow. Free point. Okay, well.
Bye.
You were definitely not expecting that angle, that's for sure, because I wasn't even expecting it. But there you go. Milos, 9Z, focusing on none other than Wolves and being able to hit that grenade. Now Wolves having to work with just one player, Dave.
Yeah, Milo's doing a great job with grenades to get these knocks. Baton is going to be the one over there trying to evacuate in the vehicle. Boreas spotting them out, tagging and bagging, and there goes the Wolves. 9Z will be the victors of the North right now, as now they look inwards, and they are going to have the high ground, so they are going to be rewarded after that engagement. Loops Esports, 12 eliminations. So we got 9Z in the North kind of sweeping up the edge, and then Loops down there in the South doing the same thing right now here at PB.
It's getting crazy, guys. We are down to 6 teams. It's looking really strong for Loops, really strong for VIP, and 9Z is rolling with loads of momentum right now. 12 elims apiece, though, for Influence Rage and Loops. And Influence Rage is quietly really built a lot of momentum here. They're coming off a win last game, and now they're on the outside of the circle looking in, but everyone that gets into their crosshairs is dropping right now. Neilzada about to find out how that's going, but really impressive games. 2 in a row now for Influence Rage. They've gotten themselves up to 3rd in the standings. They've got their eyes on the Wolves right now. The Wolves only have a 10-point gap, and with this momentum and this many players left alive, there's 20 up in the lobby right now. Influence Rage could close the rest of this gap to close out day 1, 7.
And talk about a top-heavy match here, as we have 2 teams now with 12 eliminations apiece. And 9C looking to get a little bit closer up there in regards to eliminations, looking to continue to clear the path. And now they're going to be finding United for Gaming. Can they actually confirm on this elimination? Milos is going to be jumping off. He's going to be able to connect there with the shotgun, making sure he secures the elimination. Going to be switching over to the other 2 players from United for Gaming. The Molotov is going to be forced coming in, forcing that player to come out. And Milos, 9C, the squad now up to 9 eliminations, PB.
Crazy game so far. 3 teams really kind of setting the tone in the lobby right now. Everyone falling victim to either 9Z, Influence Rage, or Loops Esports. Crazy performance between them, and 9Z is not done. Pressing the action right now onto Influence Rage, trying to secure their double-digit elims right now, but the zone is going to force them to move before they can do so. Still, 4 players up right now for Loops, 3 for each Influence Rage and 9Z, and 4 for VIP Esports. So this is going to be a heavyweight matchup here as we head into Stage 8.
Yeah, look at this. Loop's going to be pulling up with a duo right now, trying to take advantage of that last skirmish. Law did get that heal. Only 20 bullets left, and, well, going out with the bang right there. There they go. We got 4 more teams to go. 9Z going up against the duo of Loops, because Loops got a 2-2 split going on right now. So Rias in the front line, tossing a grenade. Colgo with the support. There goes the Molotov into the smokes here. And, well, Loops just preparing for the battle, which is ahead here, 7.
That's right, being patient. I mean, they got 13 eliminations. Even if for some reason they don't end up getting the win, they're getting the win in my book, Dave, because right now this team is just popping off. Another team that's popping off too is 9C, and another team that has been quiet, that we really haven't seen much of, but they still have all their 4 players alive. It's going to be none other than VIP. VIP, if there was ever a time for you guys to just start getting more terrain, to start forcing yourself out of that comfort zone, it would be now. It would be to start getting angles on this fight happening between 9C and Loops Esports. Loops Esports just trying to stay alive, but so many grenades are going to be coming in from Colgo, from the rest of the squad of 9C. Vitin pushing up. Vitin right now with 6 eliminations, trying to see if he can make it 7, trying to see if he can maybe end up spotting Colgo. Colgo just going back and forth here, and he's going to be connecting with Gustasi. Great push there so far, but 9C making sure that they don't overextend as other players are starting to look at them, and it's going to be none other than VIP wanting to get into the action, even if it's from far away, PB.
huge nade from the random solo. It's
In a
Ecor
bush.
with the nade in a bush. I mean, he's just like, what kind of chaos can I cause? Of course it's VIOUS Gaming that's doing it. The rest of the squads have a decent amount of members left alive, but Loops is fading fast right now. 9Z has the best position in the circle. They're central in stage 9, and we are just about to start collapsing. VIP has to move out of the compound, and no one's really looking their direction just yet. All the focus has been on Loops thus far, and Loops still hanging tough. It looks like they're going to get picked up for a revive here to get all 3 players up, but Neil Zada gets gunned down out of the buggy. Tough break for them, 7.
That's right. I mean, Loops Esports, I feel bad for them because of just how aggressive they have been, how many eliminations they've been able to pick up. But now you're being met with also another team that's aggressive, also another team that's being able to put up eliminations. VIP, I think you might have waited a little bit too long to be able to exit all of these buildings. You're going to be putting yourself in a situation that you did not want to be part of. Luckily for them, there you go. Oh no, VIP did wait too long, Dave.
Yeah, they waited a long time right there, but here's the big battle. You still got the Bush guy from VIOUS Gaming chilling right there. I don't believe Loops are aware. Here comes Kogo, DBS, jump shot. See you later, Kogo just said right there. Here comes the Bush Wookie popping out, trying to take some shots, but 9. Baby, coming out on top right there for the final winner chicken dinner of today here, PB.
Boys, 18 elims for 9Z in this one. They are charging up the standings. Incredible performance to wrap up our 6th and final game of the day. We had 6 different winner chicken dinner winners today. I thought it was going to be 9Z. They deliver in game 6 today. And that was crazy because legitimately there could have been 4 teams towards the end there that all kind of took that momentum and built upon it. I was a little sad to see VIP wait so long on their move in stage 9, dealing with the play zone at their backs. They had every opportunity to win it, but 9Z took that energy and took 3 people into the final circle, and they got the job done, 7.
Yeah, I mean, VIP, a bit of a blunder, I feel like, for that team. They should have been able to be a little bit more aware. I think they got just way too comfortable being in those buildings, way too comfortable not having to really fight against anybody throughout most of the match, that they just forgot. They just didn't have that switch, and that's the only problem sometimes, that when we end up going to global stages, when we end up going to grand finals, you need to be able to have that switch. Yes, you can be passive, but whenever you need to turn it up, you need to be able to do it and do it right away. One team that was able to do it, by the way, this was impressive right here. I think you even called it out, PB. The call out, 1, 2, 3, jump. And that's exactly what Ayala ended up doing for Team Liquid, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, I love a strategic, rappel from all 4 members of the team. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, if you drop from different windows, there's very few places in PUBG Mobile that are configured just like that, where there are no walls to hide behind down below. And ultimately, Team Liquid able to get the better of that fight. But really impressive zone control here from 9Z. They got north. They snuck up there. We called out the rotation early on. They split in the 3v1. And, Remix was really impressive this game once again. So overall, just a really solid performance here from 9Z today. And no doubt, this is going to rocket them up the standings. But look at the damage. Look at the eliminations of this game. Absolutely incredible stuff. But, damage to almost 3,000 here. They had 2,900 damage. Loops had 3,300 damage that game. So these guys weren't even in first place from a damage perspective. Just a really impressive showing from the top squads in this lobby, Dave.
Yeah, Kolgo's tracking right there. I love that we get to see the replays after the fact. I mean, his tracking on the opponent from Loops in the buggy was just on point right there. And I think 9Z definitely going to be walking away at the end of the day, feeling really good after that. Is that a record, by the way? 18 eliminations. Is that a record? Oh, it's tied.
I think it's tied.
Tied. Okay. Yep. Wow. 18 eliminations, though, in its own right is just so crazy to think about in a lobby with the caliber of talent, right, that is competing here. So and kind of going back to one of the storylines that we've been talking about is how Remix gels, the new member showing up here, playing for a month together, how that synergy really works here at a lobby at this caliber. And guys, I mean, it's phenomenal right now for the Squad 9Z.
Yep. I agree with you, but
Milos picked up 7.
Sorry,
that
I was going to say,
round, too.
PB, it got tied. And also, last time we ended up getting 18 eliminations was day 1 of phase 1 on the last match, on that 6th match of Miramar. And it was not 9Z. It was actually Intense Game that was able to pull up those 18 elims.
It's a good omen, this 6th match of Miramar of the day. So we'll take a peek at the overall rankings. Loops continues to dominate. Again, so many eliminations coming that game for them. They pick up 13, but 84 total points right now, leads all teams. And as we can see, 9Z has once again reclaimed 2nd place in the lobby. They jump over several teams in this final match of the day, including Wolves, including Alpha 7, including Influence Rage. Our top 3, though, at the end of day 1 of week 2 is Loops, 9Z, and Wolves. Was this what you expected, Seven?
It was definitely not what I expected, but I am happy to see the consistency now that we're seeing from phase 1 move over to phase 2, especially for 9C. The little changes, the VOD review, the little worked and macro changes that Wolves have been able to do. It showcased perfectly today. Not only that, they were holding themselves accountable. You kind of heard in an interview earlier on in the day, they were saying, okay, yeah, some players just weren't able to perform. Today, that's not the case. Today, I felt like a lot of the players were able to clutch up in moments that the team needed to clutch up. And shout out to Wancha because he was able to put up good performance and a good bounce back here from a bad phase 1 week.
Absolutely. And the top 4 to 5 teams finally starting to put a gap between them and everyone else. Obviously, Loops far out ahead at the moment. But Dave, I'm looking at Wolves and VIP in the left column there from the North American region. Definitely improvement for NA because all of the teams pretty much were on the right column the most majority of last week. But now we've got some teams sniffing the top of the standings.
Yeah, you love to see it. And, week 2, day 1, this is exactly what us as commentators and viewers want to see, right? Just improvements from a lot of the teams, learning from those mistakes. And you could tell a lot of these teams, they are coming to game here this week. They're tightening it up and they're showing up and just having better finishes towards the end. There's still some little things here and there, but regardless, as long as you improve every single day, honestly, that's all you can ask for a team and its longevity. So it was one heck of a day, fellas.
Absolutely. It really was. Exciting games all the way through. And my personal favorite of the day was the last Erangel game. Incredible stuff. I mean, bananas all the way through, but I got to get your final take of the day. 7 Worlds, how do you feel it wrapped up? Was it, obviously not what you expected, but what are your thoughts as we move into the final couple of days of the league phase?
I'm excited. I'm excited that it's not just Alpha 7 running away with it. And now we're starting to get some teams that are adjusting and they are being able to just improve and take the fight to Alpha 7. And I'll leave that little note for the viewers too. If teams want to be able to stop Alpha 7, they need to make sure they don't give them the time. They need to make sure that they are actually aggressive. We saw it perfectly play out right there in that last match. And Alpha 7 doing little trick plays here and there with Wolves. Those little things you got to keep an eye on. And I'm excited to see what NA is going to be able to do, honestly. Wolves really impressed me today with the little changes that we're able to make. I do want to see a little bit more out of Xforce. And with VIP, great changes so far. You just need to have that switch. You need to be able to be aggressive when you actually have to be aggressive.
They're putting themselves in position for sure. Dave, an amazing day of PUBG Mobile today as we look forward to day 2 of week 2. What were your final thoughts today?
Final thoughts, I'm putting the Wolves on notice. The whole team start growing out the stash. By the end of the season, I got to see all mustaches across the board. But shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all the homies. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Some more PUBG Mobile competitive action here, fellas.
Absolutely. Well, 7 Worlds, thank you so much for joining us on the desk. This is your last day of the broadcast, I believe. It was a pleasure to cast with you as always. But again, you will be missed. I believe it's Hot Jukes coming to be filling in for you tomorrow. But with that being said, we wrap our first day of week 2 of league phase for the PMSL America's Spring Season 2025. Incredible action. Hopefully you in chat enjoyed it. Thank you so much to the broadcast team, all of our observers, and of course you guys at home watching the broadcast, and of course PUBG Mobile. Happy Father's Day, as Dave mentioned, to everyone out there, and make sure you're back here tomorrow for day 2, week 2 of our league phase. We'll see you soon. This is Powerbank signing out.
And Xforce, I was talking about maybe they're not going to find themselves.
Taking it to him. The interesting thing I was going to say is these guys got Wheels of War getting the upper hand. IG up the hill right now, getting down one. Vitali looking to make entry on the other side. Far in the zone to the weakest, thanks to those hard shifts. So they got absolutely murked, and it is VIOUS Gaming on the bridge, but VIOUS down a couple.
Possible in the situation that they were truly in.
Mowing down the grass. There goes one. Way here, PB. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely. Again, shoots to survive. Not that big one. Into an elimination. Coops and is showing up for his squad here, as Coops is going to be going against a 1v1 and showing why they are one of the favorite teams. Okay, now they definitely know that Casper is going to still be alive, going to be able to find a
iNCO popping in vehicles, looking to rotate.
To see them wanting to take the fight here to Loop Esports, going to be able to get one. Only 2 players.
Down low, boy. It's all up to Lorenzen right now on that left flank, trying to hold the line, and he's not able to. And now we here before going for the revive. In come the nades, though. His last utility. Now the push comes in. It's a 3v1. Able to challenge, but just a bit out of sorts on that final push, 7.
Alpha 7, how are they going to be rotating in? Last time they ended up going Primors, and then they do that west rotation. And also, as we're seeing, 9 seconds that we've been wanting to see out of this team. Somebody take the fight to Alpha 7. Don't allow them to actually
But they're all dying off. It's down to just these 2 for supremacy.
Right, Wolves looking to put up another good performance and gets intense.
On the trees, they are prone. They're hoping that Team Liquid make a mistake. Cardozan popping in the vehicle, will be getting sprayed down. Here comes Chief with the shotgun. Oh, Chief taken down and out as well.
On one flank, we've got the team on the other. Beautiful play from Loop. Some ground, but they get the rifle play in at range.
Let's go.
And Loop sees
back. Too late, buddy. Too late, buddy. They are
one nade. Getting Vitali knocked. Team Liquid PB.
Moments to take them shots, missing the mark when it comes to the headshot. Swapping to his shotgun as well. It's an all-out bloodbath.
Man, crazy finish in that one. I was about
these knocks. Baton is going to be the one over there trying to evacuate.
End up spotting Colgo just going back and forth.
Hanging tough. It looks like they're going to get picked up for a revive here to get all 3 players up.
Chilling right there. I don't believe Loops are aware. Here comes Colgo. DBS jump shot. Dead right there. Here comes the Bush Wookie popping out. Trying to take some shot for the final winner chicken dinner of today here, PB.
Boys,